All right, good morning everyone. Buenos días, Ibiza, ¿cómo estamos? Otro día, como decía, los dibujos animados que veía en la Vila del Pingüí. Muy buenos días, good morning everyone. Welcome to the second day of Ibiza Nxt conference. We are in another sunny day in Ibiza, starting today. Excited, we have a long day ahead. We're going to have talks about Metaverse, we're going to have talks about NFTs, and we're going to have a lot of experts around. So welcome. I have a little soundscape around here, but we're good with it. Just take a seat, just feel comfortable. I wish that you feel inspired. I wish that you feel, let's say, entitled, you feel empowered to make any questions, to learn, and to go ahead, okay? My name is Will, known in social media as Crypto Willy. I'm a communicator, educator on the Web3, crypto, NFT space, and I'm passionate about everything that will happen today. So thank you very much for being today here. Maybe we saw each other yesterday. Today is going to be another super long, but also super inspiring day. So let's start. Today we're going to start the day with our first speaker of the day, which I'm very proud to share space with. So we're going to do this talk in Spanish, and I'm going to just translate in English. So don't worry for all of you who are maybe English speakers. Hoy tengo conmigo a Laura Rodríguez, que es Sales Manager de Hotelverse, uno de nuestros partners y además una empresa muy interesante. She's Sales Manager of Hotelverse, and she's specialist in business developing for businesses in the touristic and technology sector for more than 15 years. Inside, well, we can highlight having having been in a marketing agency, Affiliate or Barcelona Hotel Group, and well, she's really passionate about marketing, digital marketing, and the touristic sector. Basically, Laura, buenos días. Gracias por estar aquí.
Gracias, Will. As you've seen apologize, I'll do my speech in Spanish, but I can do the introduction in English if you want. It was supposed that Fermín Carmona, the CEO of Hotelverse, should stay with all of us, but she couldn't, so I'm here. I'm not Fermín, as you could see.
And we welcome you.
Thank you.
So before starting, I think it's very interesting talk today because many of us have heard the word Metaverse. Some of us, we just live, breathe, eat, drink with those words. Others are just some random word that we listen all around. But the big question is, what is the Metaverse and how do we land that? How do we use that word? How do we use that technology? And today we're going to see a very interesting approach to it because you're going to see what Hotelverse are doing, and I'm especially inspired because they're really using the concept to land it in something that's usable, something that's a use case, something that's real. And I'm very excited for our talk. So let's dive into it. Do we have some introduction video?
We have a video, so it will be like a warm-up, just to understand what the Metaverse could be.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see. Yeah, don't worry. If not, anyway, we can start talking about what the Metaverse is.
We can. Actually, this is going to be the first problems of the Metaverse. I'm telling you. I'm super sure about it. There's a little lag. But I think we have the video ready, so
Yeah.
let's go. Dentro video. Always wanted to say that.
Je pourrais être architecte
ou guide.
Quizá un artista.
You create the narrative. I
am metahuman.
beautiful.
Yeah.
So, Laura, that's amazing. I think it's a very nice video. And every time I see the metaverse and I see the real life, the virtual life, that question arises, right? What is life? What is our next digital life? Or more precisely, what is the metaverse and what differentiates it from virtual reality? ¿Qué es el metaverso? Cuando vemos la vida virtual, ¿va a ser nuestra vida? ¿Es nuestra vida? ¿Qué es el metaverso y cómo lo diferenciarías un poco de la realidad virtual? ¿Qué es lo que vemos en estos mundos?
Exacto. Bueno, comentar en primer lugar que el metaverso a día de hoy, tal y como lo podemos entender, no existe. No existe como tal. Existen diferentes metaversos y el objetivo, obviamente, es que se cree un metaverso en el que los diferentes metaversos se unan entre ellos. Para ello se tienen que dar una serie de condiciones o tener en cuenta una serie de tecnología, entre ellas la realidad aumentada, realidad virtual. También tiene que ir ligado una economía basada en criptoactivos. Y dentro de esas características es interesante tener en cuenta que tiene que haber una identidad digital. Tenéis a uno de los ponentes, es Union Avatars, luego os podrá dar muchísima más información sobre esa identidad, ese avatar. Y básicamente tiene que haber una estandarización de los diferentes metaversos para que el metaverso sea una realidad.
Thank you for that. Let me translate, because that's quite interesting. So Laura is saying that actually the metaverse as a thing, it doesn't exist right now. And the goal is to actually unite the different metaverses that exist. And it's actually space that unites, it's weaved with different technologies and has an internal economy with crypto, for example, and also holds a space for digital identities. And the goal is to go towards some standardization of those different metaverses so we can call that we actually have a metaverse, or what we understand as that.
Exactly. And for sure, it will be the fourth revolution, as it was the first iPhone that changed the way we interact with all the technology. It was also a revolution when the first social network started. So the metaverse, we think that will be the fourth revolution.
El metaverso va a ser una revolución definitivamente cuando entre. I'm loving this English-Spanish. I think we're both like on top of each other on that. So let's just continue in Spanish and then I will translate, okay? ¿Por qué en estos momentos no paramos de oír la palabra metaverso? ¿Por qué es una palabra que está en todos lados, pero no hay tantos casos de uso? ¿No? Parece un poco humo. ¿Cuándo veremos ese entender qué es el metaverso y ver exactamente cuáles son las oportunidades de negocio?
Sí que el motivo por el cual hemos empezado a escuchar mucho la palabra metaverso creo que va ligada al hecho de que Facebook cambió su nombre y lo llamó Meta. No obstante, sí que es verdad que también hay en cuanto a cuándo acabaremos viendo esa realidad, nosotros pensamos desde Hotelverse que será en cuestión de unos 10 años, ya que la tecnología actualmente tiene una serie de retos. Las gafas a día de hoy y los sensores están en fase de desarrollo para que funcionen correctamente. De hecho, había algunas gafas que hasta generaban cierto mareo, un poco como todo, es tecnología muy incipiente. La velocidad de Internet tiene que desarrollarse y luego, sobre todo, los mundos virtuales tienen que crearse esos diseños en 3D. Por lo tanto, tenemos un reto tecnológico en cuanto a los dispositivos, tema hardware. A nivel de software y de infraestructura, velocidad de Internet también es otro reto que nos encontramos. El hecho de que tenga que haber personal que desarrolle esos mundos virtuales es esencial. Y por otro lado, el que alcance un nivel global y descentralizado. a nivel de tiempos, ya os digo, para que sea una adopción masiva, estimamos que sea unos 10 años. No obstante, según un informe de Gartner, que es la consultora líder en tecnología y en cuantificar los desarrollos tecnológicos, estima que en 2026, a mí me sorprendió bastante, el 25% de la población estará una hora dentro del metaverso. Y pensamos en el 2022, ¿cómo puede ser si no existen diferentes metaversos, pero no el concepto que está por llegar? De aquí a 4 años se habrá desarrollado tan rápido como para que el 25% de la población estemos una hora.
Realmente no lo sé, pero me creo que podemos estar tanto tiempo porque si veo el nivel, las horas de uso que tengo en el móvil, ya estoy más del 25% del día ahí, así que me da bastante miedo. Okay, let's land that question. I just asked Laura why we cannot stop listening the word metaverse all around, all the time, but why there's no use cases, and what do we need for it to be a real, for there to be a real massive adoption? And she said, she pointed out several challenges for that to happen. We are listening a lot the word metaverse, in part because Facebook changed its name to Meta and made a big noise about it. But in terms of when this is going to be a reality, this is going to be something we live, eat, drink, and actually use. From Hotelverse, they see an horizon of approximately 10 years for that to be a reality. Why? Because there's several challenges. First of all, technology, hardware challenge. There's still no good glasses, good VR sets. There's still not a technology that's not invasive, that's actually usable and that we can use. But also software, right? One of the things that nobody thinks about, or not that many people, is that we cannot have a metaverse that's immersive and you have a good presence if you don't have a high-speed internet, an internet that does not lag. And we barely have that with gaming right now. So I think, and we think, actually we share that thought, that we need a big internet or a nice internet connection for that. Also, we need jobs to develop all this structure, design, technology, etc. And we also need a global decentralization or some kind of platform that decentralizes or allows for a decentralized communication. But nonetheless, there's a study that says that in 2026, 25% we're going to be in the metaverse 25% of our day, and that's quite impressive. So let's see what the future comes, but from Hotelverse they see a horizon of 10 years for all this to be laid out, right?
Exacto, y de hecho van a salir numerosas profesiones que a día de hoy no conocemos. Los diseñadores 3D van a ser clave en la construcción de ese metaverso, pero si yo lo hubiera dicho hace 20 años a, yo qué sé, cualquier empresario, por ejemplo, en el sector turístico, que iba a haber una profesión que era la de community manager, que iba a gestionar las redes sociales, probablemente no habría entendido ni por qué tenía que destinar dinero en estar en una red social, generar una comunidad vinculada a su marca. Probablemente con el metaverso veremos casos similares.
Basically, she's saying that there's going to be many also new jobs that are going to be very, very important. For example, 3D design, that's going to be super key. And some years ago, you would tell a CEO from a real estate agency that there's going to be a very important figure such as the community manager, and he or she would have said, like, what are you talking about? And now it's something very important to manage communities. So yes, with Metaverse, we're going to see the rise of new jobs and new positions that are going to be really, really key to develop on all these. And actually, you mentioned some sectors, touristic sector, etc. And maybe we could go into that direction because I think that's your expertise or your niche. Así que, ¿cómo ves el metaverso influir por ejemplo, en la industria turística?
Sí, generalmente, vemos que hay otros sectores, algunos como el gaming, que ya llevan la delantera en esto de las realidades virtuales, realidad aumentada. La industria también ha ido desarrollándose en ese área. Ahora pienso en automoción, otras industrias que ya utilizan tecnologías que que van vinculadas al metaverso. Pero sí que es verdad que, bueno, he vivido prácticamente mi carrera profesional es muy ligada al sector turístico y es cierto que es un sector que aunque innova, tiene que verlo muy claro. No son punta de lanza de la innovación en muchos aspectos y creemos que será uno de los que llegará sobre todo cuando ya haya más recorrido por parte de otros sectores. Retail, por ejemplo, vemos casos de numerosas marcas que ya están ahí y están haciendo pruebas. El sector turístico sí que hemos visto algunos ejemplos, sobre todo con tours virtuales guiados en lo que sería un hotel, pero más allá de una posición muy de comunicación o de marketing, creemos que todavía no están igual donde deberían, porque suele ser un sector que suele tardar habitualmente en llevar a cabo inversión en este tipo de innovación.
Great. I think that's a very realistic point of view. Laura was sharing that the touristic or the hospitality sector is a bit reluctant to take risks. So in a way, there's other industries like gaming that they're already there. They already use 3D. They already use online gaming communities, etc. And they're really closer to the use of that. But other sectors, like touristic sector, they're a bit more resistant to change or to actually take some steps. So they want to wait for other sectors to actually do that first steps. For example, retail, we're already seeing with loyalty programs that they are really getting into NFTs, they're really getting to Web3 and Metaverse. But in the hotel industry or touristic industry, you see some things like guided tours, guided 3D tours, but we still don't see like the killer use case. And maybe we're going to have to wait a little bit because they're not going to just invest blindly because they're a bit more conservative. So, Laura, now that we're talking about touristic hotel, and I think it's a very realistic point of view. I like what you do at Hotelverse because I think it's a very down-to-earth use case that everybody can understand. So I think it's a good moment to see some of the things you do there. Would you show us something?
Exactly. Well, I will explain you what we do, and we try to be realistic and offer right now to our clients, to the hotels, chains and hotels, a tool to start entering in the Metaverse environment. And we do this we could show just a video to let you know what we do. And the goal, obviously, is to bring customers to this immersive way to feel or to enjoy the stay when they are in a hotel. So it's interesting to start doing this kind of using this technology to allow people to understand your product and start with this immersive path that will end at the Metaverse later on.
Lo que decía Laura es que su producto, como están atacando el tema del metaverso desde Hotelverse, es el hecho de permitir a la gente una experiencia más inmersiva dentro de lo que será su experiencia de vacaciones, su experiencia de estar en el hotel, de manera que puedan acercarse más. Es un punto de estoy lejos, pero puedo traer esa presencia ahí cerca. Así que no sé si tenemos por ahí algún material preparado.
Exactly, nada, problemas del directo que hemos repetido el vídeo. Simplemente que tengáis la idea de que lo que hacemos es que recreamos el hotel en 3D para permitir que el cliente se imagine y empiece a vivir esa experiencia inmersiva que llegará. Estamos seguros que dentro de 10 años, como he comentado antes, el cliente va a poder utilizar sus gafas de realidad virtual y explorar el hotel en ese metaverso. A nivel turístico, que no lo he comentado antes, sí que creemos, igual que hemos hablado de otras industrias y que el turismo llegaría un poco posteriori, ya tenemos algunos ejemplos, por ejemplo, de destinos turísticos como Benidorm, que ha creado su metaverso, Benidormland se llama, y creemos que también para el sector turístico es importante que los destinos creen ese universo sobre el cual luego las empresas podrán desarrollar sus productos y estar. Por lo tanto, sabemos, por ejemplo, que en Arabia Saudí y Emiratos Árabes tienen proyectos muy interesantes para ya iniciarse en el metaverso. Así que probablemente haya destinos turísticos que nos estén llevando a la delantera, y eso que España es líder en el sector turístico. Por lo tanto, sí que invito a que las instituciones tomen conciencia y empiecen a desarrollar ese metaverso o esos destinos dentro de los diferentes metaversos, porque alguien lo va a tener que hacer.
Ponerse las pilas, básicamente.
Sí.
So Laura is telling us that there's this need to create these digital worlds for these experiences to be actually worthy and to have the whole presence. And despite Spain being known for its touristic, I mean, most of the economy from Spain is touristic, we all know that, especially in Ibiza, where we are now. And despite that, there's other countries such as Arabia Saudi, you said? Okay, that are actually making a lot more investment into creating all these digital lands, and that, yes, there's this investing, or this direction has to be, we have to push the button to go a bit faster for us to be, or from Spain to be in a place where we can compete or we can be competitive in that sector.
Totalmente. Y otra de las cuestiones que también quería comentar sobre la creación de estos metaversos o las oportunidades que puede dar, intentemos llevarlo como empresas, por ejemplo, turísticas o empresas de otros sectores, a un ámbito real. Hace poco me comentaba un amigo que se había alquilado una caravana, y seguro que al final podemos llevar la realidad aumentada a muchos otros ámbitos. Y se había encontrado que no sabía cómo abrir la mesa. Seguro que os ha pasado alguna vez cuando habéis ido a algún sitio y no sabéis muy bien cómo funcionan los aparatos. Crearon una simulación en realidad virtual para guiar al cliente a cómo utilizar según qué elementos en esa caravana. Podemos encontrar igual ejemplos similares llevados al sector turístico. Y a nivel industria, se abren muchísimas posibilidades ligadas al mundo del metaverso y también al área de los NFTs, porque hay una economía la va a haber dentro del metaverso. Y hay muchísimas oportunidades, y más ahora que estamos en Ibiza, desde empresas turísticas que lleven a cabo una experiencia como hacer un concierto en metaverso, ya tenemos algún cantante que lo ha hecho, establecer, por ejemplo, en el área MAIS, que es el de congresos y ferias, el poder hacer eventos en realidad, utilizando realidad virtual, son oportunidades muy interesantes. Incluso tenemos algún ejemplo de alguna cadena hotelera que hasta vende obras de arte a través de NFTs, y que puedas visitar igual dentro de un hotel una galería, por ejemplo, virtual. Se abrirán como muchas áreas dentro del hotel en el cual disfrutar de una experiencia inmersiva estando en casa, antes de iniciar ese viaje.
I like what Laura is saying because she's presenting to us very real use cases that we can start implementing right now, or other industries can start implementing right now with these kind of technologies. For example, I'm sure many of you have gone to some hotel, Airbnb, or wherever where you were being a guest and you didn't know how to use X, Y, Z. I don't know how to use this microwave because it doesn't work like the one I have at home. I don't know how to open this bed. And you get there and you have that challenge. So some industries are making VR experiences so that you can know how to do that before you're there. So you kind of have a manual of how to move the table, use the bed, where that's a hotel, a caravan, whatever you're going to be hosted at. And also, well, the opportunity to create and host events on the Metaverse, that's a reality that's happening every time more and more and more. And well, also creating events or even selling pieces of art. There's a space for NFTs, because as Laura said, there's going to be an internal economy in all these virtual worlds. I really think without that internal economy and that sense of property, that sense of exchange, it's not a metaverse, it's not something that can feel like real life, it's a simulation, right? A video game. So in a way, there's going to be space for that, for galleries to sell NFTs, to sell art, or hotels having galleries that are virtual, maybe real, etc. Did I say it right? Good. I think you proposed a lot of examples here, and just to close a little bit, because we have a very interesting day. What do you think about opening up for some questions?
Yeah, of course.
Does anyone have any question for Laura?
Yeah, sí.
Vamos a... Ok, así queda grabado.
Exacto. Sí. Venga.
That way you record it in the
Yeah,
Metaverse.
well,
Hola.
sí.
Ahí. Mi pregunta era si crees que se pueden crear diferentes clases sociales en el metaverso. Por ejemplo, que un metaverso, las grandes marcas, por ejemplo, se apoderen de un metaverso y no quepa sitio para marcas más pequeñas o empresas más pequeñas.
Muy buena pregunta. De hecho, el objetivo del metaverso precisamente es esa descentralización y evitar que haya una empresa tecnológica, todos igual estamos pensando en alguna, que se apodere del concepto del metaverso y que sea único. El concepto de metaverso es que todo el mundo tenga cabida y sobre todo que no haya una predominancia de una marca o de una empresa tecnológica, sino que sea democrático y que no todo recaiga, obviamente, en el peso de una gran marca. Por eso, a día de hoy hay diferentes metaversos y el metaverso del futuro va a ser aquel en el que convivan todos esos diferentes metaversos. Posteriormente tendréis una ponencia de Union Avatars y ahí hay que tener en cuenta un aspecto muy importante, y es que tú vas a tener que tener tu avatar único, y la idea es que ese avatar único con su crypto wallet pueda interactuar a lo largo de los diferentes metaversos. Por lo tanto, sí que es importante que esa identidad tuya personal se pueda replicar, o sea, que pueda transicionar por los distintos metaversos. Por lo tanto, el usuario no debería ser nunca de una empresa tecnológica que, por ejemplo, tenga un metaverso.
Muchas gracias.
Laura was saying to the question if there's any chance of some brand just monopolizing the metaverse and not leaving space for other brands to thrive in that space. Laura said that basically the whole ethos of a metaverse should be decentralization, where democracy is allowed, where not one brand can just hold all the weight of business, hold all the weight of brand, and allow space for everybody. And actually, we're going to have a talk afterwards where identities should be able to move around metaverses with their own identity, with their own sovereignty, with their own assets, so that they can actually freely navigate beyond brands. You can exit the brand and you can go somewhere else. So the choice is in you, and you have many more options. And it should be decentralized, that's the goal.
Totalmente. Y como este congreso va también de NFTs, pensad eso, los criptoactivos también van a tener que poderse usar en los diferentes metaversos. A día de hoy sí que es verdad que hay metaversos que incluso no tienen área de criptomonedas o de poder utilizar no tienen economía detrás. Y aquellos que la han creado solo para que puedas interactuar con tu wallet únicamente en su metaverso, veremos a ver, pero igual están abocados a flexibilizarse o a que se transformen.
She was also commenting that NFTs are a very important part, and NFTs are those virtual objects that exist in your wallet that you can keep, and then you will be able to move around all these metaverses, and that's the importance of a crypto economy. The crypto layer, it's actually what allows people to own their own economy and not be immersed in the economy of the brand. So there's the platform, and on top there are the brands and users, so you can move around. You're not just inside that prison or that universe of the brand, so you have more self-sovereignty, and that's where NFTs also would have a big space. So thank you very much, Laura.
You're
That was
welcome.
an amazing talk to start the day. We learned a lot, and
Thank you very much for the organization to invite us, and we are on the way to arrive to the Metaverse. Right now, well, my advice for companies is to think what they can do to start moving through the Metaverse and start using NFTs and all the technology that right now we have. So, thank you very much.
Laura Rodriguez, thank you very much. Great, that was a very nice speech, and what Laura was saying is that she advises or motivates, encourages. Hello. Hola. She was encouraging brands to actually investigate, research, educate themselves, and put a finger, touch the water, and get into all these concepts because it's coming, and they can be pioneers and they can use it. So we had a very interesting talk with Laura about how businesses from different sectors can actually start immersing themselves in the metaverse. And we also talked about decentralization inside or not. That's a very important topic that we're going to explore during the day. Is it just another place where there's going to be like a pyramidal scheme, or at least a hierarchical scheme where some brands have everything and the others less, or is it going to be a bit more democratic? We're going to investigate and research that throughout all the day. And now we're going to welcome our next talk, which is still in the metaverse, important. We're going to talk about the metaverse and the possibilities in the gaming sector. As we said, the gaming sector is one sector that's very close in terms of technology, in terms of ethos, in terms of users. So many people think that that's going to be one of the first sectors that fully adopt metaverse. So I'm going to, just say hi to Ren's Chong. Are you here? Okay, maybe he's swimming in the water like yesterday. Do we have here Ren's? No? He's in the metaverse probably.
Oh, hi guys.
Hello.
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries. I hope you have a...
Okay, cool.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Like you said, I'm in the metaverse.
Exactly, literally. I was not joking. So Ren's Song is CEO and co-founder of Breather DAO, okay? And he's a former consultant and brings over 5 years of experience in the field of growth strategy, data science, and machine learning. He has also had experience in startups like Ancas before moving into blockchain, DeFi, NFTs, and he's now the CEO and co-founder of the Breather DAO, which is a blockchain project that focuses on manufacturing high-quality game assets that deliver value to players, and that's very important, actually. Recently, he was included in the 2022 batch of Forbes 30 under 30, so congratulations. And we're going to go through some of the topics today. I'm very excited to be in the talk with you. Thank you for coming. If you could introduce yourself a little bit and tell us, how did you get into NFTs and Web3 and gaming first?
Cool. Thank you for that. You actually did like a good intro about myself, but maybe just to add like some stuff on that, on how I actually journeyed into crypto. So as you said, my background is consulting, startups, but eventually I found my way into crypto. I'm actually an avid gamer myself, and I really love the idea of, exploring one's digital identity in another world, right? In a realm that no one actually knows you, or in a realm where you can reimagine or recreate your own identity. And so, I fell in love with a lot of these games, more traditional ones, of course. Prior to Web3, I was already in gaming. I was doing like FPS gaming. I was doing, MMORPG or even mobile games, right? But how a lot of these games go, it comes and goes well, right? And what really appealed to me about like Web3 is the fact that you're able to own your asset, right? And previously, I would go towards these gacha games and try and earn and try and accumulate all of these assets, only to realize that after 1 or 2 years I'd get bored and then I'll eventually move on. So spending all that money became nothing, right? And then I can't even bring them with me, or I can't even say that I actually own them. So when I heard about Axie Infinity, I was like, this is something that's really cool and something that I wish I had or existed when I was having all of these or when I was playing all of these games, right? Because it's one thing that you can play them in game, and another thing that you can actually verify ownership and you can actually bring it with you, right? So fell in love with Axie Infinity, or at least the idea of like blockchain's application to gaming. Realized then that this is where I want to invest my time in, and this is where I want to put all my efforts into. So I'm actually situated in the Philippines, and back then, you know how the pandemic hit us very hard, and so.
Renz,
okay.
I'm
Hello?
going to have to ask you to wait a second, because I cannot understand you, because the microphone, the sound system of the room does not allow me that much. So can we do something with the volume, maybe putting up, maybe I can have a headphone or something like that, because I cannot understand him. Maybe put the volume up. Okay, Ren, sorry for that. We're having some Metaverse problems here.
No worries, it happens.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I think if we keep it like this with higher volume, I'm going to be able to understand better. So apologies for that. But I was actually following your entrance to the world, and I think it's very curious, because we all experience a similar adoption or a similar call to the space. And having been in other startups and having been in tech before, I think it's interesting to see that point of view from you. So could you repeat specifically when you got into gaming and Metaverse, please?
Right, so just to go back, I first started with Axie Infinity. I played the game myself. I'm an avid gamer myself, so the struggle of not being able to do something about your asset when the appeal kind of loses itself, right? Because it's pretty normal with games. When you start a game, you play it, after 1 or 2 years you stop, and then you move on to the next one, right? So not being able to own it, not being able to do something about it at the time that you actually got tired or got bored with the idea of the game, kind of struck me a lot. So, when I heard about Axie Infinity and being able to own your asset, that's when it hit me. And I realized that I wanted to be in this space, and I wanted to put all my efforts into this. So yeah, I started really with playing the game. And then, from there, I said to myself that I wanted to contribute more. Instead of just being a participant in a game, I want to be helping other people get onboarded into the space and be part of this ecosystem. So hence DAO. I'm situated in the Philippines, and a lot of people here used to play Axie Infinity, especially during the pandemic. So left and right, you can see people asking for scholarships, asking for managers or guilds, right? And I thought to myself that maybe at one point, if everyone just wants to play, then nobody would be providing these assets. And so we took it upon ourselves to actually be the one to provide these assets. And right now, DAO, we call ourselves like the factory of the metaverse. What we aim to do is to provide these assets and to kind of supply whatever asset people need within the metaverse.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. So in a way, having come from the last talk, which we were talking about hospitality and the hotel industry, well, as I said, like everyone thinks like the gaming is going to be like the first full adopter of all that Metaverse has to offer. Like, do you see that that's a reality? Do you think that we're far away from that, close? How is the gaming sector getting into the Metaverse from your point of view?
Right. I think one clear example of how the gaming industry has changed the landscape is that Axie Infinity has onboarded 3 million users who doesn't necessarily understand Bitcoin, but understand like SLP and Axie Infinity, right? The kind of individuals that Axie has brought to the landscape were very much different from all of those like DJs or like other profiles that have existed. So you had like the DeFi summer, which onboarded more of the financial guys, right? And then you have general cryptocurrency, which onboarded a different set of like individuals, more geared towards people who trade, people who are good at trading. So gaming is a different language and a separate language altogether, and we kind of feel like it's a universal language, right? Not a lot of people understand blockchain or the tech behind it, but everyone understands like games, right? And it might not all be the same game. It might be like different genres of game. But the point of the matter is gaming is very crucial to our lives. And I mean, at the very least, each one of us has played like some kind of game, whether we know it or not, right? So yes, I do believe that eventually gaming will be a means towards like mass adoption, because with gaming, you don't even know that you're already entering the realm of like blockchain, right? And I don't know eventually if that's how the first entrant, or that will be like the first touch point of everyone else. But that should that will definitely be like a lot of touch point, the first touch point for a lot of individuals.
Definitely makes sense, right? All the infrastructure is there, the people are there, the users are kind of there. And speaking of users, there's been from Axie Infinity even into Steppen, there's been this trend of play to earn that's been like a really glowing sector, and it has received a lot of adoptions, as you were saying, people a little bit wanting to trade or to get into crypto or already into crypto. But also there's been some resistance within the game community. There's some fear that this is going to turn into, if I pay more, I will win more. So do you think all video games are going to adopt some kind of economical, financial dynamics, or it's just going to be a sector of the video games and there's going to be like a purist or a resistance towards that?
Right. So I think it's not like a catch-all thing, right? When we talk about play to earn, it's really more of a campaign, or like it really targets like a specific group of individuals that's income motivated, right? But if you look at like the general gaming landscape, most of these players do not really play for the money that it can generate, right? You have games like League of Legends, you have games like Mobile Legends, you have games like Counter-Strike, and people play it not because it provides value or it provides economic value to them, right? They play it because they genuinely enjoy them. And what we're seeing here is that blockchain's application to gaming can be evidently seen by the ability of people to earn within games, because people get to own their assets and consequently they can monetize these assets, right? But we're not saying that this is the only use case. So we're starting with this, and it's a clear use case that blockchain can provide. But just like how free-to-play started, and when it first started because it was free, and nobody really has like this advertising model that allowed free-to-play to earn money despite being free, we're experiencing the same thing here. We're introducing like a new concept here, which is ownership, and we still don't know, or like even like the general blockchain application, right? We still don't know like where we can take this, and people are still in that phase where they're still trying things out. So for sure, eventually, some games would adopt blockchain, but just like pay to play didn't necessarily die with the onset of like free to play. We're seeing that there's value that's being provided here by blockchain, and then some people may adopt it, some people may not, but we're still too early to actually know whether or not play to earn is something that's unique to blockchain, or if it's something that will be, or if it's the only thing that will rise up and be the label for the entire Web3 gaming. But what I do know is that more and more game studios are entering blockchain, more traditional ones rather, are entering blockchain. And in fact, people are already lobbying for, it shouldn't be like Web 2 versus Web 3, right? It should just be general gaming. Because at the end of the day, all of these are like games that provide entertainment value to people. It just kind of, there's just difference in terms of how we market it and how we present it to people. But at the end of the day, the better the quality of these games are being developed in the space, then you wouldn't even realize whether or not it's like a Web 2 or Web 3 game.
Yeah, I think we agree on that point, that the quality of the game is really important at the end of the day, and that's what gamers are looking for. Thanks for that point of view. Actually, in a way, I'm going to ask you not only about the general blockchain, but specifically NFTs in gaming, in blockchain gaming. How do you see the role of NFTs? Are they weapons/items in-game that they're going to be able to be, let's say, exchanged? Is it going to be like a reward for having completed the game? What do you see the role of NFTs being in-game?
I think it could be everything that you said. But more importantly, I think it's a way for people to reimagine themselves in another world where they're not bounded by whatever it is they grew up in. People are saying that in the metaverse you're actually free to choose who you want to be and what path you have to take, right? Because in the physical world, if you're actually, or your parents are farmers, right, then chances are you're likely to be a farmer, or at least like without any external factors, you're more likely to be a farmer because that's the environment that you grew up in, and then you've been molded by your parents from the get-go to actually have that same path, right? But when you actually enter the metaverse, it becomes like a level playing field that everyone has no foundation on, and that everyone can do whatever it is that they want, right? So it's a fresh start for a lot of individuals, and it's a chance for you to be able to create your own destiny, whatever you imagine or however you imagine that to be. And so NFTs actually provide, or is the representation of that. We may or may not put ourselves there, but at least like there's some sort of like character or representation in the form of NFTs that we can use. And then it can also be in the form of enhancements, right? If we want a sword, right? Or if we want to be the sword, it doesn't matter. But the idea is that all of these things, all of these assets within the metaverse are a form of tools to enhance our experience, to make it more real, to turn whatever imaginations that we have into reality.
I agree with you a lot. Thank you for sharing that. I think, as you said, right, NFTs and all these technological blockchain assets should be aimed at actually enhancing that experience of gaming. And I think that that's a very important thing to take into consideration when designing those games. If developers are looking to build a blockchain game, like how might they effectively design their game economies to make it more sustainable or to make it something that people are going to play in the long term? I know it's a little bit related to what we just said, but from a developer point of view, from a game design point of view, what's your advice, or how do you see things going? What would be the advice for the game developer right now that wants to get into blockchain?
So honestly, game economies have already existed even before we introduced blockchain, right? Each of these games have their own economies, which is why you're able to buy like in-game assets, in-game skins, right? And the concept of like getting rewards is not new, right? So what's new is that right now, these tokens that we earn in-game can now be, traded or exchanged and monetized and, transferred into fiat currency or into a local currency that we can spend in the physical world. And so I think what people need to understand here is that when you're building a game, right, the economy is a crucial part of the game. But more than that, like the game itself has to be, playable or enjoyable by individuals themselves, right? You don't just create like a blockchain game for the economics of it, right? And the focus shouldn't be like the economics of it. A lot of people still follow the framework that because of Axie Infinity's success, then they should follow all the same model, right? And what made Axie Infinity succeed is the fact that people can earn from it. And people seem to think that the idea is that, everyone should actually earn from it for us to kind of like reach a scale or hit critical mass. But we've all seen like all the rest that followed kind of died because we all know it's never going to be sustainable, right? If everyone's just looking to extract value and if everyone's just looking to earn, then at the end of the day, right, the supply will run out and you can't expect everyone to all earn because where is that money coming from, right? And so, I think and I believe that if you want to design a game, not thinking about, the ability of people to earn or the income part, but more of like designing a game that people would actually play, people would actually, enjoy. And it doesn't matter whether you're able to attract people who would want to take advantage of the earning potential of the game, or if you want people who would want to collect all of these items, right? The point is build a game that people would actually use, whatever their motivations are, and it's up to them on how they want to play it, right?
Thank you for that point of view of user-centered and player-centered perspective. I would actually like to invite anyone from the audience if they have any question on gaming or blockchain gaming for Renz. Okay, so thank you for your time, Renz. I think that was quite inspiring, and actually I love that approach of player-centered, and I would like to add that it looks like not only for gaming, but the whole blockchain ecosystem is based on this game theory and these rewards, on this gamification of life, this gamification of every project you do. So how do you see things going? Do you think that all blockchain or even all sectors should get inspired from gaming to create the new paradigm, the new projects, the new blockchain-based ideas?
Right. So honestly, I don't think like that's just with blockchain or Web3 in general. In fact, more traditional companies have already looked into these things, right? If I launch this campaign, if I launch this, promotional ad, how would people respond, right? These things have already been considered and done by more traditional ones. And this time we're just introducing another layer to it, which is, a verifiable and secure way of tracking these things via the blockchain, right? So that element is kind of important because now we have more in our arsenal to be able to be creative and use other means to be able to do so, right? I think what gaming actually taught a lot of us, at least in the blockchain space, is that it has to be dumbed down to a level where ordinary individuals would be able to understand it. The tech is amazing, right? And, using Etherscan and all of that to verify things and to track things are all very important and are all very unique to blockchain. But ordinary people don't really know about it and won't even try to think about it. So this is why we're taking a step back. And I think like the entire industry is actually taking a step back And you see how like a lot of these cases we're moving towards Web 2.5, as they say, right? Because we now realize that in order for people to be onboarded to Web 3, it has to be slow. It's not an instant, from Web 2 you jump to Web 3 and you expect everyone to understand it or to kind of know the tech behind it, right? We now realize that in order to do so, it has to be of sense, right? It has to come from being more efficient, having that convenience of actually moving, right? So at the end of the day, as you said, right, it has to be user-centric, and we always have to think of who our audience should be. And these audience shouldn't just be limited towards those who are tech savvy, those who understand, or those who track like all of these transactions. It has to be everyone, and not everyone understands like the technology of it. So yeah, as I've said, like user-centricness.
Thank you very much for your time, Renz. That was very inspiring, and I hope everything in your projects thrive as best as they can. Thank you for your time.
Likewise. Thank you so much, guys. Happy to be here. Have a great day. Cheers.
Well, we had to talk. We had to talk with Renz. That was inspiring. I really like his point of view of actually making gaming from a user-centered point of view. And what's actually important for me to see is that connectivity and the way we connect with others, the infrastructure of the metaverse has to be amazing. Because, for example, in this talk right now, I didn't have a good time hearing him. And if that happens, how can we even think about making a super nice game or a super nice token or a super nice experience? Us as humans, our experience has to be relaxed and tranquila, in Spanish we say. So if we don't have that, that's going to be like a big challenge. And I think that we all have that in Zoom calls, we all have that in our daily day-to-day life. So I think it's very important to take all the expertise and also all the common sense and together build like these kind of worlds together. So I'm happy to have been talking to him. I would have liked to have a better connection, but for sure we can listen to the replay and learn a lot from this talk. Coming up next, we're going to have a one that I'm actually also looking forward to. I'm really happy to be with all these people, guys. Like really, I'm like a kid today and yesterday. So we're going to talk about the metaverse, and we're going to go a little bit into the concept. This talk is called Metaverse and how it will change the world. So I would like to welcome on stage Joseph Crossley, in charge of Astral Project. Maybe he's on the metaverse too. He's not in the metaverse. He's here with us tonight. And it's going to be, I think, a nice talk. When I first met him, I really think that his ideas are really nice, and I think we all want to have a foot in the stars and one foot on the ground when we talk about these things. Why? Because we don't want to cut innovation, we don't want to cut dreams, we don't want to cut where these things can go, but also have this foot on the ground where we say, okay, where we are now and how we can implement it. And I think that's the best way that we have now to actually start building on things like this. Basically, probably he's going to come soon, but I can present him. Basically, Joseph Crossley. He's based in Ibiza, but he's been in immersive media shows for 12 years. So before even being in the metaverse or crypto, he already was in immersive media shows. Actually, a lot of the programs that are being used to play games and real-time visuals, they already, and his company has already worked in it. So they're also native. Hello. Joseph is here from the back door of the metaverse.
How you doing, man?
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
So Joseph, I was just presenting you. Yeah.
Hello, buddy.
I was just presenting you a little bit that you have been in the industry, but also in the industry of real-time visuals, immersive experience for way before the metaverse, or the buzzword metaverse. And then COVID happened, and well, the live industry, the live shows, concerts stopped functioning basically, and it was kind of a natural progression to move into this. And now that you're here, I would love to know the story about Joe and Astral Project, and where does it come from, and how do you get into these buzzy words of Metaverse?
Okay, thank you. Astral Project was formed about 10 years ago after a career in music, and we specifically were looking at the eyes, the highest bandwidth input we can get into our brains. We were working in music, and I was like, actually, we want to refocus on visuals and immersive visuals, and through that we started working with games engines such as Unreal, Unity, and all Touch Designer and things like that. And over the course of the journey, we ended up creating these virtual experiences through projection mapping. So that was our sort of input into this world. Projection mapping being the projection of media content upon buildings and augmenting our realities through animated media being projected onto buildings. And that led us into a variety of different projects, from Sydney Opera House, projection mapping the Sydney Opera House, generating the first immersive experience at Burning Man Festival, and really diving deeper into how we can change our environments and augment our worlds using these games engines. And then COVID happened, and obviously a lot of the business and the events and the public shows that we were working on disappeared, and we refocused our energies onto, actually through Burning Man. The theme of Burning Man that year was Metaverse, and we proposed a project with them about creating a virtual world for Burning Man, where all the members of Burning Man could enter and join in, and then that exploded out into a variety of different projects called Sparkleverse and iBurn and different things like that. And that really gave us the first insight in sort of 2019 about where this was going. And then obviously the money started pouring into the world, and everyone started to sort of go through this arms race of generating these sorts of platforms for different uses. So yeah, we've been lucky enough to be kind of right place at the right time on this.
Thank you for sharing. Básicamente lo que ha dicho Joe es que, bueno, ellos ya hacían experiencias de video mapping, ¿no? De proyecciones con mapping, donde, bueno, pues ya estaban en contacto con esas tecnologías, y luego vino COVID, y a través, de hecho, Burning Man, que para quien no lo conozca es un festival, iba a decir de música, pero no es de música, es básicamente un festival con una cultura muy grande, se hace en el desierto de Nevada de Estados Unidos, donde el tema era el Metaverse. Y de hecho se hizo, duró un año, que no se hizo en presencial, sino que se hizo en el Metaverso con conciertos y tal. Y bueno, pues a partir de ahí ellos participaron y empezaron a tener una serie de propuestas de proyectos. Luego empezó a fluir el dinero hacia el Metaverso, y ahí empezó un poco la carrera de la rata, o de una manera muchas agencias, muchos estudios haciendo contenido en el sector. Y así un poco fue como how everything started for you and Astral into this realm. Joe, what's the Metaverse?
Well, I don't think anyone in this room can actually answer that question, and if they do, they're talking absolute bollocks. At the moment, you know, if we look back, you know, Neil Stephenson book, you know, The Lawnmower Man, The Origins of VR. Back in the 90s, it was this idea that we had a virtual overlay over our world and we could interact with other people virtually. So that idea has expanded out and gone off in all directions, from the rise of blockchain and Web3, NFT, interaction, exchanging, the maturity of the games industry, which is now the biggest industry, one of the biggest industries in the world, it's bigger than the movie industry. And the idea of creating virtual worlds that people can go into and interact in, and generate different personas or different avatars. I mean, it's already been existing for many years through the like of Second Life. I don't know if any of you guys know Second Life, but this is basically exactly what everyone's trying to create at the moment. It's been happening for 10 years. There's 30,000 concurrent users in there right now, today. Compared to something like Decentraland, which has got, I don't know, I think the report came out a few days ago, there's 36 people in Decentraland. So we're witnessing, an industrial revolution. This is the fourth industrial revolution. It's being driven through technology and the ability to have high-powered GPU, pixel delivery, and where it's going to go. In my imagination, I think it's not going to be confined by VR or AR or the way in which we imagine this world to be accessed. I think we'll start to see buildings and architecture changing. I think we'll start to immerse ourselves in media through a collective experience rather than insular solo experience. I actually think VR itself is kind of on a limited time band with regards to how it will be used, especially if we look at Meta and the kind of launch of the Quest sort of program of different technologies and stuff that came out this week with Quest 2. I think it's just not an experience that people all want to jump into. It's a solo, insular experience. It's disconnected from the world around you. So I think when we see games engines starting to overlay over real-world experiences and we can fuse the two things together in a sort of mixed reality without the hindrance of technology, as in wearing headsets and closing yourselves off to everyone around you, that's where I believe we're heading. Advances in cloud computing and all these sorts of different layers of the ability to deliver those pixels to the people will open up the doors for those change elements to take place.
So what do you think is the biggest challenge for that? Cloud computing, like internet speed?
Yeah, well, ultimately the metaverse is delivered via the internet, right? So the streaming of pixels out to different users. With NVIDIA and what NVIDIA and Epic Games did back in 2019 when they raised to launch the metaverse, and in NVIDIA's world it's called the Omniverse. They are amassing large GPU systems to deliver pixels out, so these massive supercomputers that are being constructed all over the world right now. And with that power, you can access different worlds, different online cloud engines that run these games without the need to have specific PCs or gaming PCs. So, is that better? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, can you remind me of what you were asking me?
Yeah, it's good. Actually, I just wanted to clarify.
Going off-piste.
No, it's good. I'm gonna translate. I just wanted to clarify as a real quick point. What do you think were the challenges to go into those social mixed reality experience? And I asked if it was internet connection, if it was more hardware, computer power, graphic power. You have to shake it, apparently.
Hello? There we go.
It works.
I mean, there's multiple challenges, actually, if we look at the social aspect of it. We're already seeing the challenges through social media and how that's affecting people's ability to interact or what they believe to be themselves. And I think that will be one of the biggest challenges we face in the dichotomy of your personality and your persona. We see that in Instagram, of course, this hyper-positive social media platform where people are consistently putting out positive images, and then other people then reference themselves against those images and start to create their own persona that doesn't necessarily fit to the actual life of that person. And when we start to get into this rich, overlaid virtual world experience where people are interacting as themselves or as virtual personalities, then those problems are only going to become exacerbated. So I think that's one of the major challenges we have facing us with the launch of all these different metaverse-based systems.
Thank you for saying that. Let me translate a little bit because you said very interesting points. Joe estaba diciendo que le he preguntado qué es el metaverso. Esa ha sido la pregunta. Y ha dicho que, bueno, que en realidad es una pregunta muy grande y que cualquiera que te diga lo que es el metaverso directamente seguramente está diciendo tonterías, ¿no? Porque es difícil de ponerlo dentro. Lo que sí que se puede decir es que, bueno, llevamos tiempo desarrollando una serie de tecnologías que crean mundos virtuales y cada vez, bueno, pues han ido uniendo estos conceptos a estos mundos virtuales inmersivos, los conceptos de blockchain, NFTs, diferentes industrias, como por ejemplo la industria del cine, que es gigante, espacios interactivos virtuales, avatares. Entonces, todo este amalgamiento, ¿no?, de conceptos parece que están dando forma a esto que le llamamos metaverso. Pero de hecho, ya hace mucho tiempo que tenemos una plataforma que se llama Second Life, que está ahí hace más de 10 años, que es exactamente lo que todo el mundo quiere hacer ahora con el metaverso, y eso ya está hecho desde hace 10 años, ¿no? Cuando ves que tiene muchísimos, además, más usuarios que lo que puede tener, por ejemplo, Sandbox ahora mismo. Entonces, dice que es una realidad que estamos ante la cuarta revolución industrial, que va a ir guiada por tecnología. Y él también dice que, bueno, pues que realmente la experiencia de adopción del metaverso no va a venir tanto por realidad virtual, realidad totalmente inmersiva, porque eso hace que nos aislemos, que él no ve una realidad donde nos vayamos a una esquina de la habitación, nos pongamos las gafas y estemos solos conectando con gente que está lejos pero dentro de un espacio virtual, sino que ve más una realidad mixta donde podamos hacer pues una especie de realidad mixta donde estamos en la realidad con personas, pero a la vez pues interactuando con cierta capa virtual, ¿no? Y que, bueno, están los retos de la tecnología. A medida que va avanzando pues, la capacidad de tarjetas gráficas, GPU, tecnología, se despliega la posibilidad de tener mundos virtuales que sean más interesantes, y además uno de los problemas o de los retos, como decía, va a ser este concepto de identidad, ¿no? En redes sociales tenemos: yo soy una persona y en redes sociales puedo crear una especie de identidad que realmente no soy yo, pero que pongo ahí fuera como que soy yo, ¿no? Un avatar, una identidad. Y en el momento en que estemos en la vida real compartiendo en una realidad mixta, pueden haber retos y pueden haber un poco crisis de identidad de alguna manera en ese sentido. Hoy hablaremos más sobre identidades digitales con Kai Philippe, pero me parece una muy buena introducción. I really enjoy the way you say that actually, in a way, future is collaboration and not losing that sense of touch, and technology cannot be a barrier for that, but in a way, something that stimulates that in mixed realities. So, what are we seeing now, by the way?
So this is the show he produced for Burning Man, which was a 360 games engine. Hello, there we go. A 360 games engine environment at the base of Burning Man in Nevada. It was a massive collaboration in the end. We were doing a project to do with the artificial intelligence singularity, and that the future artificial intelligence would search back and look for itself. So we created an immersive games environment within the man, and inside the metadata of that game we put a declaration of benevolent coexistence. So it was a program that could be downloaded by an artificial intelligence system to itself in a ceremonial situation in Burning Man. Yeah, it's quite esoteric. We were expecting time travelers to come back in the future and get us to change the wording of the document. But yeah, if you see any of this stuff on the internet, in the back of that image and that file will contain the metadata contract that was reducted by one of the UN human rights lawyers. So hopefully we got it right.
I love how you could recreate all these kinds of experiences. It's beyond, let's use some virtual framework. It's more about, okay, what's the experience that we want to create and how can we get closer to that in a way?
Yeah, I mean, for us, Astro Project, really, one of our main founding rules in all of this is connected experience, is shared collaborative experience. It's the reason why we've steered away from things like VR specifically, because it basically disconnects you from the people around you. You can sit there on your own, and I mean, we'll talk about meta in a minute, but like, I believe the future is one of a connected reality rather than one of a disconnected reality, and you know, we're working very much towards the latter there, or the first part, the actual connected reality part. And we also use games engines and metaverse-based tools to ideate as well. So we go through a process of ideation. And this is just some of the stuff that came off my laptop last night, but we use it to actually explore worlds and build worlds that are hypothetical that we can then push into architectural development plans and walk around them and experience them with the people that we're working with on those plans. And also as well, some of the data that goes through those, for example, living systems or underground laboratories, things like this, they can all be run through all these different patches with Unreal Engine. I think you're probably going to pick up that I'm an Unreal Engine fan. I believe these will be some of the people that change the world dramatically. Their mission in their games engine is to be inclusive and collaborative and to create waves of hyper-creation rather than disconnecting people and making people consumers of content packs. So yeah, our business really looks at the generation of those worlds, the animation of ideas, and how we can explore new ideas and creativity, as well as problem solving. You know, you find problems when you enter into these sorts of virtual experiences.
Yeah. Sounds like all the projects you're doing are actually very rooted into the why, or what are we doing with these experiences and where are we going. So from your point of view, how should businesses approach their entrance to the metaverse? Like, I want to make an experience in the metaverse. What's the first thing they should ask themselves, or how to collaborate, or who to collaborate with?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There's so many different aspects to it. If we look just simply at what Facebook have done in changing their name to Meta, and the capturing of their 3 or so billion people on the planet into these sorts of metaverse-based systems or virtual engines, it's what I believe their goal is to create a group of people that are interacting, working in an enclosed VR experience with reference to the outside world through mixed media, but still the images that are coming to our eyeballs are pixels, and that's it. Whereas I believe in the future, you know, our brain, if you understand frames, our brain runs at 12,000 frames per second. And, you know, if we compare it to what you get from an Oculus, 12,000. Well, that's an estimate as well. You know, they think it could actually be more than that. But currently, you know, this screen, 30 frames per second. This is actually a really interesting project, actually, which is to deal with how we can use wearable technology to understand our own energy fields around our body and how we can generate them. That's for the Tate Gallery in London. So we modeled out the Tate Gallery in London, and we were exploring the data set that can be passed between users using metaverse-based platforms like your heart rate, your temperature, your breathing, and then transform them into real-time graphics. And as well, this is another project that we're working on, which is to do with how you can transform your own space and create virtual windows into the metaverse so that you're not using devices to access virtual engines. You're actually got them in around you, and it sort of harks back to the work we've done with projection mapping over the past.
Okay, there's a lot of things to unpack here, and I would just make a short summary about what you just said, specifically about the 12,000 frames per second. That really blew my mind, because if we're like, yeah, okay, we're buying screens that are like 60 frames per second, that's amazing. Yeah. We're nowhere closer to actually making an experience that's really immersive.
Yeah, when you break it down as far as how powerful our brain is, and wearing a VR headset, the latency when you turn your head from left to right or look left to right, that tiny little bit of latency in your mind is massive. That's why when you wear VR systems, you start to feel sick. It kind of burns your brain, because your brain is continuously trying to fight this lag and this latency. So I don't know if you've used VR a lot, but you feel sick. You get like a seasick feeling. And after a while, that goes, because effectively that part of your brain is being burned by over complicated use, and your brain just goes, actually, this is way too hard to process, let's just move on. So if we can imagine a metaverse platform that delivers 12,000 frames to your eyeballs, and you can have that rich experience without your brain fighting it, and without your brain going through a process of going, this is unnatural, then in the future, I will see that this will become a widespread use. Up until that point, especially with the likes of Quest 2 and things like that, the technology is effectively fighting your own brain and how you perceive the world around you. And I think that is also the pitfall of it, because the ability to deliver 12,000 frames through any device or over the internet is practically impossible. So the only way you're going to get there is by overlaying and creating a virtual overlay of the assets that you would find within a game, mixed with the world that you see around you at 12,000 frames per second that your eyes can receive it in.
That definitely means creating a new world. I really enjoy it, because I'm going to translate for a second, but I really enjoy your point of view, because I really think that by creating a metaverse that's actually aligned with reality in terms of bandwidth, in terms of hardware, we really can mix reality. I think there we can really build a place for even us to understand ourselves better and to create our own worlds, and to not get too spiritual, but actually proving ourselves as gods, because that's the space where we're actually proving ourselves as something bigger than us, and even proving that maybe we live in a simulation. But apart from that, me ha gustado mucho lo que has dicho acerca de la integración de la tecnología con nuestra biología. Yo nos decía que aproximadamente se piensa que el cerebro humano funciona a 12.000 frames por segundo. Significa 12.000 unidades, 12.000 imágenes por segundo, y eso es una resolución muy alta. ¿Qué pasa? Que tenemos pantallas que funcionan a 60 frames por segundo, sets de VR, sets de realidad virtual que funcionan muchísimo más lento, y eso es lo que hace que te sientas mareado. Eso es lo que hace que tu cerebro está luchando todo el rato contra la tecnología. ¿Por qué? Porque hay un microsegundo de espera que hace que tu cerebro diga, ¿qué pasa aquí? ¿Qué pasa aquí? ¿Qué pasa aquí? Y eso hace que te acabe dando dolor de cabeza y que no esté alineado. Entonces, si conseguimos realmente, una tecnología que esté alineada con la biología de tu cerebro, y dos, unas experiencias que además sean inmersivas y que realmente tengan sentido para la experiencia que estás haciendo, ahí es cuando realmente podemos empezar a hablar de un metaverso que está ahí para llevar a la humanidad a otro punto, o al menos para realmente hablar de lo que todo el mundo imaginamos como el metaverso cuando pensamos en ciencia ficción, un espacio, un mundo nuevo que estamos creando. Entonces, para poner un poco en contexto, Joe es especialista en la parte tecnológica y gráfica, y es una parte importante del metaverso, porque aparte de la economía, apart from economy, presence and experience, la presencia y la experiencia es muy importante. Así que estamos viendo estos puntos de vista con él que me parecen súper interesantes. Going a bit back to actually users and companies and people who are related to this growth that we're experiencing. Before I ask you, what's the approach that business should have in starting Metaverse's experience, or what kind of contractors, what kind of collaboration should they be looking for experiences? Let's talk about how these experiences can change business proposals. How this technology can change business or proposals, projects.
Well, I think since COVID, we've all seen that, the hindrances of people being able to be in the same room and communicating in the same space at the same time was limited, and therefore we used some of these platforms to overcome those problems, such as Zoom and Google Meet calls and things like that. And our company actually operates in Sydney. I have a studio here myself with a family in Ibiza. We work with 2 people in Montreal, and we work in a kind of a decentralized remote process. Now, the way that metaverse platforms, such as I'll show you in a minute, another one that we're working with, the way that can change businesses and the way in which businesses are operating is it will allow you to have that flow state work environment where I can come and tap you on the shoulder, and instead of organizing a Google meeting, and we all know Google or Zoom meetings, half of the call is taken up by going, "Hi, I'm Joe. Yeah, I'm in Ibiza. Nice to meet you. What's that in the background?" And sort of all these sorts of small talk, time-wasting chat experiences where really I just want to ask that one guy at the table what his plan is for this next stage. So when we look at the time that is saved in those work processes where we can have flow state work processes, that will transform the way in which we work. It already is transforming the way we work, but it will go on to another step where we can have these virtual environments. You can drop in, I know that you're there and you're working with me, but you're in Australia and I'm here in Ibiza. And I don't have to be confined by meetings or set periods of time in which I can talk to you. I can walk up to you and tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, by the way, have you seen this? Pull up a 3D file of the thing that I'm working on, and then we can jump into it together and explore, augment, change, redesign, and then that's it. That interaction would take 10 minutes. But the amount of those interactions you can have on a daily basis when you have a live flowing work environment, for example, is by a factor of 20 or 30, I think. The other part of it as well is this idea of flow state communication. You get it in a game, people are buddying up and going on different missions, but when we're doing it in a working environment, or let's say even a fan environment or a membership environment where I'm a fan of this band, you're as well, you're making your own music, you can pass me your music and we can work in a collaborative studio, then in walks someone else. All these different possibilities start to kind of be created, and they're flow state, so it means they're happening at light speed compared to the ability for me to make contact with you, book a meeting in, tell you what my plan is. We can enter into these sort of worlds and collaborate really, really quickly and in a rich format too. So as a business and approaching this idea of remote working and working from where your happiest place is and where you feel most comfortable and most productive, we're already seeing now that people aren't going back to offices after COVID. They want to stay in their house with their kids. They feel more productive in those environments. So how you can create virtual worlds that facilitate the human rather than the other way around, where the human has to fit to a set program or a meeting schedule. So as a business, I would suggest that would be one massive area of productivity. Another one is your ability to market products and really immerse people within products. For example, launching a car or a lawnmower or whatever it is that you're selling, inviting people into those worlds, and they can actually use them and not actually use them, but virtually use these tools and see the products up close in a high, rich, shaded environment where it's almost close as you can get to a sort of a real experience. And you can go through 50 of those experiences in a day if you're trying to buy a car. You're not going to the store, you're going, and then once you've figured out that you want to buy that BMW, you can jump in a car and go and actually look at it in real life. You've made your decision, you can flow into that. So we're going to see the acceleration of all of these things: work, commerce, creativity. I mean, Metaverse really is a creative revolution. The creators of the world are giving the ability to envision and imagine anything that you can create in a 3D program. So visioning projects is, from my perspective, one of the most important parts. If you can see it, you can make it. And if you can also build it in a 3D engine, you can walk around it and you can feel the experience. You can even simulate airflow data and electrical pathways and work out the actual architecture, engineering. We've done lots of work with Autodesk as well on this in San Francisco, where they're creating virtual engines. So, for example, you want to build a building and you want to say, hey, it needs to have 200 rooms in it. These are my parameters. This 3D file, it's got to sit, and then using the engine of the game to analyze the engineering data and work out what's the most efficient way to construct that building while you're standing in there with the other designers. So all this stuff is happening now, but it's confined to native applications upon computers. And I believe when we start to see the fruition of the metaverse, we'll start to see these native applications be lifted up off your computer and into a collaborative environment where you can instantaneously bring people in from different places through web links and go through these processes alongside the power of those engines and those computational devices.
Oh, that's amazing. Actually, what comes to my mind is that we don't realize how much blocked or how much we have some blocks by the environment that we have and by the possibilities that we have. Because going to a place to work in offices is very from the Industrial Revolution, where we have to go somewhere, and that's the best way for us to work. And now we're realizing that no, maybe we work better in the place that most inspire us. But there's problems with that, right? Because we don't have that instantaneous relationship with our co-partners or co-workers. And now we're allowing each other, we're allowing a space where the goodies of both things are available. And even what you say, right, an architect that has to imagine, has to have this spatial imagination, but if they're there, they could really envision that imagination and put themselves there, then maybe their creativity could explode in ways that we cannot imagine. So we're actually enabling new technologies that allow us for more creative output. So I think that's amazing.
So I was going to shake this microphone.
Let me
cocktail.
Let me translate.
I'm going to make a cocktail before I speak.
Exactly.
But yeah, we're already seeing this creative explosion. And I mean, if you just look at the stats, the demographic stats that sit below all of this stuff, in 2030, 2/3 of the planet will be gamers. In 2026, the millennial generation will come online and into the workforce, being native at using a lot of these games engines through the computer games that they're all playing right now. And you just look at the traffic on things like Fortnite and all these other games and Minecraft, for example. Now, when you overlay that into a working system environment, this new wave of the millennial generation coming into the workforce will be native with these apps. So it's like you see a kid walking around with a mobile phone, you know, they're going through it and they know how to use it. Whereas you hand that mobile phone to someone who's in their 90s, they may not be able to open it up and get in there. So it's the same, exactly the same sort of model that we're looking at with regards to how we're accessing the metaverse and the programs and the ways in which we access it through this younger generation that's coming up. So 2026, I think we'll see the real sort of uplift in this.
2026.
Yeah.
Great.
You heard it here.
Let me translate that because I think it's amazing. I will put that year in my agenda to get ready for that. Vale, le pregunté a Joe cómo cree que el mundo del metaverso puede afectar a la manera con la que trabajamos o las empresas. Y nos ha dado un punto de vista muy interesante. Y dice que al final el hecho de poder tener tecnologías realmente inmersivas puede darnos un estado de flow que no existe ahora mismo como entendemos. Por ejemplo, si tenemos una videollamada con alguien en un Zoom, siempre hay un momento de hey, ¿qué tal? Micrófono, tal, estás silenciado, ¿qué tienes detrás? Qué bien. Hay una serie de small talk que se dice en inglés como para empezar, que realmente no es lo que tú harías en la vida real. Irías directamente con 5 microgestos, ya sabes lo que tienes que hacer y vas directamente ahí, ¿no? Entonces, estas tecnologías nos permitirían no tener que estar en el mismo sitio, pero seguir teniendo la misma experiencia en el mundo real. Por ejemplo, vas a un compañero de trabajo, le tocas el hombro, dices, tal, pim, pam, y en 10 segundos ya tienes algo resuelto que no tienes que agendar en la agenda una llamada, a ver cómo estás, tener que cortar tu estado de flow, de hacer una cosa para llamar a alguien y seguir, ¿no? Entonces, este es el punto de vista más interesante. Estos estados de flow y de colaboración. Por ejemplo, 2 músicos que entre ellos pueden crear música sin necesidad de estar en el mismo sitio, pero realmente igual, no haciendo una llamada. Porque sí, es un poco un sustitutivo, pero todos sabemos que no es lo mismo estar en persona que estar por online. Por ejemplo, hacer un congreso en directo no es lo mismo que estar en una llamada de Zoom, aunque seamos 60, 70 personas. Al final, dice que puede traer muchísima más productividad porque los trabajadores pueden estar en el sitio donde ellos se sienten más inspirados en lugar de estar pues, en una oficina y a partir de ahí pues, hacer un poquito su mejor trabajo. También, como decía Laura al principio, una cosa que puede traer el metaverso es crear experiencias más inmersivas para que las personas puedan relacionarse con el producto que van a comprar de manera real antes de comprarlo. Por ejemplo, un coche. Voy a realmente probar el coche, tocar el coche, ver qué hay en el coche, o un piso, o un hotel. Puedo estar ahí antes de tomar la decisión sin tener que desplazarme. Y al final, bueno, pues que el metaverso es una revolución creativa, ya que si puedes verlo, puedes estar ahí, puedes tener muchísima más creatividad. Un arquitecto que en vez de estar imaginándose, puede realmente estar en el sitio e imaginarse cómo quedaría esto o cómo quedaría lo otro, ¿no? Eso sería un avance creativo. Y Y hasta aquí lo que hemos comentado, que también ve que cada vez más las nuevas generaciones estarán más inmersas en esta tecnología y puede haber un salto cuántico, un salto realmente importante a partir del 2026. Es así como lo ve él. Thank you very much, Joe. I don't know if someone has any questions for Joe. Okay, Joanna.
I have so many questions, but maybe I will find you later. But thanks.
I can hear you.
Maybe I also need to shake it. How does it work? But I will take just my one question to start with. So I think for me it was very interesting when you said that you don't imagine that the metaverse experience necessarily is going to include the VR glasses or such, because I think a lot of people have like this Ready Player One image in their head when we talk about what the metaverse is. So I would just be curious to understand how you then envision sort of the entry happening. You mentioned, and I heard you when you said we'll have different devices around, but for me it's not necessarily difficult, but still like more challenging to envision what that actually would look like or mean if it's not the Ready Player One version.
Okay, when Meta came out and they said that they were changing their name to Meta, they have one of the biggest social networks in the world, and they implanted this vision that everyone would be using the Oculus to get into the Metaverse-based platforms, and then once you get in there, you can basically consume content. The advancements, I mean, my world comes from projection mapping, so we were using the same games engines, but we were using them to change buildings and change our environments around us. And for me, that is the most simplistic and easy way to access a virtual world, is through a wall or an environment around you, without the need for technology on your body. When we start to see the ability for pixels to be pushed out to devices without the need for GPU computational power in those devices, I hope you can understand what I mean by that. When we start to see that happening, then that will create, and is going to create, a revolution in the way in which people can access metaverse-based platforms through glasses, through everyday sort of wearable objects. I was just with a bunch of kids just before this, ideating what they believed would be the way. And it seems we need to create lots of holograms that are floating around us. But you know, we don't know these technologies that are coming in the future, but we know that the ability to push those pixels to walls, to a pair of glasses, without the hindrance of being cut off from your environment, those things will come, I believe, and overwrite what we see with regards to VR. Magic Leap, I think, sort of touched on it originally with their plan of being able to look at a classroom and see a whale breaching in the middle of the gymnasium, right? When we start to look at the more inclusive and the community-based experience, as in I can go, oh my God, look over there, look, there's that thing, like tagged augmented reality. So assets, virtual assets that are tagged in locations, being able to be delivered to things like glasses or screens, then it's a multitude of different directions. And I think Meta really sort of set the die in the water with regards to how we perceive this change. A lot of people in this world first heard about it through that announcement of Facebook changing to Meta. And I think that was part of their game plan in changing their name to Meta, was for you to think that they were the creators of this experience. It's always going to be through screens. It's always going to be through devices. It's always going to be through your computers playing games. I don't think that's going to go anywhere soon. But I believe at some point there'll be a shift in the way in which this media is delivered to you that won't disconnect you from your environment and the people around you. And when that happens, all of these industrial moves in games engines will flow directly into that, and that's when I believe it will be a mass user case. At the moment, I think there's only 500,000 Oculus goggles out there. You know, it's really small numbers, but when it becomes more inclusive, and obviously price is really sort of inherent in all of that. You know, you can't stick a GPU in a pair of glasses for less than, you know, a couple of $100. But when it becomes something that's affordable, then I believe we'll see a shift. We'll see a shift in very similar to the way in which we use mobile phones and have mobile phone contracts. We'll see a shift in that to sort of a more wider use case. But until then, we're fixed with, you know, what we're being told, but I don't believe that.
Thanks so much.
We have another question.
Thank you. Haré la pregunta en castellano para tener más precisión, si le dices, por favor. ¿Es posible que sea necesario? Está claro que habrá plataformas propietarias que llegarán a un acuerdo de protocolo mediante el Metaverse Forum Protocol o el que sea, ¿vale? Pero siempre serán propietarias. ¿Es posible que sea necesaria una plataforma de generación de servidores en 3 dimensiones, en código abierto, para que cualquier empresa desarrolladora o empresa pequeña pueda tener su espacio virtual en 3 dimensiones sin necesidad de estar en las grandes plataformas? Es decir, sería como el servidor de Apache, al cambio, como el servidor de Apache en web, lo que supone el servidor de Apache para la web, pero para entornos virtuales. Es decir, un desarrollo a gran escala y con mayor implicación de la comunidad de desarrolladores del proyecto Open Simulator, y no sé si conoces OpenSim, para posibilitar ese acceso a metaversos de cada compañía, de cada empresa, lo que sea, y que además esté estandarizado con el protocolo del acuerdo que lleguen entre Microsoft, Facebook, bueno, lo mismo que pasa con el protocolo IP, ¿no? O sea, que podemos viajar por la web. Pues lo mismo por los distintos metaversos, incluso con servidores de código abierto. No sé si ha quedado un poco, sé que es un poco extensa la pregunta, pero...
Voy a intentar, si ves que algo no está preciso, me lo dices.
Mi español es muy terrible.
Okay, let's try. So I think the main question he's asking is that he's concerned that there's going to be some private property platforms that allow virtual worlds, and he's asking if there should be some kind of open servers, like open source, where much coders can come and construct worlds that are of open use for people to not have the necessity to use those private platforms. And he was comparing it to Apache being that kind of open source space for the web, but something into the virtual world area, to be basically not to have to go through the funnel of private platforms that create all this.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and actually we've got a very interesting project based around that, actually, which is the ability for you to create your own platforms and your own virtual worlds using basically an open source code base, which is Unreal Engine. A lot of the people in this world work in an open source way, inherently, especially with the likes of Python and even co-developing on Unreal Engine. You can take Unreal Engine and break it apart and actually redevelop the system to be whatever you want it to be, and upload it onto the Git, and I can come into your Git and see what you've done and add to it and augment it and change it. So I believe open source is the way in which a lot of the governance of all of this is going to take place, especially when we start to look at Web3 and how Web3 is interacting with it. There's multitudes of projects that are working on that line of open source, co-governed experiences that people can take and redesign their own experience within that. In fact, there's a video and a project that we're working on called Decentralized Festival, which is a music festival in the UK. And the entire festival is built upon a decentralized open source platform. And the Metaverse platform, if do you want to play that video, actually, I'll show you an example. We're working with Passage 3D, which is basically using vanilla Unreal Engine. You can go in there, you can augment your world, you can spin it up, and you can invite people into it. Yeah, so you just got an example here, and the way people are interacting is through their webcams. Their webcams getting placed onto avatar pucks, we call them.
That's the paperwork for the new CEO.
You can turn the audio down, actually, just turn the audio down. But, yeah, you can play it, but...
It has to be the current CEO, that's you, and it has to be done today.
And if it isn't?
Then...
So, yeah, here we see your webcam attached to a hockey puck. They're embedded within the game. That game engine, that level, the instance in Unreal can be anything that you want to design and create. And with this platform as well, with Decentralized Festival, we're creating a music festival as well as the game simultaneously happening. So people can attend the festival, and the screens of the festival will not only be camera inputs, as in people looking to the festival and looking at windows into the experience, but vice versa. People at the festival will be able to see people in virtual world on the other side. Now, outside of that, when we start to look at Web3 and different blockchains sitting in the back end and doing all of the auditing of the passing, for example, you're swapping a t-shirt, I'm buying an NFT off you, all of that is open source and completely decentralized, so no one's in control of it, everyone can see what's happening. When that is overlaid on virtual world experiences, you spin up your virtual world, you create it, you put it online, you start interacting with it. And the idea is that multiple of these worlds will be simultaneously happening, which means that you as the user, if you're using the same protocol for the Web3 and also the same games engine for the 3D environment, you'll be able to walk between these worlds and dip into different collaborative experiences. These can host up to 20,000 people simultaneously, and it's using a webcam, so it's not, you're not disconnected, but it's got spatial audio around it as well. And so these are some of the projects that are coming out, but they're all completely open source. You can jump in and re-engineer what there is in the back, and I can take what you've created and change it. There's stuff to do with IP and intellectual property that comes into that when you're taking a piece of code. I think probably everyone knows about Bill Gates and how Windows was formed. He took open source platform and basically made it a licensed software. But with the expansion of this stuff happening, and especially with the likes and the working processes of the companies like Epic Games, the ability for people to dive in, take that software, change it to something that they want to create, host it, put it up online, and invite people into it. That's already happening now. We've seen the early stages of it happening like this, where it's environments that people are having conversations in. They're moving around, they're jumping, they're maneuvering themselves. They're going, I don't want to be part of this conversation anymore. But it's all open source at the back. And you can go onto the Git and look at all of the software that's been written for the likes of Epic Games, or even in the blockchain as well. With the likes of different blockchain protocols, you can create your own chain based upon a Cosmos chain very, very quickly and easily. I hope I answered your question.
¿Sí? Bueno, básicamente decía que sí, que existe y que hay muchos proyectos que ya están funcionando en open source por detrás. All right, I think we're going to have time to chat with you. Are you going to stay during the day in the conference? Or?
Yes, I'll be around for a few hours.
Great.
Hang out.
So people can connect with you around the day, more or less?
Yeah, I'll be around. Come
Great.
and say hello.
So if you have any other questions, we're going to have Joe around. I want to really thank you for your input here. That was very, very inspiring. And yes, please, it's Joseph. All right. Sometimes when we get into the skeleton of it all, it's really, really inspiring. And there's sometimes that you really see, there's sometimes that we really see this going into the future. It's very, very inspiring. Actually, our next talk is going to be also around Metaverse, but more specifically into one of the creative arts that have impacted this island more. I don't know about you, but some of my most impactful experiences has been around music. And for me, it's not only about the music, but it's been how do I listen to music, where do I listen to music, with who I listen to music. And in a way, when I listen about music and Metaverse, it really inspires me because, you know, it's not the same to listen to a radio when you're listening to house music or to be in the club listening to house music with all these people, all these smells, all the experience. And for me, it's very interesting to see how much of that can we recreate, how much of those experiences we can bring home, we can bring to different places. Can I feel the same in the beach, for example? Could I feel what I'm feeling in a club in the beach? And what does it take? So I think that it's severely important to research on what can the Metaverse bring into the world and industry of music. And I think we're in the best place and island ever to talk about that. So we're going to have our first talk about music and the Metaverse with Roman Rapak, who is CEO of Wristband, and we're going to have him remotely in the Metaverse. And let's check if he's here ready for the talk. And well, I think get ready because we're going to have several talks about music and Metaverse tonight and today. And while, yeah, we confirm that he's there. I don't know if you're there, Roman. Say hi. Okay, perfect. We can wait for a second, and in the meantime, I will introduce him. Roman Rapak is a co-founder and chief creative officer of Wristband and frontman of the band Miro Shot. Basically, Wristband, okay, is a music metaverse platform which allows artists and performers to create experiences within a fully 3D interactive digital world. Basically, in a place where you're living, you have a presence, and you're fully immersed. Accessible via Mac, PC, or mobile, whatever is the platform that we use, and events taking place in the real world can seamlessly create a digital twin in Wristband, combining the excitement of a real concert with the power and reach of digital social experiences. Basically, we're researching on that. How can we take an experience and duplicate it somewhere else? I'm sure you have always felt or sometimes felt that feeling of, okay, there's this party happening over there and I'm at home. Could I bring the vibe from that party home? Actually, does that make sense? And all these questions are the ones that people who are building in this sector are actually researching. And looks like that's what Wristband is actually aiming at doing. Actually, he's a musician himself in this band called Miro Shot. It's an electronic indie band who created the world's first XR live music concert, touring art galleries, venues, cinemas, warehouse, and festivals in the UK, France, Germany, all around Europe, basically Holland and even Amsterdam, yeah, the Institute of Contemporary Art in Amsterdam. I cannot wait to have this conversation with Roman. Let's see if we can have him on Zoom. It's not here. We're calling him, yeah. We're definitely not in that moment of seamless integration all around the world, which actually was very interesting. I'm going to talk about what Joseph said right now. He said that there's this challenge of bringing this biological frame rate into digital space. And it was nice to hear how he says that it doesn't matter if it's a wall with a screen or if it's glasses. Metaverse can be provided with pixels at the end of the day, right? Pixels, something that you see. And what's computationally hard is to move those pixels. That's actually the problem with computation, like video games or videos and seeing things realistically. You need to have a lot of pixels and you need to move them fast. So for doing that, we need hardware that allows to do that. And right now, that hardware is embedded in the glasses or in the screen, etc. The moment that we can actually separate that hardware from the device, I'm out. It's like, shut up. Okay, looks like we're moving something. So we're changing? Great, perfect, great. So we're gonna have to wait for the music. And as I was saying, the moment that we make the visual experience, okay, the moment that we do the visual experience, we don't need the hardware integrated in the device to have a visual experience that's really, really nice. That's the moment where everything is going to flow into the metaverse. Let's do something. We're gonna skip the music, and we're gonna do another one. Yes, great. We're gonna skip the music for now. We're gonna connect with Roman afterwards, and we're gonna do before a little break one that I'm really, really excited about. We're gonna skip from music to identity, which is another kind of philosophical thing that we also have to take into consideration. We're gonna talk about digital identities through avatars, a passport to the metaverse. And for that, please, Kai Philippe, can you come into the stage? Thank you. Let's receive him with a warm applause, please. I really like the topics you work on, really. I think it's very interesting and really important to think about who we are in these new worlds, who we are in this, even in the development of these new worlds, right? And Kai is the CEO of Union Avatars, and I have a lot to say about it, but why don't you explain us what's Union Avatars and what's your work there and how did it all started?
Well, in Union Avatars, basically what we're doing is offering tools, either for companies or for users, to manage their digital identity in the metaverse, and we do it through avatars. Our first approach was with photorealistic avatars, but now we have what we call the style converter, so we are able to generate different styles or different type of avatars based on the platform that you want to join.
Hello? Yep. That's crazy. That's amazing, crazily amazing. All the adjectives that you want to add to amazing, because this is really important space for that, and we need to think about that. So let's start from the beginning. Could you explain us some difference between an identity as a user in Web 2 and identity as a user in Web 3? What are the main difference between them?
Well, at the end of the day, at least from the approach that we have, an identity can represent either an entity or a person. Mm-hmm. But if we talk specifically about persons, probably in Web 2 we can say that our identity is probably managed by a third party, so we are not the real owners of our own identity. It's managed by a third party company, either I don't know, Google, Facebook, probably all of you already log into different platforms with your email address or with your Facebook account. So until now, on the paradigm that we were living in, especially in Web 2, we were like the users and our identities were around the platforms that we're using. Now what we're trying to do with Web3 is a little bit recover the ownership of our own identity, of our own data, and being the platforms that are around the user and not the other way around. No? Now we're trying to recover a little bit some, let's say, ownership of all the information related to us that we have been losing over the time. In Web 2, in the traditional web, we don't even know the information or the personal information that we're sharing with the platforms. They are monetizing our data and we don't get a cut on what they are monetizing, and we really don't even know where it's being used. When it comes to Web3, especially with self-sovereign identity and different projects related to identity, we are trying to recover that power.
So in a way, we're saying that in Web2, our identities, despite taking care of them, despite creating a nice avatar lifestyle, despite all the efforts we put into it, they don't belong to us, they belong to platforms. And they actually exploit that. They actually mine that into their own profit. They are mining our identities and our data.
Exactly. And then at the end of the day, if our data or our identity is owned by them, we are depending totally on them. So I don't know, like our profile in Facebook is totally depending on Facebook. So if Facebook disappear, our identity is disappearing with it, or our whatever email on Gmail, on Google. If Gmail disappear one day, probably we are losing a lot of things related to our identity, no? The way we are approaching now is having an identity that can be moved and ported from one platform to the other, in a way that we can maybe represent ourselves or our self-identity in a different way in each platform, but always keeping the truth or the root of our identity in our possession.
That sounds more like real life, right? You're you dressed up, you're you with your wallet, your money, your ID, your clothes, and you move from store to store, let's say, and it's you that moves through all the merchants, and it looks like in the internet, it's like I don't know exactly who are you, you're nothing until you're inside the store, and then you create your identity. And if you go out to the store, you have to create another identity that's more or less
exactly
the same somewhere else. And that actually doesn't make sense. It doesn't relate to the real world, right?
Yeah, even, well, this morning we were having like a small conference with some kids. They were 10 years old and they played Roblox and Minecraft and different video games. And it was fun because we were talking specifically about this, no? The fact that you have to create a new character or a new profile in each platform that you're joining. So there is no way that you can move even your assets or your possessions from one platform to the other. That's something that, thanks to technologies like blockchain or other decentralized technologies, we're getting to that point where maybe we will recover that ownership.
I have a question about kids now, because, yeah, I mean, kids play a lot of video games and they're really digital natives. Do you think they relate their identities with what they do in those games, what they do and what they achieve, the objects that they can achieve in some kind of game? Do you think that that's like part of who they feel they are?
Yeah, I think, well, I don't remember the source of it, but I was reading like a market research not long ago, and they were saying that on the Generation Z, I think it was up to 60% of the people feel more related to their avatar or to their digital identity than to the real identity, because somehow they can express fully who they are. Maybe sometimes in the real life it's not like this.
Actually, let's talk about information inside identity, right? Because identity seems to be formed by different information. It's not just one thing. And what would the idea of self-sovereign identity be? What does that mean? What does that imply?
Well, I think the first implementations or ideas of self-sovereign identity on blockchain came around 2016, if I'm not wrong. The idea of self-sovereign identity is that you can have something that is called verified credentials. So that means that some entity or some platform or whatever can generate a specific validation of one part of your identity. One example that we can use now also, because we are in Ibiza, is for example, when you go into a club, no? At the end of the day, when you go into a club, they ask you if you are under 18 or if you are over 18 to access this club. But at the end of the day, we are showing our ID card that is telling a lot of information that maybe is not relevant to know if you are able to enter or not, in the sense that at the end of the day in your ID card you can see where you were born, or what's your nationality, what's your age, I don't know, the names of your parents. There are some, I would say, non-important things that can still be a condition, or like it can affect the access that you have to this club. At the end of the day, if they want to know how old, if you are over 18, they don't need to know how old are you. So there is some extra information that we are providing. Thanks to self-sovereign identity, we could get a verified credential that says that we are over 18, so that could be validated and we could get the access to the club without having to tell who we are, what's our name, or how old we are. No, it's things that at the end of the day, it can affect our access to the entity or to the place where we want to go.
It's very interesting because it allows us to actually think about these kind of things. We never thought we just give the ID, but why does a bouncer need to know what's my name or where I live?
Yeah, and not only that, because you can add these verified credentials in a way that you create different badges or batches. So then you can have, like, let's say, a profile for, I don't know, interacting with banks, because it might be that they need some specific information that then you don't need when you access another place, no? So at the end, you can generate different profiles under your own identity and then use it depending on what you want to access. Let's say we want to access a social network, so you have a profile for social networks. You can have a profile for video games. You can have a profile for, I don't know, professional platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So you can create different identities under your main identity, connecting different verified credentials on the same group, let's say.
So let's talk about that groups actually, because we think about the metaverse, we think about avatars, we think about identities that we can own, but how does that relate with our tribe or communities? Do you envision like us having different avatars for different communities, or is it like how is community created in the metaverse? Because it looks like very dispersed, right? At least now, if I use my photo, it may change. In Instagram, I may have or in Facebook, I may have a more chill photo, and in LinkedIn, I would have a more professional photo, but I'm still me. How does that relate to digital communities where I can be a dinosaur somewhere and an old grandma in another one?
Well, I think like the comparison you did is pretty good. When it comes to the metaverse or the different immersive or virtual worlds that we can access, at the end of the day, you don't dress the same way when you go to the beach or when you go to work or to the gym, no? So that's a little bit the same thing. When you are accessing this type of platforms, you might want to access like a photorealistic avatar if you're going to let's say a job meeting or a work summit. But then if you enter a video game, maybe you want a superhero version of yourself. And then when you go to party with your friends, you want a different avatar that even is not similar to who you are, no? At the end of the day, I'm repeating myself, but you have different projections of your own identity, and you can call them based on the platform where you want to interact. And that's a little bit the idea of all this process.
That's super interesting, and I think that opens a lot of discussion on who we are versus who we want to be, right? And if we have the chance to be who we want to be, how does that impact our relationship with a platform or a community?
Well, I think like over the time it changed a lot, especially at the beginning of internet or web or HTTP, however you want to call it. We had a lot of different chats or ways of communicating one with each other. For me, on that time, it was not that important, your real identity. You could have even a nickname, and this nickname have a proper reputation, and as far as you have a way to sign or to demonstrate that this communication is made by you, you could have an anonymous or a private identity that can be used more than once, no? I think a clear example is Satoshi Nakamoto. We don't know who Satoshi is, but he had an identity that they could or he could use in a recurrent way. So later, with the implementation of all these social networks, we got a little bit forced, especially by Facebook, to disclaim our real identity. There's people who think that it's better. There's people who think that it can be dangerous. But we are talking about this now. But the fact is that we all get this real name exposure on the internet. No, now with Web3, I think we are going a little bit back on this very roots nature that internet have. That is the possibility of be who you want to be. Something that sometimes in the real life is not like this. So all these digital or virtual worlds allow you to express yourself in a different way. And going back to your previous question too about the communities, I think it's important that, I don't know, I talk from my own experience, but it's true that when I was a kid, I got to meet a lot of people that probably when I was 14, I could not travel all over the world and meet new people because, well, you have to pay for tickets or whatever, no? You're living with your family, so it's not that easy. But thanks to these technologies, I was able to connect with different communities that share the same interests than me, and maybe my real-life friends didn't have the same interests. So I was part of a bigger community of people that think like me, and some of these people later on have been my really good friends in real life too. But I think, like as you were saying before, like communities is something really important. No, one example that I use a lot is, I don't know, let's say that Fortnite one day decide to, I don't know, push a message saying that people should not buy white cars. Probably next day there will be a loss on white car sellings, no? In the sense that, I don't know, I even know all the dance from Fortnite. I didn't play once in my life Fortnite, but I think sometimes these communities are bigger than the virtual or digital platform where it's used, and that's something important too, because the message can reach a wider audience than just the people who is part of it.
I think we all converge into the idea that communities are huge in the internet space, and even more with Web3 and the Metaverse. The impact of an idea running around the community and the way it can be pushed forward by the community itself, it's just unbelievable. And especially if the communities are so engaged in a way, in the Web3 way or in the Metaverse way. So that comes with a challenge, I guess, with fake identities or deep fakes. How do you see that coming? Because we see already the threat of a deep fake, of someone impersonating a politician saying whatever. How does that apply to identities in Metaverse or avatars?
Well, I think lately with the deep fakes, we saw a lot of things that can be possible, so we don't really know what can be happening in the future or which tools we will have to really explore or investigate these sort of actions, let's say. But what I think is like there's something that was invented really long time ago that is cryptography. So through cryptography, we can still play with this way of really, let's say, having your identity. It doesn't have to be a real identity with a name and a family name for me, but the fact that there is an identity created with a private key, and that can be helpful to sign different communications, message, whatever action you are doing digitally. So I think it's a way to demonstrate where a message is coming from. So thanks to cryptography, we can still play with knowing the sources of wherever we are looking for. I think in a way blockchain can help. For me, it's not everything have to be on blockchain, so there are other ways, distributed, federated ways to play with the ownership and with private public keys. But I think like people will have to learn, or we will have to develop tools that help us to understand all this cryptography related to that, and that will be something that will be more on our day by day. I think a big part of blockchain technology, Web3, however we want to call it, is the sense of ownership, no? The private keys, not your coins, things like this. At the end of the day, it's the same thing in identity, no? Everything can be based on a private key that can help you in whatever, owning your identity, owning your communications, owning your assets, your tokens, whatever. So I think there is a little bit a learning curve on that, especially until the technology is in a way that is making it easier for everybody. But yeah, I think on this specific case, cryptography have a lot to do.
Well, for those of you who may not be completely familiar with the concept of private keys, at the end is all these objects, all these coins, even your identity in a way, could be stored in this thing we call wallet, which is the way we access the blockchain, which is, as we most know, a hard register where things are written there and then they're unchangeable, and that's the power actually of blockchain. And through the private key, we actually demonstrate, we actually can prove that we are the owners of that wallet because we can make transactions in the name of that wallet in a way. So that's very ingrained in the concept of identity, or how to hold who we are, how to prove who we are through the concept of a private key, which is like the key to your house. I'm the owner of the house because I have the key. And my next question about that is, how do you see platforms complying with blockchain identities? And the first example that comes to my mind was, how can platforms help into that? For example, Twitter, right? They have implemented this thing that you can prove that that's your NFT. Because if you can put whatever profile picture, but if that's actually an NFT that you own, then instead of being a circle, it's an hexagon. And that way you can prove that, oh, that person has verified that that's his avatar. Do you think, like, how do you see that?
Well, I think like the example that you put with Twitter is a good option. I think we will have to find different tools that can help us in demonstrating the ownership of the information, or validating the truth or the roots of the information that is coming, also to avoid fake information, not only fake identities, but fake information in general. So if we find ways to trace all this information to the very roots of where it's coming, it would be helpful. I think platforms in general, or Metaverse in general, there is still really a long way to walk to this, let's say, interoperability, or way to moving from one place to the other with your own identity. There is different platforms using different change, game engines, so there is no standard like on web that can help us to reach this free movement from one platform to other through your identity. My personal opinion is that probably in a mid-long term we will see ways of navigating or browsing between platforms through our own identity. I think one of the main things that is missing now in Metaverse is, let's say, the browser of the Metaverse. Right now we have several different platforms, but as Joe, I think, was saying before, right now it's not that much different as what we had, I don't know, 10 years ago with Second Life, no? Right now, for me, we have a lot of isolated platforms that are not connected between them. But I think there's different associations like the Metaverse Standard Forum, or different other associations that are aiming to have protocols that can help us to move from one platform to the other.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge. So how do you see brands and identities? How does avatars and Metaverse shape that?
For me, that's an interesting point, because, for example, for us, in Union Avatars, when we talk about identities, we usually talk about persons or profiles that represent persons. But lately, we are having different partners who are exploring other ways of managing identities. For example, we're working with a company in Valencia where they are creating houses, like domotic houses, that they have a replica or a twin on Spatial, like one of these immersive platforms. And then it's interesting because they see the house itself as an identity that have a background where, like, when you access the virtual house, you can see the maps, you can see who was the first person who bought it, when it was built, you can see all the process. And then it's interesting too, because they want to allow the house to be an identity by itself, have some sort of verification, and not only that, but also even a way that they can virtually move the house from one place to the other without affecting the real life house. But what I mean, at the end of the day, identities can represent anything, organizations, entities, even houses, buildings, clubs, wherever we want, just like in real life. No? You have identities that represent human persons, but you also have more fiscal identities that represent companies like SLs or LLC. So I think that will be transferred on the virtual world the same way.
Yeah, the concept of digital twin is exciting, because It's like, are we replicating who we are in the metaverse? Are we creating like a parallel world where I see it a little bit like, how is this TV show called? Stranger Things? And you have like the other side, and then the other side can be the same, or can be utopian, or can be a bit dystopian, right? And it's very interesting how are we having the chance to decide how we're representing to the side as users and as businesses too. So that's amazing. Actually, do you see many businesses moving themselves into the metaverse in a way that their identity is preserved or is enhanced? Do you have any other examples? Because I think that one from Valencia was really inspiring.
As an entity, you mean? Or as a person?
I was thinking about more as an entity, or their assets, or...
I mean, not that we are working with, but for what I know, like from other companies who are specifically working in self-sovereign identity, I know that they are working with entities like universities, that they are having their own identity as an entity too. So, and then from that they can release different, I don't know, assets, certificates, things that then you can apply on your own identity and move it from one place to the other. I think like one of the important also parts of, or let's say features that this self-sovereign identity can give us is the fact that you don't have to check every time that a verified credential is valid. Once it's released, sometimes you don't need, there might be some specific credentials that you need to revalidate or make sure that it didn't expire, or you can put some triggers to have this validation, but you don't have to be validating every time the same information in a recursive way, or calling back the entity who released at first point this part of the identity.
Yeah, sounds like there's still technicalities to smooth into that transition. But Kai, just to start wrapping up, how can the metaverse help us with our own identity?
Well, as I was saying, for me, like the reality that we live in is different in each country. So for me, identities can be approached or seen in a different way depending on where are you based. We usually think about our own experience. So for us, identity is one thing, but for me, one project, for example, to say just a word, one project that we were working with is like they are journalists from different countries where they are in war or they are in conflict, let's say. So these journalists were looking for an identity that can be used over the time, and they can repeatedly use signing the articles or whatever they are doing with the same identity. But at the same time, for them, it's interesting that this identity is not linked to a real identity in the real world. No? I think like identities, at the end of the day, there is one identity for each person, so each person can have a different need when it comes to the representation of their digital identity. Okay. But for me, I would say that the best or the biggest benefit that we're having with this distributed or decentralized identities in a way is the ownership, no? And I think that's one of the biggest things that we are getting with blockchain, is that finally we are recovering the ownership of our everything, identity, assets, properties, whatever. So I think that's the big shift on this technology. Even though, as you say, like right now there is no specific implementation on how to do this self-sovereign identity network. There are different protocols that people is testing, so it will take long until we see a final solution, but I think we're heading the good way.
Great. Sounds amazing. Breaking the frontiers, like breaking the ice of who we are thanks to the metaverse. Anyone has any question for Kai? About identities, metaverse, or passport into that? Great. Yeah? Oh, okay. That was a fairly even match.
Do you think famous people in the future can camouflage herself in the Metaverse, or there are paparazzis in the Metaverse?
I don't know. A good question. I don't know. I think like at the end of the day, even like we now not talking about identities, talking about avatars. Lately, I'm seeing a lot of things that I never thought about. Like for example, we providing avatars to one club, like a music club, a digital music club. Where they do is they get the rights of famous DJs, and then they put them on a virtual club and they are playing. But the thing is like, it's a passive income because the DJ is never connected. So it's like a bot that is playing as a representation of the DJ. So it's like a streaming, no? They are generating a passive income. The DJ doesn't have to be there virtually playing, but they have the DJ playing 24 hours a day. So I think, I'm not sure if about the paparazzis, but I think there will be a moment where there will be agencies that offers you, I don't know, you want Rosalia in your virtual event, you have to pay that much amount, and then you will have somebody managing this virtual Rosalia and playing in your platform. I don't think we will go that far as paparazzis, because at the end of the day, it's not tied to your real identity, so you don't know who is behind this character. But well, you never know what can happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have a last question, I think, there.
Hi.
Hi.
So at Bankless DAO recently, we've been dealing with a lot of protocols who are dealing with on-chain identities of various ways, shapes, and form and reputation. One of the things that is prominent in the field is some sort of KYC integration. I heard you mention banks earlier. And so how do you see your platform either integrating with the KYC platform, or do you see yourselves integrating that somehow yourselves?
What I see is like, for me, all this public information that you want to share, KYC or whatever, it should be opt-in. Like, I think we cannot, or we should not force people to KYC. Me personally, I'm against KYC, but I understand that for the regulation and everything, it needs to be done. For me, when we talk about identities, there is two different approaches. On the traditional internet, there is sometimes where I'm using my real ID or a certificate, like when I'm interacting with banks or with governments. But then 95% or 98% of my operations daily are not tied to my real identity, in the sense that I log in with an email, and my email is not a certificate provided by any government or by any entity. So I think when it comes to Web3 identity, we should find a way that we can authenticate or move ourselves without having to KYC. And then at any time you can KYC, get a DID, a decentralized ID, and attach it to your virtual identity. But then, as we were saying before, no, you might have different profiles, some KYC, some not. And then based on the platform that you are accessing, I don't know, if I want to enter an exchange, probably I would need to use one of my KYC identities. But if I want to enter a social network, maybe it's not specifically relevant that it's KYC. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kai. It was super inspiring. I think it's topics that we should all be thinking about. We're gonna make a short pause to change the speakers now. And I think we'll dive a little bit into some music before going to have a lunch break. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
No sé si se me oye. Vale. Tenemos un poco de setup, que tenemos a uno de los invitados que se conecta online porque no ha podido venir. La charla va a ser en castellano, ¿vale? Entonces, no sé si queréis avisarme cuando esté David online. Bueno, voy controlando. Bueno, voy presentándome. Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por venir a esta ponencia de NFTs y música. Yo soy Claudia Giraldo, soy fundadora de Common Sense Finance, que es una startup de cripto, y también fundé Bamboo PR, que es una agencia de comunicación especializada en la Web3. Hoy nos acompañan en esta mesa redonda Arnau Sabaté, que es CEO y cofundador de Gutsu, y David Tomu, que ahora entrará online, que David es CEO y fundador de Mito. Ambos han desarrollado unos proyectos, unas plataformas de NFTs, sobre todo para lo que viene a ser el entorno artístico y musical. Y hoy nos van a dar su visión, sobre todo de lo que pueden aportar los NFTs, la tecnología blockchain, a la industria de la música. Vamos aprovechando, si queréis. Arnau, mira, preséntate. Yo sé que has estado muchos años trabajando en el sector de la música tradicional, en Primavera Sound, y ¿por qué te decidiste a montar Gutsu?
Sí, ¿se me oye? Sí, ¿no? Hola, hola. Ah, vale.
Sí.
Hola, ahora sí. Bueno, sí, yo vengo...
Mira, aquí tenemos a David. No sé si no.
Hola,
¿Qué tal, David?
¿Qué tal?
Hola, David.
Hemos hecho una pequeña intro de la mesa redonda. Te hemos dicho que tú venías conectándote por Zoom porque no has podido venir, porque no se encontraba muy bien, pero bueno, ha querido estar aquí con nosotros y nada. Primero vamos a permitir que Arnau se presente y luego te pasamos contigo.
Perfecto.
Pues sí, yo me considero básicamente una music lover más que un crypto enthusiast, como se conocen ambos perfiles, ¿no?, de este tipo de gente en ambos sectores. Yo vengo de la industria tradicional, de la música, tengo un background de alrededor de 15 años trabajando para empresas top del sector. Los últimos 5 años he estado trabajando en Primavera Sound, donde era uno de los principales bookers, y antes pues había estado también trabajando para Discogs, que es el principal marketplace y database de música en el mundo. Y en paralelo también había estado siendo como Head of Music en Jagger Music. Pasa que descubrí blockchain aproximadamente en el año 2017, aproximadamente, gracias a mis socios Alex Puig y Sandra Cabero. Y a partir de entonces, de descubrir lo que era blockchain y ver las oportunidades que se presentaban ante este universo inmenso y las soluciones que podían existir cuando se hablaba de industria de la música, pues empezamos a investigar con mi socio, Frankie Pizza. Y a pesar de que fue en 2017 aproximadamente, si no recuerdo mal, cuando descubrimos blockchain, no decidimos empezar una empresa hasta aproximadamente hace un año. Montamos Gutsu en noviembre de 2021, todavía en esa época aún estábamos trabajando en el Primavera, y en febrero de este año, de 2022, tanto Frankie, mi socio, como yo, decidimos dejarlo todo para movernos full time al Web3, al espacio Web3. Insisto, no tanto fascinados por el boom de NFTs que había en esa época, ni porque fuéramos usuarios crypto-lovers, sino que nosotros éramos fans de la música y veíamos en el Web3 un universo y unas posibilidades increíbles de poder dar solución a muchos de los problemas que se plantean en la industria de la música tradicional, y por eso montamos Gutsu principalmente.
Perfecto. Bueno, y David, David, ¿cómo entra en el mundo de la blockchain, de los NFTs, que sé que llevas bastante tiempo, y qué es Mito?
Vale, en el mundo de... Espero que me entendáis. llevo un resfriado bastante fuerte estos días. En blockchain entré en 2017 porque yo antes hacía algoritmos de trading y me acuerdo que me llamaron un día mi hermano y me dijo, ¿tú sigues con eso de la bolsa? Seguro que puedes hacer más dinero en cripto. Y me acuerdo que me quedé una semana leyendo el white paper de Bitcoin y de ahí cambió todo. Yo empecé básicamente por tema financiero, pero sí que me di cuenta cuando salieron los CryptoKitties, por ejemplo, en 2017, vi que era algo wow. ¿Por qué la gente gasta dinero en un gatito cuando realmente se puede comprar un token que sube? Y empecé a investigar y me di cuenta que los NFTs es mucho más allá que una imagen y que trata más de valor que transferimos a través de la internet. Y desde ahí pues empecé a hacer bastante cosillas. Trabajé como tokenomics designer por 3 años. No sabía, también conocí a Alex Puig y Sandra Cabrera, trabajé con ellos casi 2 años. En Cairn Labs estamos todos conectados por aquí en España. Y luego ya empecé mi trayectoria personal, digamos. Monté Mingate, donde queríamos, y lo seguimos haciendo, ayudar a creadores y a marcas para que tengan una utilidad en su token. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Todo el mundo empieza a sacar sus tokens, pero, por ejemplo, trabajamos con equipos de la NBA y era, vale, hacemos este NFT drop. ¿Y ahora qué? ¿No? Porque todo el mundo, una vez tienes un token en tu wallet, te preguntas qué hago con él. ¿Me espero a que suba o lo puedo utilizar con algo? Entonces nosotros hacíamos la parte de, lo puedes utilizar. Y de ahí creamos lo que es el token Getting Hoy, somos los primeros a implementarlo. Y está guay que ya sea un estándar en el ecosistema y, por ejemplo, pues este Zoom, nosotros lo que hacíamos es, ¿quieres hablar conmigo? Compra este token y accedes a un Zoom. ¿Y cómo empezó Mito? Empezamos a ver como todo el boom de los NFTs, pues sí que en España hay bastante cultura sobre el arte y vimos que no hay nada específicamente enfocado a artistas de habla hispana, ¿no? Y de ahí salió de cómo puedes crear algo in-house. Y Mito realmente es una galería de contenido de curado digital donde conectamos artistas, creadores, marcas para que publiquen ediciones limitadas y coleccionables en forma de NFTs, ¿no? Y tenemos como 4 brancas, que es arte, deporte, música y originals, donde lo último son, digamos, los NFTs que nosotros mismos creamos para nuestra comunidad.
Vale, luego os preguntaré un poco más a nivel tecnológico cómo funciona. Gracias a los dos por presentaros. Antes de pasar al debate, me gustaría repasar algunas cifras de la industria de la música para contextualizar. Según Goldman Sachs y su informe Music in the Air, los ingresos de la industria de la música alcanzarán los 131.000 millones de dólares en 2030. El informe también percibe que habrá un incremento sobre todo del streaming, que es como Spotify, ¿no? Esto seguirá creciendo en la misma tónica, nuevas plataformas como TikTok, que también están cada vez metiéndose más en el mundo de la música, y también habrá una reactivación de la música en vivo. También es optimista en cuanto a los ingresos editoriales, que esto es importante, y predice que aumentarán en 11.600 millones de dólares. Pero estos ingresos editoriales son acaparados en su mayor parte por las majors, como son Sony, Universal y otras grandes players de la industria, como es Spotify o Apple Music, ¿no? Entonces, claro, entre el artista y el consumidor o el fan hay toda una cadena de intermediarios que acaban cogiendo su trocito y que al final esto perjudica o está en detrimento tanto del artista como del fan, que acaban pagando un sobrecoste o acaban viendo como su obra igual no está valorada todo lo que tendría que estar, ¿no? Entonces, a partir de aquí surge blockchain, una nueva tecnología que puede llegar a cambiar cómo es el modelo de negocio, ¿no? Y cómo interactúa el artista con el fan o con el usuario. Ya existen plataformas como Audius o Sound y álbumes que ya se han financiado a través de tokens o NFTs. Y artistas como Snoop Dogg, por ejemplo, el músico de hip hop, también ya han hecho su incursión en el mundo de los NFTs y han probado y han tenido éxito y han tenido unos buenos retornos. Entonces, para profundizar en la aplicación de qué puede aportar la blockchain a estos nuevos modelos de negocio dentro de la música, tanto Arnau como David precisamente han desarrollado cosas muy interesantes. Y aquí os quería empezar a preguntar un poco, quizás empezamos por Arnau, ¿qué aporta blockchain en vuestro proyecto, ¿no? ¿Qué cambia? Porque sé que Gutju es una plataforma más enfocada al tema del merchandising del artista, ¿y qué cambiáis?
Gutsu, para definirlo de una forma muy sencilla, nuestro modelo de negocio básicamente lo que hace es aportar el digital merchandising a la industria de la música a través de los NFTs. Es decir, nosotros conocemos muy bien la industria de la música tradicional y somos conscientes de que el merchandising supone una de las mayores fuentes de ingreso tanto para artistas como para entidades. Es decir, y esto lo comprenderéis con un ejemplo muy básico. Cuando Messi jugaba en el Barça ingresaba una cantidad ingente de dinero por la venta de camisetas de Messi. Una vez Messi se va al Paris Saint-Germain, el Barça pierde una gran fuente de ingresos y lo gana esta otra nueva empresa, en este caso un equipo de fútbol, ¿no? En el mundo de la música pasa lo mismo. Básicamente porque es entretenimiento todo, al fin y al cabo. Y todo se basa en las comunidades de fans y cómo los fans demuestran su engagement con el artista o la entidad en cuestión. No solo artistas, sino también entidades. Tú puedes ser fan de Pachá o del Primavera Sound. Pachá estoy seguro que también ingresa una gran cantidad de dinero en formato de merchandising. Entonces, ahora que nos estamos aproximando a estas nuevas sociedades digitales, la era de los metaversos, nosotros creímos que era muy inteligente llevar este modelo de negocio del merchandising a la vida digital, con lo cual creamos este concepto de que, no digo que nos lo inventamos nosotros, evidentemente, pero basamos nuestro modelo de negocio en eso, ¿no? y en la forma en cómo los artistas pueden capitalizarse gracias al fandom que demuestran su comunidad de fans. Básicamente nosotros y esto gana mucho sentido de la conversación que venimos ahora, ¿no? De las identidades digitales. Nosotros creemos firmemente en el patrimonio digital. Sabemos que el patrimonio es algo que define 100% la identidad de una persona. Yo mismo soy coleccionista de discos, tengo miles de vinilos y los tengo en una parte, y mi colección de discos la tengo en una parte muy importante de mi casa. Eso, aparte del amor que le tengo yo a esa colección, es también por una parte de identidad. También me compro unas sneakers en concreto porque forman parte de mi identidad. Esto se demuestra en las identidades digitales, pero en este caso el patrimonio digital, que son los NFTs, es lo que nosotros ponemos delante de nuestro modelo de negocio, ¿no? Entonces, Gutsu nace básicamente con este pretexto de darle una oportunidad a los artistas para que capitalicen arte digital o assets digitales con un certificado de propiedad, al fin y al cabo un NFT, y que lo vendan a sus fans. No creemos tanto en la parte especulativa, sino como en el formato en sí.
Y en vuestro caso, David, Mito está muy enfocado a conectar al artista con el fan a través de una plataforma, ¿verdad? Si quieres explicarnos un poco más cómo funciona.
Exacto, va por ahí al final. Si no fijamos en merchandising, si nos fijamos, por ejemplo, en redes sociales, tú al final posteas algo en Instagram, cuando le pones el filtro, lo pones algo muy bonito, ¿no? Para que mirar la cara bonita de donde he ido. Y al final yo veo las wallets igual. Y yo veo que tú tienes que, todo lo que coleccionas al final forma parte de tu identidad dentro de la web, dentro de Internet. Y es lo que queremos hacer. Tú entras en Mito para coleccionar algo concretamente que te gusta y no es que veas colecciones a punta pala y a ver qué es más barato. ¿Cómo conectamos? Para nosotros era muy importante que la gente, por ejemplo, lo tenga muy fácil para poder coleccionar. Tenemos lo que llamamos el One Click Experience, que es tú, si no tienes idea del blockchain, no pasa nada, tampoco tienes que aprender hoy. Puedes hacerte una wallet segura con tu social login, con tu cuenta de Twitch, por ejemplo, o de Google, o lo que sea, y puedes comprar con tarjeta de crédito. Entonces lo que hemos hecho es acercar directamente al usuario a su artista favorito. Por ejemplo, si nos fijamos por seguir un ejemplo, en merchandising, tú tienes una sudadera de tu, no sé, gamer favorito, ¿vale? La sacas, la tienes, pero no tienes conexión ni con la marca, ni con ese gamer en concreto, sino que tú la tienes en casa y ahí se queda. Una vez tienes el NFT y tú eres copropietario de ese asset conjuntamente con esa marca o con ese creador en concreto. Y de ahí abre la puerta a un chat, abre la puerta a rewards en el futuro. Una cosa que hicimos hace unas semanas es dar a conocer nuestra segunda capa, que son los rewards, donde cada artista puede premiar a los fans que coleccionan algo. Por ejemplo, hicimos el drop de Hombres G y para acercar al usuario lo que era pues un vinilo firmado, una entrada VIP al concierto, meet and greet con ellos, hotel pagado. Entonces tú por comprar la entrada vía NFT y ya te acercas mucho más al artista. De hecho, cenas con él en vez de comprarte en otra web, ¿no? Y es esa parte, que los artistas no vean solo la parte de monetización, no vean solo la parte de, con NFTs me quedo todo el pastel, y no solo una parte como funciona ahora mismo con Spotify, pero sí que nos importa que sea más allá de eso, que puedas crear una comunidad a partir de un asset digital.
Súper. ¿Y cómo estáis viendo, tanto Arnau como David, cómo estáis viendo el proceso de adopción de esta nueva tecnología, tanto de la parte del artista como de la parte del fan, ¿no? ¿Qué cambios ha habido los últimos 2 años, por ejemplo, ¿no? A nivel de adopción? ¿Y cómo veis 2023, ¿no? Un poco que se está acelerando un poco más todo el tema de metaversos, Telefónica también está invirtiendo, grandes compañías están empezando a apostar un montón por este nuevo Internet o esta nueva forma de interactuar. ¿Cómo veis la adopción en el entorno de la industria de la música?
A ver, es evidente que estamos en un punto muy inicial, en mi opinión. No estamos en un punto tan inicial como todavía que la gente no haya escuchado de esto, evidentemente. La mayor parte de players de la industria ya están integrando o desarrollando en este momento, implementando incluso estrategias Web3. Sin ir más lejos, Warner ya ha hecho un partnership con OpenSea. Tomorrowland, Coachella han hecho partnerships con FTX para desarrollar NFTs, algunas campañas incluso siendo ellas súper exitosas. Creo que Coachella ingresó más de $1,5 millones de dólares por esta primera acción que hizo con NFTs. Primavera Sound también hizo su primera inclusión con NFTs de la mano de un big player como es Binance. O sea, esto está ocurriendo y es una realidad. Sin embargo, yo creo que a nivel de adopción de masas estamos muy lejos todavía. A nivel de que la gran mayoría, la gran bolsa de fans todavía se plantee comprar NFTs, estamos todavía a unos años. No pasa nada, es normal. Quiero decir, pero yo, en mi opinión, estamos un poco lejos. También pienso que el gran problema de que esta tecnología todavía no haya trascendido hacia una adopción de masas es porque la usabilidad, la experiencia de usuario a nivel del Web3 es todavía muy complicada. Nosotros, por ejemplo, y esto me había olvidado a mencionarlo en la pregunta anterior, un poco a raíz de lo que decía también David ahora, es que nosotros como plataforma, Gutzu está implementando como un framework de usabilidad Web 2 con un back office Web 3. Es decir, nosotros también hemos lanzado hace muy poco, hemos lanzado hace un mes y medio, todavía no se puede pagar con cripto en nuestra plataforma, hemos priorizado fiat y le creamos la wallet al usuario. Después la implementación con cripto vendrá más tarde y sí que tenemos implementada una integración con Metamask, que luego los NFTs que tú tienes en Goods o en el wallet que te hemos creado te los puedes llevar a tu Metamask sin problema, en el caso de que seas un usuario más avanzado con más crypto skills, ¿no? Sin embargo, yo creo que hay que empezar así, básicamente porque si lo que abogamos es por una adopción de masas y como todo parece que va hacia ahí, tenemos que ponerle fácil la vida a los usuarios y cada vez son más plataformas las que optan por la integración de un framework un poco más Web 2 que no puro cripto como puede ser Zora o OpenSea, etc.
Genial. David, ¿tú cómo lo ves?
Yo creo que la adopción tiene que ir de la mano con educación también. O sea, estoy de acuerdo que yo qué sé, mis amigos no lo van a comprar con Metamask. De hecho, el otro día me enviaron una captura de ¿y qué wallet me creo? Y tenían una lista de 20 opciones. Estamos lejos de que se utilice, digamos, toda la tecnología blockchain del día a día, pero creo que también es importante que eduquemos, porque al final, yo es como lo veo, todo valor que vamos a transferir en Internet será en forma de NFTs. NFTs no es solo música, no es solo arte, puede ser un artículo, puede ser esta llamada, puede ser un meme. Cualquier contenido digital que sea transferido en Internet será en forma de NFT. Entonces, que nosotros acabemos llamándole collectibles, como lo está haciendo Instagram, por ejemplo, es una manera también de llevarlo a algo más comercial, por decirlo así. Pero en cuanto a música, como lo estoy viendo, es que música NFT lo está llevando en una dirección diferente de lo que hemos visto hasta ahora con música comercial, porque hasta ahora lo que hemos visto la cultura enseña a la gente a consumir música, pero no a participar en ella. Y lo que te dan los NFTs de música es que tú puedas participar y formar parte de una comunidad de superfans. Es verdad que esta comunidad de superfans no vamos a ir a una adopción de millones de gente va a entrar, como decía antes, pues sí, hay Universal que ha empezado a hacer cosas y hay bastantes music DAOs que están apareciendo como la competencia a un record label, pero a partir de eso implica unos cuantos que están metidos, pero el valor que aporta un music NFTs es crear estas comunidades, y cuanto más comunidades se van generando, por ejemplo, a mí, yo lo voy a decir, a mí me encanta coleccionar música NFT, no tengo vinilos, no tengo discos, pero ya he nacido en la época más digital, y una vez tengo una canción de Sound, por ejemplo, lo primero que hago es hablar con el artista y entrar en un Telegram group. Y una vez estoy en un grupo de Telegram, somos 10 personas que hemos coleccionado ese NFT y hablo con el artista directamente. Puedo saber qué habrá en el siguiente álbum, puedo saber dónde está el siguiente concierto. Entonces, es una comunicación más directa, y el hecho de que esta gente, y hablando con ellos, fue su primera experiencia en cripto y tuvieron que aprender qué es crear un NFT, pero le dieron la puerta para abrirse a una comunidad y crear esa supercomunidad conjuntamente, también es un valor añadido, ¿no? Entonces, estoy de acuerdo que tardaremos en verla más utilizando toda la tecnología, pero es también un trabajo que tenemos nosotros, que es educar poco a poco en paga con tarjeta de débito, pero que sepas también que hay algo que se llama Metamask, ¿no? Y ves aprendiendo poco a poco.
Genial. Y además a nivel de temas de royalties, todo lo que es los beneficios para el artista, os quería preguntar si nos podéis poner un ejemplo, por ejemplo, tú, Arnau, y luego David, un ejemplo gráfico práctico de un artista que hace una promoción o una serie de merchant con vosotros, con NFTs, ¿qué le supone a nivel de... puede usar por ejemplo, puede usar este merchant para hacer un crowdfunding para su campaña o para su próximo álbum, por ejemplo, ¿no? O puede hacer una colección limitada de una gira que ha hecho y solo hay 12 NFTs de esta merchant, por ejemplo, ¿no? Si me podéis poner alguna cosa, algo que hayáis hecho recientemente con algún artista para que también el público entienda una aplicación real.
Sí, nosotros, insisto, entendemos los NFTs como un formato adicional y un revenue extra y nuevo que aparece en el nivel de ingresos de un artista, ¿no? Anteriormente los artistas solo hacían vinilos, es decir, merchandising físico, y hacían conciertos. Esto hace unos años. Luego, resumiendo mucho, evidentemente, apareció la era del streaming. Adicionalmente a las ventas físicas y a los conciertos se le sumó los ingresos por plataformas de streaming digital. Luego apareció los ingresos por sincro, de editorial y demás. Y se iban sumando cada vez más piezas en adicionales de revenue, ¿no? Ahora se suma una más, que son los NFTs, que además pueden servir de complemento para este resto de releases, por ejemplo, o conciertos, etc. Entonces, yendo directamente a responder a tu pregunta, un ejemplo claro, por ejemplo, que vamos a sacar ahora, que anunciamos hace poco, hemos hecho una colaboración con el artista urbano el Bobe, que es un artista de música urbana de Barcelona, que tiene una comunidad de fans súper fiel. Él hace poco sacó un videoclip en el cual dentro del videoclip había un trofeo de él mismo. Entonces, esta figura del trofeo del videoclip la trasladó a la vida digital, convirtiéndola en NFTs, ¿no? Y esa figura que aparecía como actor o como una parte de figuración dentro del vídeo, pues ahora es una parte forma parte de un elemento de merchandising digital que tiene 3 tipos, ¿no? Es una estatua que es de bronce, de plata y una de oro. Entonces cada una de ellas es más barata y la otra más cara y tiene está más o menos limitada. Y cada una de estas, para aquellos que lo adquieran, pues cada una de estas figuras o NFTs están adscritos a unos perks que son utilidades que pueden ir pues desde formar parte de la comunidad del artista, a tener acceso a su Discord, a tener una canción inédita del Bobe o finalmente incluso llegar a tener esta figura en formato físico.
¿Y vosotros en Mito tenéis algún caso, habéis hecho algo con algún artista conocido o tenéis algún ejemplo que nos podáis explicar?
Creo que el más conocido podía ser Artistas Figure y conjuntamente con Willy Rex. Ellos dos pues hicieron un drop y...
Willy Rex, el streamer, sí, ¿verdad?
Exacto. Una cosa que hacemos bastante es colaboraciones, ¿vale? Y lo guay de la blockchain es que una vez se paga, todo es automáticamente distribuido y esto está muy guay para organizaciones y también colaboraciones que hacemos entre un artista digital y un streamer. Y en este caso con ellos lo hicimos donde había siempre son ediciones ilimitadas, siempre ponemos cuando es una colección con alguien muy importante o que tenga una comunidad bastante grande, hay siempre un NFT que es edición limitada pero que te vale un Matic o €1 en el momento, ¿vale? Para que todo el mundo tenga acceso y todo el mundo pueda participar. Ahí ya se pelean o no porque se hizo sold out en 52 segundos, pero el que es más rápido pues lo puede pillar. Pero en cuanto a música, por ejemplo, uno que sí que destacaría es Zafiro, que es un álbum completo y si tú coleccionabas cada uno de los tracks, tienes acceso de por vida a todos los festivales que va a hacer, todos los conciertos, o sea, allá donde vaya. Entonces era una manera y yo en vez de poner mi álbum en Spotify donde sea, me lo pongo directamente en Mito y la gente que me colecciona cada una de las canciones ya forma parte de esa comunidad extra, ¿no? De ahí, como te he dicho, como tenemos 4 blancas, lo podemos diferenciar entre colaboraciones, arte. En cuanto a arte, lo podía destacar como la Prismata. El chico tiene una colección bastante importante que está entre Super Red también, y el Mito y algunos otros más. Y 3 ediciones limitadas eran exclusivas para nuestro marketplace.
Genial. Y un poco vosotros... ¿Veis que con estas soluciones tipo Utsu o Mito se va a conseguir que la industria de la música sea más, no quiero decir democrática, que es una palabra que está sobreutilizada, pero sea más accesible para artistas que empiezan y que no tienen recursos, ¿no? Ni una agenda para acceder a una gran major, por ejemplo, o si estas grandes distribuidoras van a perder un poco de poder o lo que van a hacer es no me quiero perder este tren y me meto también en Web3. ¿Cómo lo veis, el futuro, no?
A ver, as we speak, todas las grandes majors están desarrollando e implementando ya estrategias de Web3, es decir, o sea, no van a renunciar a su parte del pastel. Esto lo tenemos que tener claro. La mayor parte de clubs de Ibiza también están desarrollando estrategias, festivales, o sea, todos los grandes players de la industria están en esto porque todos los grandes players en general están girando hacia ahí, empezando desde que Facebook cambió su nombre a Meta, ¿no? O sea, esto
es verdad.
Esto lo tenemos que tener 100% claro. Respecto a si va a cambiar o no, bueno, no sé, también es verdad que yo llevo muchos años en la industria de la música como fan y como trabajador y no soy tan viejo como para hablar de cuando Internet empezó a disruptir, pero sí he trabajado con mucha gente que siempre me ha dicho, sí, es que siempre que aparece algo nuevo, como el principio de Internet iba a acabar con la industria de la música.
Sí, luego, parece que va a matar a lo que viene, a lo anterior, ¿no?
Exacto, y no es así, al final todo el mundo se adapta y es como todo muy líquido. Sí es cierto, de todos modos, que estamos virando hacia una configuración de Internet gracias a blockchain, que es la descentralización, y esto es lo que nos permitirá que los contenidos que ahora en la Web 2 son propiedad de las grandes corporaciones, pues se descentralicen y puedan de algún modo volver a manos de los creadores, ¿no? Es esa por la principal razón que, por ejemplo, Spotify salió en prensa que estaba pensando está desarrollando una estrategia de NFTs muy vinculado a la economía creativa, y es bastante probable que lo que terminen haciendo es integrar los NFTs como una forma adicional de dar apoyo a sus artistas, porque su modelo de negocio facilita la vida a todo el mundo menos a los artistas. De hecho, en Spotify su modelo de negocio es que por un modelo de suscripción de 9,99 el artista termina viendo menos de 2 euros. Y, o sea, el resto de dinero se queda por la cadena de en medio. Y sí es cierto que con Web3, yo que sé, con Gutsu, por ejemplo, es distinto porque se cortan muchos intermediarios y aparte hay una cosa buena, que es lo que hemos venido comentando todo el rato. David ha hecho mucho hincapié durante toda la conversación, que es los NFTs como una herramienta de construir tu comunidad alrededor, ¿no? Con lo cual...
Genial. Y David, no sé, ¿se fue?
Sí.
Ah, no,
yo estoy aquí, pero me veo doble. Entonces, no sé si me escucháis, da igual. Yo sigo.
Sí.
¿Sí? Vale. Yo creo que haré un poco... Creo que los NFTs al final crean bastantes oportunidades para artistas, tanto modelos de creación como distribución. Y las dos partes más importantes, al menos que hasta ahora se está viendo, es propiedad de una canción, ya sea un álbum o un EP, ¿vale? Donde los artistas pueden crear unas versiones limitadas, un álbum directamente que los fans lo puedan comprar, y es una manera también de hacer ese crowdfunding que has mencionado, de yo tengo este álbum, ayúdame a monetizarlo, y de hecho todos los fans también lo van a distribuir a través de otras plataformas. Y siempre hablamos de vamos a hacer Web3 fácil, pero realmente si nos fijamos en las herramientas que un content creator o un músico o un artista tiene en Web3, es crea Web3 pero distribuye Web2, ¿no? Entonces al final toda esa distribución también depende con quién te relacionas, esa comunidad. Y el punto 2 es la tokenización de derechos de autor. Hay plataformas, por ejemplo, con Royal, que te da pues esos royalties de los streams, por ejemplo, que pueden estar en Spotify. Snoop Dogg, que lo has mencionado antes. La semana pasada salió una canción que era Free to Mint y tenía CC0, que es como un creative, que básicamente te da el derecho de utilizar la canción como te plazca. Tú tienes derecho absoluto sobre esa copia que es tuya y la puedes utilizar en un álbum, en una canción, perdón, en una película, en la radio, y no tienes que pagar a Snoop Dogg o a su discográfica nada, ¿no? Entonces, estos modelos como Spotify, donde ellos definen los royalties y lo enfocan en la discográfica, ahora es el artista que crea la música en sus propios términos, y los que los escuchan la canción valoran el valor que tiene la canción finalmente, ¿no? Está centrado en la comunidad y no depende tanto de una discográfica lo que decida. Y este cambio en quién decide o influye en cuanto por qué una canción es popular o no, y la vamos a ver innovando con diferentes DAOs que están saliendo, record labels. Por ejemplo, hace 2 horas que salió Probably a Label, que soy muy fan de lo que hacen, que es básicamente esto, ¿no? No tanto democratizar, pero sí que sea la comunidad que decida el futuro de un artista y que decida hacia dónde va la canción. Pero eso no significa que cambie el modelo actual. Ya se ha dicho, las discográficas seguirán, ya están haciendo muchos experimentos, pero lo que estamos viendo es que salen comunidades que pueden emerger y crear un impacto, ¿no? Hace 2 años, uno de los social tokens más importantes era Friends with Benefits, que salió con un grupo de Discord, gente hablando de cosas de cripto. Vamos a ver, ¿qué es un NFT? NFTs ni estaban aún, digamos, en el pump del mercado. Era 2019, digamos, diciembre por ahí. Y ahora es una comunidad de Discord que está valorada en 100 millones. ¿Vale? Entonces, estamos viendo como sí, hay Universal, hay Sony, pero seguramente habrá music DAOs que valdrán centenares de millones, donde esto hará un impacto en cuanto a cómo se evalúa la música en el futuro y las nuevas maneras que los artistas apostarán para ello, ¿no? Y el último caso, por ejemplo, fue Steam DAO, que solo hicieron básicamente una landing page diciendo qué quieren hacer, levantaron 2 millones y hace poco salió sus 3 canciones, ¿no? Y la gente puede ir a coleccionarlas gratis en un protocolo que se llama Lens. Y es una manera no diferente de gracias por ayudarnos a levantar el dinero, ahora todas las canciones son gratis y tienen licencia de utilizarla.
Hacer parte al...
Exacto.
Sí, sí es cierto que el paradigma de las DAOs es algo muy que nos vuelve a los inicios de todo, ¿no? O sea, me recuerda mucho al cooperativismo y al rollo do it yourself.
Total.
Y esto sí. Es verdad, lo que apuntas, David, que es increíble que haya organizaciones que nazcan de abajo hacia arriba y que puedan llegar a competir por al menos poder de capital con grandes infraestructuras de la industria tradicional, ¿no? Esto realmente sí que es un cambio de paradigma y es lo que resulta como más disruptivo al fin y al cabo. Sí,
¿Qué consejo le daríais a un artista que quiere crear su super comunidad Web3 y quiere empezar a usar plataformas para promover su obra o para captar fondos a través de tokens?
Sí, yo creo que un artista siempre tiene que es prueba y error, ¿no? Bueno, un artista o una organización, cualquier cosa, es probar. Si te funciona, sigues investigando más y sigues avanzando. Si no te funciona, recula y busca otra cosa. Esto es una evidencia, ¿no? Pero si se quiere iniciar, pues lo mejor es empezar a informarse a través... Bueno, yo siempre que me pregunta la gente, la mejor forma de informarse es a través de Twitter, de Discord y de newsletters. Y a partir
leer
de ahí...
mucho y probar también, sí. ¿No? Probar, claro. Hacer tú.
Probar de hacer tu propia música en NFT, es decir, esto le decía Elaya, que es un líder de opinión que yo sigo en Instagram, que hace como unos quotes muy interesantes sobre reflexiones en torno al entorno socioeconómico y la industria de la música, y decía eso. Si tú vas a sacar tu próximo single, pues saca tu single de forma tradicional en una plataforma streaming, coge un unreleased y sácalo como NFT y utiliza esa campaña de NFT para darle más visibilidad de forma tradicional a tu release principal, digamos. Si ves que esto te funciona, convierte en tu siguiente release, pues dale más importancia al NFT, y hay muchísimas plataformas en las cuales editar tu música en NFT, más allá de las que estamos hoy presentes en este panel, que obviamente no voy a mencionar, pero a mí el que me gusta más personalmente es Sound de XYZ. Me parece que tienen un modelo de negocio súper acertado, han construido un producto y una forma muy coherente. Más que, en mi opinión, Audius o Royal, yo personalmente no creo que el futuro de la industria en Web3 pase por fraccionar royalties, básicamente porque hay una infraestructura enorme, tanto legal como de industria tradicional, que van a impedir que esto evolucione. No está legislado, además, y existen muchos claros y oscuros en la tokenización de royalties. Yo soy más de utilizarlo como una herramienta, como un formato más adicional y de llegar a un engagement porque lo vinculas a utilidades con tu comunidad. Más allá de esto, no, yo personalmente no lo veo.
¿Y David, cómo lo ves?
Yo creo que la palabra es experimentar, es probarlo y diría otra cosa, hacerlo gratis. No hagas pagar a tus fans $300 para escuchar tu canción o para incluso comprarla, ¿no? Lo vi ayer, ahora que mencionas Sound, sigo mucho a un artista que está escrito desde hace muchísimos años y ayer salió un Sound y puso el precio tan alto que nadie lo compró, ¿no? Y era en plan, pero si Sound siempre hace sold out. Hazlo fácil para la gente que tú quieras crear música, que también lo entiendan y que es un proceso que tú vas a entender. Como mencioné antes, nosotros mismos dentro de Vito tenemos la parte de estudio, que es, te voy a enseñar que es un MetaMask, yo soy el primero que digo, esto es un Ledger, luego vamos a algo más, utilizarlo en desktop, pero es un proceso que tú tienes que ir aprendiendo y probando plataformas, a lo mejor Sound, ahora que el protocolo está abierto lo puedes utilizar, antes está más limitado, pero tú puedes poner una canción en cualquier plataforma, hasta en OpenSea, que es donde está todo el mundo, o crearte tú mismo, no sé, hay mil opciones, lo que digo es experimenta, no intentes sacar dinero con el primer drop, ni con el segundo, ni con el tercero, y darte a conocer, y lo más importante en cripto es la comunidad, lo más importante es crecer de la misma manera que puede crecer una DAO que hemos hablado, así mismo puedes crecer tú. Que venga un Steve Aoki, que venga un Snoop Dogg que haga music NFTs y lo revenda, está bien, pero lo que estamos viendo con los 3 drops de Snoop Dogg, no hay nada de comunidad, no hay el qué hago con el audio ahora mismo, ¿vale? Y esto, por ejemplo, todos los demás artistas sí que lo están haciendo. Entonces es un cambio no se trata de tu influencia tanto, sino crear ese valor y que vea la gente porque eres único y porque tanto tu arte, tu música o aquello que quieras hacer en Web3 tiene valor.
Súper, muy buenos consejos. Por resumir un poco, sobre todo me ha llamado la atención lo que ha dicho Arnau de las identidades digitales en el mundo de la música, que la propiedad del activo digital vuelva al artista, ¿no? Que sea del artista y luego lo pueda distribuir a sus fans, que esos contenidos pasan a ser descentralizados, ¿no? Y vuelven a manos de los creadores y de la comunidad. Y aquí David tiene un papel muy importante con plataformas como Mito, que sobre todo ayudan a artistas a crear supercomunidades. Lo más importante es tener una buena comunidad, tener a esa comunidad con un feedback constante, ofrecerle cosas que le puedan resultar de valor y bueno, y no olvidarnos que al final estamos en los inicios, que ya lo hemos comentado, que todavía queda camino por recorrer, pero bueno, que hay majors y ya hay Warner y hay otras grandes multinacionales que ya están haciendo cosas en Web3, por lo tanto, todo apunta a que se va a seguir recorriendo el camino hacia hacer cosas en la blockchain. No sé si alguien tiene alguna pregunta. Mira. Vale, genial. Si quieres presentarte, así sabemos.
Hola, ¿se me escucha?
Sí.
Bueno, yo me llamo Javier Montero. Os quería preguntar 2 cosas. La primera tiene que ver con royalties sobre venta de NFTs. Se está viendo que ahora se está cuestionando mucho, hay actores que están quitando royalties, marketplaces y colecciones. Dado que las royalties fue parte o gran parte del discurso de venta de, oye, artista, NFTs están bien porque además te llevas un X% de cada venta secundaria. ¿Cómo estáis enfocando esto ahora que pues puede que los royalties no sean una realidad?
Te refieres a los royalties de las ventas secundarias, ¿no?
Justo.
Nosotros de momento no hemos implementado todavía el mercado secundario en Gutsu, con lo cual esto en principio no nos afecta. Pero al final el tema de las royalties tú lo puedes escribir en el smart contract y al final es voluntad de la persona que lo revende si reparte ese royalty o no, con lo cual tú puedes dejarlo escrito en el smart contract y si quien hace la venta secundaria decide repartir los royalties de forma subsecuente, pues hacerlo. pero bueno, insisto, nosotros todavía no hemos implementado el mercado secundario en nuestra plataforma.
Nosotros sí lo tenemos, de hecho damos un 10%, y yo soy muy a favor de los royalties. Al final lo estamos mirando mucho y se está cuestionando mucho los royalties en cuanto a perdón, colecciones PFP, ¿no? Yachts lo hizo Sandy Goods esta semana, y realmente para mí colecciones no sirven para nada. Colecciones PFP es una comunidad, puede ser un Bored Ape, puede ser, yo formo parte de alguna que es Blue Chip y no digo que no esté bien formar parte de estas comunidades, pero sí que si nos miramos estadísticas genera una barbaridad de dinero a puesto de royalties, aunque tengan un 2,5% o lo que sea, ¿no? Estamos con OpenSea lo limita a un 10%, pero por ejemplo nosotros, antes de que tuviera el marketplace, todo lo que se vendía, por ejemplo, la colección de Bulirex, que era la que más se vendió OpenSea luego, OpenSea da un 10%, y ahí lo que hicimos es el 60% igualmente va para el artista y el 40% para nosotros. O sea, yo siempre voy a fomentar el valor y el trabajo que va a poner un artista, y voy a introducir royalties. Entonces, no vamos a cambiar eso, sino que siempre intentaremos, de hecho, fomentar que se dé esto y que sea era un estándar, sigue siendo un estándar, y lo que veo es que se va quitando colecciones que sí que tienen sentido, por lo que es arte y lo que es artistas independientes, creo que tiene mucho valor. Y acabo con esto, no sé si conocéis RIC, es un artista, tuvo también un Grammy, y es de los primeros que han empezado en Web3, y él dijo, solo he necesitado 100 fans para comprarme en ventas secundarias en OpenSea mi drop, para recaudar más de lo que recaudaba en Spotify en un año. Entonces es muy importante la parte secundaria, es muy importante porque al final lo que vemos es el mercado ahora va a free NFTs, tú lo tienes gratis y luego el valor se lo da el mercado secundario, y es de allí de donde la marca, el creador de contenido, el artista genera algún ingreso, ¿no? Y creo que es importante premiar eso.
Ok, y luego, bueno, gracias a los dos. La segunda pregunta, que en este caso va más enfocada a David, porque en Shingutsu no tenéis secundario. ¿Cómo se compite con grandes marketplaces en un secundario, Foundation, OpenSea, etcétera, más allá de con el idioma? O sea, ¿qué ventajas ponéis sobre la mesa?
Al final es crear esa comunidad. Tú, si te vas fuera, tú no puedes utilizar el NFT para acceder a perks dentro de la plataforma. Nosotros siempre hemos tenido la visión de descentralización, y si un usuario se quiere llevar el NFT fuera del ámbito y lo quiere revender en OpenSea, por decirlo algo, up to you, ¿vale? Lo puedes hacer, no hay ningún problema, pero si lo sacas fuera no puedas acceder a utilidades que te puede dar ese artista en el futuro. Porque todos los perks se acceden dentro de la plataforma.
Ok, gracias.
Claro, si me lo dejas añadir, este es el problema de muchos NFTs, que lo que son es community driven, ¿no? Si van adscritos a utilidades, cuando se revenden hay algunos problemas porque nadie te certifica que esa utilidad a la que estaba adscrita en la primera venta pueda ejecutarse. Pero bueno, es un paradigma, ¿no? Porque por otro lado, esto va de descentralización y de interoperabilidad, y al fin y al cabo lo que se mintea en Gutsu estaría increíble que esto, que pasa, se pueda revender en OpenSea, ¿no? Porque al final es la grandeza de esto. Y si además, bueno, pues como estábamos hablando, el autor siempre se puede retribuir, pues viva, ¿no? O sea, esto es increíble. Pero bueno, esto nos denota como que todavía estamos al principio de algo y que hay algunas flaquezas que tienen que terminar de solidificarse. ¿Me explico?
Que Arnau se tiene que ir a Barcelona de vuelta, son las 2:05.
Más o menos.
Sí. ¿Alguien tiene alguna, por hacer una pregunta más y cerramos? Así vas con calma.
Buenas, yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Una identidad como DAO podría comprar las entradas al por mayor y a la vez así financiar y promover al artista, pero ser como una discográfica?
Pero comprar las
O sea,
entradas...
comprar las entradas al por mayor de un evento y ser ellas, o sea, ser la entidad la que haga y financie el evento y sea como la discográfica y se beneficie de la comunidad del artista.
Y entonces repartir esas entradas
O sea, no,
entre los miembros de la DAO.
Ser el dueño del evento.
Sí, al final...
Tú puedes... Sí, no sé si... Es que como los veo, no sé quién habla y quién no. Pero sí, al final tú puedes... Tú incluso puedes ir a bastante marketplace y hacer una oferta de toda la colección. Y eso se hace mucho. Que es bastantes art DAO, que se pueden llamar, o collector DAOs, van así. Al final yo te digo que te voy a comprar el 10% de tu colección o te compro X porcentaje y luego son los miembros de la DAO que lo utilizan como quieren y monetizan como quieren si están los derechos definidos antes. Como he mencionado antes, Snoop Dogg lo hizo en su último drop y tienes derecho de utilizarlo. En los otros 2 drops anteriormente, tú no puedes utilizar esa canción para hacer lo que te plazca con ella. Para dar un ejemplo, ¿eh? Entonces, los tickets NFTs, que es un caso de uso bastante guay, no sé hasta qué más utilidad le vas a dar hasta si no es acceder a la venta y poco más.
Que lo que tiene más sentido, por ejemplo, es que exista alguien o un conjunto de gente que cree una DAO y que el objetivo sea crear un evento, más que haya una DAO que compre todas las entradas, que se puede hacer, pero bueno, yo no le veo...
Y las preferencias de toda la gente que participa de la DAO, por ejemplo, ¿no?
Correcto. Bueno, antes David ha mencionado Friends with Benefits, que es un DAO súper interesante. Ellos hicieron un evento increíble hace poco que tocaba James Blake, Tyler, the Creator, Wise Blood, y creo que solo había 500 personas y se hacían un bosque
súper exclusivo, ¿no?
Y era para los miembros un poco de la DAO.
Súper.
Sí, totalmente. Yo estuve en una de las fiestas de ellos y era eso. Éramos 4 gatos, contado así, o sea, más. Pero está guay. Al final la DAO sale con una idea de qué queréis hacer. Para mí el ejemplo siempre es comunidad with benefits. Pero si es comprar algo, os recomiendo mirar Crowdhouse DAO, que básicamente quieren comprar un equipo de NBA y está en ello. Entonces, yo soy miembro para ver qué pasa allí, no activamente, pero levantaron bastante capital y ya están empezando a negociar con al menos ligas de segunda división. Entonces, la DAO siempre sale con la idea de quiero adquirir algo o quiero hacer algo exclusivamente solo para mis miembros.
Muchas gracias.
Pues yo creo que con esto ya cerramos. Sí, respondemos brevemente y terminamos.
Cuando esto en el futuro se vaya consolidando, todo el tema de NFTs en el aspecto de la música, ¿crees que habrá una que englobe todos los estilos musicales? ¿O se especializan más, por ejemplo, uno más para reggaetón, luego a lo mejor otra techno? ¿O será todo un englobado en un mismo mercado?
Es una buena pregunta. No sabría muy bien cómo responder esta pregunta, pero como paralelismo, por ejemplo, yo qué sé, la gente de Dapper Labs, que son los que tiraron adelante, es un poco el paralelismo con los deportes, ¿no? Desde el entertainment. Dapper Labs es una empresa que son desarrolladores de blockchain. Ellos pusieron en marcha uno de los proyectos más exitosos que ha habido hasta la fecha vinculados con NFTs, que es NBA Top Shots, y ellos lo han hecho construido sobre su propio blockchain, que se llama Flow, que tiene una propia criptomoneda, y ahora este modelo de NBA Top Shots la han estirado hasta la liga, que creo que lo anunciaron hace poco, y demás. En el caso concreto de la música, yo todos los entornos más creativos siempre oigo, en nuestro caso usamos Polygon y usan principalmente Polygon o Solana por una razón de que son proof of stake, son carbon neutral, en algún caso carbon negativo, creo que en Polygon incluso, y porque los gas fees son muy bajos, porque los artistas independientes no quieren pagar gas fees muy elevados para poder mintear sus obras, ¿no? Antes que hablábamos de prueba y error. Si luego va a existir en un futuro un blockchain que sea exclusivamente musical, de hecho desconozco si existe a día de hoy, es probable que pase, y si después se vaya a fraccionar por géneros, pues es posible también.
Vale, muchas gracias.
Pues perfecto. Muchas gracias a todos y muchas gracias a Arnau por venir y a David por conectarse.
Gracias.
Gracias, que vaya bien.
Chao.
Chao, chao.
Sí, mira.
Los ponentes son, claro, lo que necesitamos poner otra silla encima de, sí, María Teresa y Delfín. María Teresa. Okay. I was just singing. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 1. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Además, we're going to be like almost alone. Yeah, we should bring another one. I think they're there. 1, 2, 3. Welcome again to Ibiza Next. We're starting in, let's say, 2 minutes. Everyone who's listening around, all the power, all the energy calling in. Yep. Sí. We are back. Welcome to Ibiza Next. This is the afternoon of Friday where we're going to start a series of amazing panels and talks. And I hope you had a nice lunch. Welcome, everybody. We're going to have an afternoon talking about NFTs, an afternoon talking about music and about Metaverse. And we were just having lunch, and I had these two amazing panelists today, Delphine Milodi Drell. I'm sorry if I just killed your name. He's an NFT strategist and advisor at superfolks.io. And then we also have Maria Teresa. Okay, wait for that. Where are you, Maria Teresa? What's your surname? Are you here? Then you also have Maria Teresa Spezzano, okay, who is an NFT senior creative producer at crypto.com. You might know that place too. So basically we're going to talk about NFTs together. We're going to talk about strategy and how to guide creators in the marketplace. And we realized they both talk about very similar things. So we thought about summoning the Hive intelligence and doing a panel together. So I'm very happy about that. Before doing a little introduction and starting to get into the meat of things, I would like to get a little bit the audience involved to know a little bit how we're here. So who here knows what NFTs are? Can you raise your hand? Great, great. You're in the 1%. So who here has an NFT? Raise your hand. Great. Who here has created an NFT? Great. And who here has sold an NFT? Great, that's amazing. That's great, and that's very significant. We're going to talk about with these two experts they work on advising people and actually making strategies on how to market NFTs, how does this path work. So I'm very happy to have you. Would you introduce yourself, Delphine, Maria Teresa?
Should I start?
Please.
So hi everyone, I'm Maria Teresa and I'm working for one of the major crypto exchange platform called crypto.com, as you probably know already. I'm in charge of the NFT division, and my role is actually guiding creators. That can be from creators that can be not only artists, but also music producers, gaming, movie, into the marketplace. And that's it. That's what I do.
Well, on my side, it's quite similar, but I'm working with Web2 brand or Web3 brands that want to launch a project. It's not only NFT project, could be another project blockchain related. And I help them in three things. One thing is to help them on strategy or the market analysis or benchmark or something like this, like consultant. The second thing is matchmaking. I put them in contact with very good designer, very good tech team, very good exchange or platform, very good marketing teams. And the last thing is I'm advisor, so I just point out the red flags on the project and try to solve them.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. So the NFT space has been very known for the last year and a half, I would say almost 2. But there's been a lot of doubts around that, about what are NFTs, what are they used for, how easy it is to create a collection, how hard, if I'm an artist, what can I do, and especially also about speculation, right? So let's try to dive into it. What are NFTs for you? Are they a short-term trend, or they have any kind of long-term possibility or potential?
Start. I can start by actually saying that for me, NFT is actually the cherry on the top of a pyramid, where at the base there is the blockchain technology, and escalating on layers, there is the Metaverse, where a lot of blockchain projects are built on, and NFT is just the beautiful asset related to the blockchain technology that is a trading asset within this like Web3 ecosystem. And I definitely don't think that NFT is just a short-term project, short-term vision, but it's more on the long term that will suit way better in the whole future of Web3. and can be considered as a short-term investment because you can buy it and then resell it on the secondary market. So it's linked to a value connected to the crypto currency. But in the long term, considering the Web3, how it's supposed to be functioning, the NFT is a trading asset related to a project where at the center there is the creators. So that's my vision in the long-term perspective of the NFT technology.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I also do think that it is a long-term thing, definitely. One thing is that NFT is one part of the Web2 space. This is only one vertical. There is multiple verticals. This morning we talked about metaverses, blockchain, DAOs, etc. And NFT is in one part of that, is a technical part. I think that in the future, the word NFT will just disappear because it's too complex. We don't know what is a fungible things. So it will probably be another name, digital goods, digital collectibles, whatever. But it's a long-term thing, definitely. One important thing also on that side is that, and here we are going to the core of the subject, is about the utility of an NFT. At the beginning, there were some NFTs which just JPEG and images. Now, because of the bear market and because of what we saw the last year and heard in the morning this year, project needs a very high layer of utility. And here we're digging to the subject, right?
I love that we are actually putting the word utility out because it feels like before maybe NFTs were something that just are, nobody understands, but they're valuable. And now it looks like, okay, we're grounding down into, what does this bring to us? And do you think they're going to be transparent? As you said, there's not going to be NFTs, but there's going to be digital objects, digital utilities, or something that's beyond the word NFT. Is that going to be transparent, and do you think it's going to impact many sectors?
Yeah, it will definitely impact many sectors. What I love about NFTs is loyalty program, is event ticketing. It's you will probably buy your house or your home or your car with an NFT, and you will not know that this is an NFT. I always say my mom doesn't know that. She doesn't need to know that she will buy an NFT. Actually, she will buy something. It will be on the blockchain. She will have value with that, and there will be utility related to this element, but she doesn't need to know that this is an NFT. My mom, she is 60 years old, and well, she don't care about this kind of specific words. She doesn't care about HTTPS, or she doesn't care about those technical stuff. But it will be very also valuable in the event space, in the creator space, and probably we're going to talk about that, but about artists, about musicians, because it creates loyalty to your brand, loyalty to your product. It creates also revenue with the royalty systems. If you want to confirm or not.
I want to add to what you said about that. For me, NFT should be considered as a positive thing that will be part of our... Hello? Okay. Part of our daily base exchange on the web. We should consider, we're already spending what is an NFT? We all know that is a non-fungible token and is it gives you unicity to a digital asset, the ownership of a digital asset. So for me, it's a positive digital asset that will give value in the future for both creators and people who hold it. So, also creators will be in a way centralized to give them the rights that when they create something through the royalties they will receive, as long as the project is valuable, they will receive a sort of consideration and also revenue. And it's something that in the material world it doesn't exist. So first of all, I found it a super like positive aspect that is changing the creative industry, and not only, also for instance in the food industry. Think about all the agriculture that people build, the sustainable agriculture. You attach a token into bio product, and you can really see as a consumer that this product is actually come from a sustainable, like, farm. So I can totally see how it's gonna be revolutionary from every aspect of different industry. So me as a user, not only as a consultant, I wanna know where does it come from, an art project, a product, a house, like anything. And the traceability of this can be done also through the ownership of a digital asset. And so, as mentioned, it's something here to stay, and it's just gonna increase more awareness to buyers and investors of where does it come from a specific project. So, yeah.
As you stress out, it should bring value on the long term, because you can have an NFT and it could lose value if you don't bring utility and value on the long term. If you don't bring your orders every 2-3 months, something that are important for them. You want to give them what they want when they want it. Mm-hmm. So here there are multiple things. If you want to create an NFT collections on a marketplace or somewhere else, or a Web3 project, you have to think about these utilities. This is very simple to think about. Okay, you're buying a bottle of water. The utility is for you to drink water and to feel great, right? You're buying a car. The utility is to drive, right? So what do you get of buying a JPEG of pixels? Okay, probably you're gonna get discount of merch, or you're gonna be on a club or a VIP club or a VIP very restricted group of people, or probably you're going to have access to VIP events or IRL or online. There's multiple things that you can bring to your project. Those utilities are really important, because if you overpromise your utility, and this is another point, if you say that you are going to give some utility, some specific utility, you have to do so. Because everything related to NFT is about trust. And if your holders or your customers, if I use this sales term, don't trust anymore your project, your floor price will just go down and your project will be probably dead.
So what I hear you saying is that actually we have here a new technology that provides with transparency, that provides with a register, that provides with more bonding between community and creator, in a way, more bonding, I would say, more direct interaction and like a partnership in a way. And it provides the ability to know, okay, I know that this thing comes from this person. So there's such an integrity, like there's integrity in the place. Then, like, should all projects, should all NFTs be treated equal? You mentioned there's different sectors, there's different industries, and you mentioned also that there might be like collectors or artists or digital art or some utility. What is NFT? Is just like a space, like a technology, or is it like a specific for each industry? How could different industries take NFTs, for example? That's a long question.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
It's like an answer question.
I can shrink into what we actually do as a marketplace.
Okay.
We definitely don't consider every NFT or every project the same. We actually really try to guide creators and projects based on the content of the project. For instance, we have partner projects where we invest heavily on launching, those projects in our marketplace, because of course generate revenues, new users, and everything. But then we have also project that has value in terms of like social impact, and so we have an incubator within the company that really try to invest on projects that are related, for instance, on female mental health, female pleasure, sexuality, and those projects impact on a long term by generating a conversion of a female taking downloading our wallet and investing on crypto, because currently only the 20% worldwide of crypto investors are women, and there are lack of creators females compared to the big projects. So we are trying to, in a way, differentiate the project based also on the purpose behind that. And so this will change not only on our investment side, a different way of generating revenue and investing on this, but also the all metrics behind that, like what we suggest to them in order to make the drop successful on our marketplace. So long story short, every project, of course, has to be considered differently. Also, within the art project, there are artists that are super famous, and so therefore, we try to require a strong engagement with their community, their existing community, and really focus on the content that should be evolving through the time. While for smaller artists, we try to let them think more strategically how to make sure that their holders will hold actually their NFT in the long term, while we are trying to make it happen that an artist should do a drop with us on a quarterly basis, not just a drop and then that's it. So we really tailor-made, and I guess although you come from a different umbrella, different hat, you try to strategize it in the same way that they should really think thoroughly on how to make sure that the project is sustainable in the long term in order to do more drop within a year and not just one off. So definitely every project has to be taken individually.
Yeah, about this strategy, the first thing that I ask my clients is, do you really need blockchain? Do you want to be millionaire in 6 weeks? If it's yes, I will say, well, that's not a good idea. And how are you going to provide value to your holders on your long term? Because here we are not looking, well, last year we were looking for that, project in 6 weeks lifetime, and they were making millions very quickly. But right now, a lot of them just died. And now we're thinking for more structured companies, Web2 companies that want to make new verticals or make a pivot in the Web3 space. And they are thinking not just in short-term thinking, but more in okay, how I'm going to provide value in 3 years, in 5 years with this product, or how am I going to touch new clients, new customers, because they are speaking to the Gen Z kids, or bigger than kids now. But those are very long-term strategy, and that's the cool things. The bear market just shows us now the good projects from the bad project that told us that they are going to make a lot of utility, and they didn't make it happen right now. So it's also, I think, the roles of companies like yours to make a project work on the long term. So that's a good thing on that side.
Thank you. So I hear you saying also that, yes, we are convinced this is an amazing technology that unites everything, opens a lot of doors. For example, what you're saying, it opens for also people to get into crypto, maybe from a more creative place that some investors, possibly female, wouldn't get in. So it opens a lot of doors. And we're even starting to talk about strategies. What are some strategies you would recommend people to use into getting into this space and sector? Then, actually, my question is for you. We come from a bull run. We come from an ecstatic moment of NFTs where everything seemed to make a lot of money, people wanting to be millionaires, blah, blah, blah. How do you see the space right now? I'm a creator. and I get into this moment, what should I consider in order to make a collection?
Yeah, and the answer is back to the utilities. No, it's actually a more thorough strategy. We really try to tell creators to build a strong community, to engage into a specific topic, that your community can really follow you based on the content you produce, and that content that you produce has to be transmittable in a clear message on your social media. But then when it comes to strategize a drop, we really try to let them think, the creator, that they should build not only a proper metrics of how to structure a drop, but also what type of utility they can provide to their users. Because the utility itself allows the user to think, the creator to think, how can I engage my followers and future one in the long term? What are the assets that in the long term will keep the holder to have, still have my NFT in the long term? So we try really to suggest them what type of utilities they should have. And this type of strategy allow creators, also in a bear market, to be successful. And I'm the proof of it because I've been guiding so many artists in these latest, not only artists, actually creators, in the latest months that has been quite a tough period for the crypto economy, to be successful. Because as long as you follow the guideline of people that are in the space, that are researching on a daily basis, what are the trends, and and as long as the creators follow people like us in a way that we're trying to support them of being successful in the space, then the drop works. And works because they are building utilities that are really made to last the drop in the long term. And then we can go add, after he's adding, also what type of utilities should be, in order to hold the NFT for the buyers. But I want him to add additional things to what I'm saying.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, what I will add, and that will probably surprise you, is that if you're a creator or if you're an artist right now, don't go full on Web3. It's not the right time. Keep your Web3 things. It could be your Instagram, your Etsy shop, your Gumroad, or whatever works for you right now. And start learning about Web3, start to benchmark about other projects, see how it works. Make a drop probably, but it shouldn't be your all-in or all your eggs in the same basket. It could be a new verticals for you to make more profit or to speak to your fans in another way. But right now, I wouldn't suggest people just to go all in on Web3 and hope to make millions right now. It's currently not the time, and it's not the way that it will be done in the future.
Thank you for saying that. I would like to ask about what you just said. Do you think there's a recipe? You can do this, and this, or follow you, and then my drop is successful. What is successful then?
A successful drop, for me, it's something that you keep alive your community. You have your idea is understood by your community and to new users. And as he said, I think now is the time for a quality drop than quantity drop. Because we're just swiping away the people that just want to make money out of it, which is a good thing to me, because I'm just talking with people that really believe in the space, they really believe on, strategizing the long term. And I can see they are going to be successful because are there to stay, not just there to make money and then leaving. So when we have this type of conversation with creators that understand in the long term how the ecosystem will develop, it's so much easier to give them suggestion because they're able to embrace it and then structuring their project and even their profile on the space, like based on the long term. And then suddenly they even can have a sold out drop and this generate a revenue, but that's not the point on this stage of the ecosystem in a bear market. It's really matter of the content of the project. But then when you stop thinking of generating revenue, it's when you make it, because you're putting so much effort on strategically build your roadmap, strategically have a very beautiful, like, aesthetic drop. You put a huge effort on providing utilities that can be for artists, can be prints, like physical prints, can have a Zoom call where they allow you to be an immersive gallery of their artwork. Like, there's a lot of effort of artists that are really trying to engage the user in their world, in the space, that it's incredible the job they are doing. And I don't think those artists, they're really there to make money, but they're really there to transfer their knowledge and their world into the space. And then when you see this effort, you suddenly see also the result. And that's really where we see the value out of it. So, yeah.
To answer your questions about the recipe, well, if I had a recipe, I would be very, very rich. So there is no recipe, actually. But what you can do is just benchmark other project that did successful things. One thing also is that the space is evolving very, very quickly. So things that we were saying to our clients or to your partners at the beginning of the year is not true anymore now. So because the space is evolving very quickly. So probably if you have this talk next year, we will give you other advice or other things because the space will be evolving, hopefully in a bull run. One thing that we know now is that the buyers are more savvy. They are more looking at what they're buying, at the price also, and what they get for that price. If I go back to my water bottle, you buy a water bottle €1, you know you are going to drink, that's great. If you're buying an image, a JPEG, an NFT at €1,000, what do you get for that? Are you in a club just, or do you get discount on merch? Do you get access to something special? Do you get access to a VIP event or on the backstage of the projects? What do you get exactly for that money? And people now are really looking to, okay, what do I get with that money? Because currently the money making of NFTs, we're just buying NFT and flipping it like a week after or 2 weeks after, is no more working very, very well. So people are just looking for, okay, I'm going to buy this NFT, it's going to be useful, I'm going to keep it, but what is worth it?
I heard this sentence saying the space will be healthier when you stop asking yourself how much will I make out of this NFT, but what can I do with this NFT? So I think it's a perfect point to actually, you started out actually, Maria Teresa, saying some utilities that some projects can give, but could you list some, or could we come with a brainstorm of utilities, or what are some nice utilities from projects that you have been seeing lately? Some utilities that really surprised you, or that you think that this is something very good for a community?
Well, in general, like, even, I know that sounds simple, but even on her drop, like design in a strategic way, can be very useful to the community. Because on her drop is just a simple giveaway of an NFT that they're buying from their collection, where I usually say to the creators, what's the eligibility criteria where the winner should have in order to be eligible for the airdrop? I always ask this question: who should be eligible? And we think together, like, probably users that have already 2 NFT from your previous collection, and then a couple of NFT for your current collection. So in this way, you allow to make it happen, the secondary market, for the previous drop and allowed, user to buy NFT from the current drop. And this is a simple one that is not really a lighting, but allowed to generate value. Some more immersive one can be, as I say, like a Zoom call with the creators, where they can organize like a proper exhibition where you are part of their exhibition, where you can see all the artworks and they generate together a new print, a new work together for holders that have more than 10 NFT from that collection. Or even a trip to somewhere specifically, or a botanical garden because the creators is crazy for certain type of leaves, and the artwork is specifically for that type of trees, and then one of the winners, it's win a trip to a botanical garden where the creator was inspired. So there's an infinitive way of engaging the community. It's really up to the creators and the way things how to engage them. So it could be the simple suggestion to the biggest one that actually allow the future buyer to be really engaged with the project. So it's really a matter of thinking through eligibility requirement that allow then buyers to be engaged into the project.
You tell a lot of them. I would probably have more complex one, for example, revenue sharing. You can share revenue with your holders. There is also exclusivity events, as you say, IRL on metaverses, one-on-one discussions, stuff like this. One pro tips, if you want one, is to do segmentation. Segmentation, what is it exactly? Is, okay, you have a collection of 10K people, but there is probably people that do have some attributes of your NFTs. If I go concrete, for example, you're a Boki holders. This is a project where you have some people on it, and there's some wizards with blue hats, and the blue hats is an attribute. So probably you want to offer some physical blue hats to those people who have these attributes. And this is great because you can segment your project by many things. It could be an attribute, could be also for people that hold your NFT for more than a year, for example, or more than a period of time. Or it could be for NFT holders that didn't put their NFT on OpenSea or on the marketplace. Or it could be some people who own, for example, multiple times your NFTs, and you will reward them with specific utilities. So when you do this segmentation, you can play with your utility. Some utility could be for specific person into your project.
Nice. That's a super good idea, actually. Utilities is a whole world, right? When you said Metadata is an airdrop, I would like to know, do you mean like airdropping another NFT or airdropping some coin, or what were you? Because I understood you said for a second collection, but can you do an airdrop if this is your first collection as some sort of reward?
Absolutely. You can have an airdrop of, even if it's your first collection, you can give an additional asset related to the collection. Because if people are engaged to your project, they want to have more. Because it can be used also as another tradable asset in the secondary market, even the airdrop, which is the NFT, what I mean. We try to actually suggest to do NFT, the airdrop of other, digital asset, other NFT, just to increase the value for the holders to have more asset from that, specifically if they really like the quality of the artwork. So, and it definitely works also very well for second, third, fourth collection, because it's in that time space that allow the secondary market running. So yeah, there's an infinite way of doing utilities, and there's no way that in a bear market we don't suggest that to our creators. The creators that are in the bear market, as I mentioned before. They are very aware. They're here to stay, and they're very aware that they need to work on this, and they're more than open to receive suggestion from our side on how to create the best also metrics for the utilities related to their drop. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. You want to share something?
Yeah, one thing also is that it's not always money related. It could be just to have a Discord name or a Discord, role or something like this. The most important thing is that if the more value and the more utility you bring, sometimes those two words are similar, but the more utility you bring to your collection, the more your holders will be fans, they will be loyal, they will be more engaged. And as a brand or as a creator, this is the key, Every brands want their customers to be loyal because they will spend more on the long term. They will come back to the brand. They will come back to the product or to the creators. And you want them to come back, not just to be one time.
Thank you for sharing all this. I think that it's amazing how utility can create the holder being a fan, but also having value for them. It's not only I'm just moving you around, but at the same time I'm profiting in a way, whether that's money or whether that's something. Because you said something really interesting about, okay, I can play with my holders and tell them, if you don't put this NFT on sale for below 1 ETH, then you're eligible for an airdrop, for example. And all these dynamics, right? Maybe would you consider them a utility too, like the ability to play the game, rather than only having a Zoom call or a ticket to a conference or an online course. All this ability, right, to create like some kind of engagement, that's also like utility, because at the end of the day, the customer or the user is going to be more engaged and he's going to be happier in a way.
Right. You're right.
I really enjoyed this talk with you. We don't have much more time, but I would like to open for the audience if you have any questions about NFTs, about utility, about strategy.
Thank you very much for the talk. It's very useful. I have a question about a line that is mostly a criticism against NFTs that runs in the space, like, okay, you can do art, you can do collectibles and video game items, but the criticisms goes by, well, those are futile things because, I mean, we could go without, right? And the world wouldn't change much, according to the critics. So I was asking, what is your reply to this type of criticism against NFT? And if you see NFT flourishing also on other spaces or other industry that are not entertainment or art related, like industry, like automotive, I don't know, anything, aerospace, what do you think?
Two things on my side. One thing is, why do you have picture on your wall? This is one question. And second thing is, why do you have more than one pair of shoes? You have Nike shoes that cost 500 euros. Why? There is good shoes that cost less than that. So it's always big about perception, the value of what you are buying, actually. So if you think that this NFT and these pixels actually will bring you value, you are able to pay for that. That's only about perception. And everything on Earth is about perception. Why this chair is more expensive than another chair? Because it's more comfortable, because I'm happy with that, because it's good looking. That's it. So for me, it's more about the perception of the value and the utility that you bring with that.
Yeah, and I can totally add that it's not based on it's not industry related to the advertising, but as I was mentioned before, like an example is in the food industry or in the wine industry, even in the vintage car industry. There is, like, I used to work for auction house before, and I was selling vintage car, and there are a lot of like investors on this sector that are trying to tokenize and create NFT of very museum cars, because everyone wants to hold a piece of, like, a famous, like, James Bond car, and the best technology and asset to hold one of the part of the car is actually NFT. So it's definitely is not a substitute to a current market, but is adding value in the web. And that's where I started the whole conversation by saying digital ownership of like an asset. That's what NFT is. And since we're spending between 8 to 12 hours a day on the internet, in the long term, we want to have also digital property of everything we see. And the early comer are the first one who benefit out of this.
And to complete, there is so much element that you can do with an NFT. It could be to rent a car or to buy a home. In the future, you will buy your home. I'm sure it will be with NFTs. Imagine you have tokenized your home, and when you buy your home, you buy 51% of your home actually, and you sell the other 49% to people. You are in your home and you can live in it because you are the owner. But you are making money when you will sell your home. You will have your money, but you will also pay the other 49% of people involved. So there is so many things that we can do with that space. It could be tokenized, it could be use of the blockchain, but we can speak about the gaming industry for sure. We can speak about every brands that have a loyalty program. We saw Starbucks recently. We saw a company, Air Baltic, I think, that does a loyalty program. And we are just at the beginning. And we see every day some new elements that, okay, they are using NFT with that. That's crazy. And so that's why this is really exciting to be there at that time. It's because we are going to see every month new layers of utility and new things with that space.
Thank you very much.
Great. Oh, we have a last question there. Wait a second.
Hi. So regarding the NFT, is it better to do one of one, or one of 50, or one of 25, or when it comes to NFT, keeping it one of one, does that make it more attractive to somebody that wants to invest in that?
That's my bread and butter. Like, no, I'm kidding. Like, but it really depends on the project. Perhaps if it's an art project from an artist that was hand drawing all his works and then it digitalized and then it probably animated a bit, that would be nice to do one-on-one and probably do an auction. And so you have a lot of users that are bidding to the same, like, asset. But then you can even do, like, and this is about the artist and writing. But then if you, for instance, do a project related to female pleasure, it's more about the female mental health, or it's more about the topic itself than the actual token. And then there you want to build a stronger community, then you can actually do a sort of PFP, profile picture, of 3,000 assets. And then of a similar image with different edition. So it's really based on what type of project, what type of creators, what's the concept behind, that then we evaluate the editioning of the asset and then the related price according to the fluctuation of the market.
You said it.
Great. So, yeah, we have another question here, and that, I think it will have to be the last one. But we have our speakers ready in person in the real metaverse.
Doesn't work.
Now it works.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for your time. And the question I have is, I don't use social media anymore. I had it for 10 years and I came off it. It was too much. And I've been working insanely on my music and art, but I'm building myself a website. I don't want to go back on social media. Do you have advice for someone like me? Like the platforms that you put NFTs up on, do people go on there, or are they finding NFTs through social media? Is that the only way to be found?
I don't think that's the only way. That's an interesting question, an interesting project. It's much easier exactly if you have a community, even on Twitter, Discord, LinkedIn. Yeah. It's more easier because it's here you are going to give them those information, to give them also those utility and those value and those talks and those every week, for example, ask me anything sessions and stuff like this. So you have to do that. But in my mind, I don't think it's incompatible to launch an NFT project and to not have this online community. You could probably be a very well-known person on a city or very local and to sell your NFT with a QR code or something like this. It could work like that. So the answer will be yes, it's feasible. It's probably more complex because you will reach less people actually. So, but it's not impossible, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I also think that we should shift the paradigm of how to use social media, which is very important. I'm not myself a very social media person. I don't like to put myself on the space because I don't think that's the way we should really transfer knowledge and communication. It's not me being in Ibiza and having a great life, but it's more me being in Ibiza and what I'm trying to say. Probably is the content that should change, is the way we transfer information in the media. And that's what actually, why I try to push creator on being in specific media like Discord or Twitter, because it's more content-based than personal life-based. And that's why by use it in a clever way, you don't affect mentally, but you actually transfer in a more efficient way what you want to say into the space. So it's the paradigm shift that should change in the way we use the media.
And personally, I do hope that in the future we will have something else than Discord.
I agree.
Great. I don't like it. No. I'm on it every day. I spend probably 2 hours on it every day, but I don't like it. And I hope there will be new tools in the future that will come, more decentralized, less messy, stuff like that. Yeah, I do hope that. People probably will kill me for that, but yeah, I'm not a Discord guy.
It's useful, but it's all. Well, I shouldn't say that. But what I actually would like to add in general, why I love this industry, is that. And specifically also NFT. NFT is just an asset in the Web3, but there is still all the infrastructure to be built in order to be in the Web3. And that's what is exciting, because from here to 10 years ahead, we're going to see so many things changing, included social media. So many people don't want to use Instagram anymore in the way it's used. Why should be followers? Should be users. Users, they want to follow a specific topic, not passively people that are enjoying their life. And we will see this infrastructure building within the next 10 years ahead. And the NFT is going to be a small satellite that's going to, follow those website building and allow us to be in a really Web3 ecosystem. Yeah.
I exactly dropped the mic. I think we could have a whole conference about Discord and social media and what mediums to use. So thank you very much. We're going to have to end the panel here for this topic because we need to move on, but that was an amazing space, both of you, Delphine and Maria Teresa. Thank you for being with us and sharing your knowledge. Okay. So, we're going to moving on to a little talk that we couldn't do before about NFTs, Metaverse and music, and afterwards we're going to go talking about IPs and legal stuff, okay, legal aspect of things with Joanna. But first of all, we're going to invite from the realm of the Metaverse, we're going to have Anna with us, and we're going to talk about the Metaverse and music. I don't know if Anna is around there.
There we go. Hey guys.
There you go. How are you, Anna?
Really good. My team was just in Dubai this week where we put on a huge event at the Dubai World Trade Center doing music and metaverse. And I'm currently in a tiny little town near Brussels at a conference about music and gaming. So excited to be all around the world at once.
Oh, it's amazing to have you there around the world. Actually, Anna is a co-founder and CEO of Metaverse platform called Wristband. It's a Metaverse platform where, well, events taking place in the real world can have a digital twin of the physical world happening in real time. By combining the excitement of a live event with the power and reach of digital social experiences, they can do that, and actually it's accessible through PC, Mac, or mobile phone. So it looks like you're really creating something to actually be able to enjoy something as incredible as a music event wherever you are.
So I don't know how many people in the audience have grown up playing games or have watched movies, but basically you can think of Wristband as this huge open world city where you can arrive with your avatar, you can discover concerts that are also taking place in the real world. I think a lot of metaverse platforms are just thinking about digital, but we're really built for the live music industry. So anything taking place in the real world can have a digital twin in Wristband. But we also have to think about what does that experience look like? And that's very different to what you experience in the real world because it's actually quite boring to stand with your avatar and watch a 2D screen in a 3D world. So we've really focused on what is the ritual of going to an event, which is going with your friends, having interaction, being able to hang out, being able to meet the artists, and having these experiences that you could never have anywhere else.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's a full experience, right? When you go to enjoy music or you go to a concert, it's not about only listening to the music, but how you listen to music, where you are, with who you are, and what is the experience you live. So, what do you think is the current state of music and metaverse in terms of events, experiences? What is a reality right now around these topics?
Whenever you go to quite a lot of experiences in metaverse, probably Decentraland and Sandbox and even Roblox are some of the top of mind. They're pretty ugly. They look terrible. There's not much to do. And if you're Ariana, Travis Scott, maybe put your hand up and you can have access to the metaverse. But otherwise, there are hundreds of thousands of artists out there who need this platform to be able to reach their fans who are online or maybe can't come to their show in their small geographic area in the real world. So there's this huge opportunity for independent artists. And also, we're talking about NFTs and tokens here today at Ibiza Nxt. And we've had this economy where you have artists doing activations that are for free, and the brand goes and backs that. Same with Ariana Grande and Travis Scott in Fortnite. But what we haven't done yet is unlocked this opportunity where fans are engaging in the monetization of an artist's career and actually paying for incredible content online, because we haven't gotten to that stage yet where you have this really interactive additional experience that people want to actually be a part of in that sense. So anything from ticket sales to digital assets. And also just to point out that none of this is new in the gaming world. People have been purchasing digital assets and collectibles and trading them for 40 years. So when we think about where that maturity is in the industry, it's actually the first time that the music industry can tap into opportunities that have usually only been accessible to the gaming market.
That's a very nice point of view. The fact that this is not a new thing. People have been exchanging digital assets in other industries, and now we can bring it back to the music. So, how do you envision though that relation? How does the relationship between fan and artist change if they can share this economic structure or monetization or royalties or whatever it is?
Yeah, I think there's a couple examples when we just replaced the word NFT with collectibles. In fandom, especially music, people already collecting band t-shirts. So if you went to name your favorite artist first show, maybe that was like a 100-person cap venue and there's 20 people there, but you bought a t-shirt because you love that show. Maybe they signed it and you keep that, and then later you can trade it and it's worth more, or you keep it and it's like an item of pride that you were a part of that artist's journey. So I think the same way we have NFTs now instead of that physical band t-shirt, artists, especially those who are growing up and like their fans who are growing up in this space playing games, they're the generation that's going to really engage with artists in a new and more direct way. And I know, like crypto, you have also your own community that gets access to different things based on having an NFT or having certain, memberships to your community. And I think the fan relationship with artists is going to be much more like that, especially in online worlds, where, for example, instead of having just like a 2D performance of an artist, you can have this backstage pass where you can meet and greet with that artist after their show. And that's very limited opportunity because you have to it takes time to these one-to-one interactions. So you can have limited NFTs to have that conversation with a fan, and then the value of that NFT is determined by, I guess, the scarcity and the popularity of that artist, but then you can also trade it on the secondhand or the third-party marketplace. So there's also then we think about the economics of these metaverse spaces. So the way Wristband is set up is when you arrive in a world, just like any downtown area, you have your core experiences. Then you have Middletown, which is kind of like your up-and-coming area, so just like the outskirts of your downtown. And then you have the underground, and this is for artists who are starting to build their careers. And as they get more traction and more discoverability, then they're going to move up. So we want to incentivize with tokens and with NFTs for people who are mostly visiting these like main known acts to actually go and support indie acts. So for example, just like in the real world, you have poster runners sticking up posters around a real city. In Wristband, you can have a poster runner around this digital city supporting this artist, and they can get NFT rewards or other special access rewards, maybe tickets to a real world event or concert or flights to incentivize this really unique discoverability that you aren't seeing in the music industry today. I mean, 80,000 people are uploading tracks on Spotify, and very seldomly do I actually discover an artist on Spotify. So here's a new place where we can actually have, again, that sense of going out for a night and like walking by a pizza bar and seeing this artist that you never thought you would ever, you didn't plan on going to see them, but then you spend the night at this little pizza bar at this gig and you become a fan. So I think there's this thing, again, that's special about real world events that we can finally capture in the metaverse and then actually monetize and build that relationship with NFTs.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Actually, it looks like a new kind of ecosystems between artists, fans. But I think there's a third part here that may not be so happy about it. What's the challenges considering people who normally have taken that role? Let's say labels, publishers. What's the complexity surrounding major labels, publishers with this direct engagement between creators and fans?
I think a lot of tech platforms or tech companies creating platforms for artists are really missing out when they're not thinking about the traditional infrastructure of the industry, because once you get to a certain stage in your career as an artist, it's really important that you have your team there to support you, whether that's your manager or your label or someone doing social media or someone doing community management. You actually need to be able to focus on your craft and being able to go and do these shows and have this relationship with your fans and have time to make your music. So for us in Wristband, it's actually about thinking about what is currently in the real world and how can we actually encompass that and bring it into Wristband and then grow on it so it makes sense for everyone who's involved. One another is actually having deep data insights as well. So in a lot of gaming platforms and online platforms, you don't have these rich data insights about who bought a t-shirt, what demographic are they, what part of the world are they, did you discover a new fan base that you wouldn't have known about otherwise, and then by the metaverse, and then actually go there in the real world. So that's data. And then also, like you talked about, royalties. So I think this is something we're very early stages yet at, and I think it's important to remember that we're kind of all figuring this out together. So being very open with your community base and saying there's a reason why we're doing this NFT drop, and maybe even saying to your community, hey guys, like this is what we've thought about. What do you guys think? Do you want to be a part of this? How can we improve it? Even before releasing an NFT strategy, I think can be a really good way to make something meaningful to your fans and have them engage in a meaningful way that actually gets them to talk about what you're doing, invest in it, and spend time on it.
Thanks for sharing. So let's get a bit hands and feet and everything on the floor. And let's say I'm an artist what do they need to do? Let's say a non-known artist, okay, just to differentiate someone who can be already famous. If I'm an artist that I'm not famous, what are the first steps I could do to get into this new space that's opening up?
So one thing we've already done is, well, basically every year there's this event in Austin, Texas, in the US called South by Southwest, and it's been around for many, many years, and it's known for championing new indie artists that, you know, then labels come out and see, managers come out and see, and they get discovered at this event. And we were able to have a physical venue in the real world, and also we created a digital twin and wristband of that venue at South by Southwest. And we couldn't have all these performances taking place because we wanted to include as many artists and voices as possible. We ended up having over 3,000 artists apply to be a part of our showcase, and then we were able to display 81 different interactive digital artworks. And this meant that people who are attending the event in real life could actually have access to and exposure to those NFTs or digital art pieces. One of those artists was Max Cooper. He was releasing an album, and the album cover was an NFT. So people visiting that gallery in the real world, but also in the metaverse, could discover him, support him, and also click off to learn more about his music and upcoming album release. So in terms of where does it fit in with the promotional campaign and how can you access it, it's very easy to do with artwork, with music, and then also to build into the current strategy of releasing a campaign around a new album.
Yeah. That final moment, it was a bit low of volume. Could you repeat the last part?
Yeah, no problem. So when you think about where does an NFT fit into an existing artist campaign, it can be a great way of adding new promotional opportunities and new ways for your fans to engage through artwork as a teaser for the upcoming album release. So for example, an album cover that's released as an NFT.
Totally. I guess it's not done for everyone, right? If I'm an artist, maybe I should be aware of who's my collection of fans. Is it for everyone, or is there any kind of barrier for a user to get in and use all these tools, so that I have to consider if my audience is tech-wise or is in the Web3? How is that for an artist? How is that the relationship with their audience? Do they need a specific audience to get into Metaverse, music, NFTs?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question because if you're a younger artist who's already active in the gaming space and is already spending time in these virtual worlds and has an audience who's actively interested in NFTs and crypto and already has investments and already has a wallet, I think it's a really, really good space to start experimenting and also doing like token gating for your community. But then if you're an artist who, you know, might already have released 8 albums and like is having huge tours and maybe doesn't have the right audience in terms of someone who's already engaged and invested in NFTs and interested in it, it might not be the right fit. I really think that this next generation of both artists and fans who are growing up in virtual worlds, who are growing up with this emergence of crypto and blockchain, they're going to be the ones who really drive what's next for monetization and fan relationships in an artist's career.
Definitely. You can already see how lyrics are changing, right? New generations are just making some different, totally different lyrics to the ones they did when I was growing up. So yeah, there must be like a generational shift for sure. Okay, let's start wrapping up with some of the, the negatives about having fully decentralized strategies. Is it right to be fully decentralized? Is there any problems with that? Let's say, when we think in Web3, we're sometimes thinking, okay, I'm me and my fans, and there's no intermediary whatsoever. Does that have any challenge?
Yeah, I think in many ways decentralization isn't actually the right way to describe it, because what do we want? Which is actually, we want to have independence and control. Which doesn't mean like complete hands-off. I actually think it means much more curation and hands-on in a sense. So when you create your DAO, it's about a community that's, again, investing in their time in a common belief. And I think there's very much a learning curve now about people figuring out what does it mean to be a part of something like a DAO? How much time are they going to commit to it? And then also for that DAO to say, how can we incentivize people? Because then all of a sudden, if you have only 10% of that DAO actually investing time and energy, does that fulfill that purpose that you originally set out to fulfill? Then when we look at the metaverse space and platforms, platforms like Decentraland and Sandbox, where people can actually purchase the land parcels and purchase the token. But we're finding very much that those people investing in purchasing land and investing the tokens are completely different from the people and community who are building or exploring the space. So you have this kind of deadlock where you go into those worlds and it's completely empty and no one's built anything because they're just waiting for the price of the land to go up or down to buy or sell. So when we're building these platforms, just like a game, you have to have good mechanics. And in order to have good mechanics and good incentives, you actually need to have some sort of control. So for us, like you can't buy the land, you can maybe rent the land, because then for that period of time you're renting the land, you're incentivized to do something with it. So I think this is an interesting space to look at how NFTs, both for renting, for having it limited for an excessive time, if there's a very high demand piece of land, then that price goes up, or that NFT price goes up that you can lease it for. So we're at the very early days, but I actually think taking it slowly and making sure that the community and the artists and the industry are benefiting and getting value from it is important. So again, being very open and very conscientious about strategy at this stage is key.
Thanks for sharing, Anne. I think that's very sensible to say, to take it easy, know that we're in the beginning stages, but at the same time also use those tools, right, that are available and see how the space goes on, how fans react, and how, at the end of the day, music can just go through and come through, basically. So
very well put.
Sorry?
That's a very good summary. You said it very well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's. I think with all of us who are into creative arts and technology and blockchain, we really want to leverage all this potential into better experiences. And I would love to open for the public, for the audience, if they have any questions on what Risbon is doing, or on how they see music and NFTs and Metaverse. Is there any question for Anne? Okay, looks like we're good here. I want to thank you for your time. I would like to wish an amazing time there where you are. And thank you for being able to reaching us out of time and different schedule. We really appreciate it, and we really enjoy your time together. So
thank you, Dalia. Thanks to everyone in the audience. I can't see you, but thanks for being here and have a good one.
Let's try to make her listen to the applause.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Let's take a minute to reset and to go to the next talk. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so let's continue with the afternoon. We have had a little break on music, but still on the metaverse and NFTs, right? And how can we use those technologies to actually make what we want to do in a more cohesive way? How can we bring communities together? How can we do all this? And there's basically different stages, different things we have to consider: the creative side, the technical side, but definitely the law side, okay, the legal side of it. And that's why we are having our next speaker with us. And yeah, she's actually an expert on the law side of things, specifically IP, right? So we have Joanna Rinde, and she's an NFT senior legal counsel at OneFootball, and we're going to talk about NFT licenses and how creators legally protect their IP. I think that's something that not many people take into consideration, but I think it's extremely important, right? Because not only to protect yourself from whatever regulations can be, but also to actually use all these technology for you as a creator to actually have all these gains, or have all that profit and monetary, but also everything. So let's go for it. How are you, Joanna? Yeah, you have to shake it, exactly. We know the rules.
Yeah, now I've spent enough hours in this room during today to know to shake this. And also I wanted to say that I hope everyone still has some energy. I was in London like 3 weeks ago, and the last panel of the day was also with a bunch of lawyers, and I felt really sorry for the people in the crowd. So I hope that you guys can still have some energy. I will try to make this interesting. We'll see.
For sure. Actually, let's do something. I like to get the audience involved a little bit, because when we're talking licenses, we all know collections that involve licenses. I don't know, let's do another check. Like, who now in the room has an NFT? Like, who has an NFT in their wallets? Great, that's quite good for a Web3 blockchain conference. Probably in the real estate, that's not like that. So, who knows what is, for example, Bored Ape Yachts Club? Raise your hand. Bored Ape Yachts Club. No?
The apes.
Anyone? No? Who has a Bored Ape Yachts Club?
Who wishes they would have one?
Exactly. Who wishes one they had one? Well, I'm sure you're going to tell us a lot about it, but yeah, there's all these intellectual property that you actually own when you also own one of these things, right? And that enables you a whole world of business, creativity, etc. So, first of all, how did you get into NFTs and Web3? And then let's talk about that.
I started working for a layer 1 protocol about a little bit over a year ago, and that was essentially how I got into blockchain. That was quite the crash course, but super interesting. Mm-hmm. And then now, more recently, I work for OneFootball, which is a football media application, so a Web2 company. And they recently launched we recently launched our NFT collection. And we now have, essentially, if somebody knows what the NBA Top Shot is, so they are digital video moments. And we have that, but for football content. So that's what we do. And this is, so yeah, I have a background in intellectual property and tech, always specialized in that also during my studies already. So sort of venturing into always trying to find the newest technologies out there. Or I've always been really interested in that. So it was like, I don't know, I feel like a quite sort of normal way of, if you just go with what your heart desires, sort of listening to that and what you're interested in, then eventually you always end up in Web3. No, maybe not everyone, but a lot of, all of us in this room.
All roads lead to Web3.
But yeah, no, so that's how I got into it. And just in general, I think as a lawyer, it's quite useful to have the intellectual property and tech background, of course, because the space is so new that you need, sort of in my job, I take the old and I combine it with the new, and then that's my job, or that's sort of, then the output is, hopefully at least, legislation that fits with the blockchain world, because nothing like that really exists still or currently, so.
Thank you for bringing your expertise to the space then. So let's start a bit funky. Like, what do you think most people are missing or they don't even think about when they talk about NFTs and IP?
I think that the most common thing is probably the very, very fundamental question is that, do people understand what an NFT is? Because if we talk about an NFT or rights in the NFT, we have to think about the fact that an NFT is basically twofold. So it's the line of code,
and then it's the artwork. And then when these two come together, that's when you actually have your what we would call an NFT, or a non-fungible token, or digital collectible, or whatever we want to call it. To allude back to what the previous panel said, I also think that we will have a new term for this. But essentially that means that this artwork that we see is many times just a picture on an off-chain. It's not even on the blockchain. What you have on the blockchain is that piece of code, and this is essentially what you will own when you own your NFT. And that piece of art sits, as I said, somewhere in an IPS or whatever off-chain data storage. And yeah, that's essentially what you see. And then what you then own is, let's say when we then talk about many times the rights around your NFT, we're many times talking about who owns that picture or the right to that picture. And I think this is also many times just what I try to make very clear. Because then the ownership of that picture, or what you want to do with that picture, or so on, is what you want to take into consideration when you, for example, decide on licenses or anything like that.
Great, that makes a lot of sense, actually, right? There's this code or this token on the blockchain, and then there's the art. But then, for example, one-on-one projects, someone buys the NFT, and the artist has made an art. Who's the art? Who has the license? Who has the rights of the art? The artist or the holder?
That really depends on how you have structured it. So also the previous panel with Delphine and Maria, they talked a lot about different strategies. So this then really depends on your project. So you can take something like OneFootball, or NBA Top Shot. Those are very, very closed off projects, mostly for two reasons. Because the media that you have in there is owned by somebody else already from before. So if you have an image of footage of a football game, that belongs to the club. If you have a picture of the player, that belongs to the player, and so on. So we, as OneFootball, who are creating these digital video moments, we cannot give the right to you, for example, who would be the owner, and say, look, you can get the right to the art, and you can do whatever it is that you want with this art, because it doesn't belong to us. We're really just kind of the one in the middle who put together the code and the art, who made that collection. But that right to that medium will always stay with either the football player or the club, or so on. Then if we take the Bored Apes that we just discussed, we take those, and then do you all know what the moonbirds are? We'll take two examples here. Does anyone know what a moonbird is? Okay, it's those owl-looking small creatures.
Maybe some more, but you are the brave ones.
So then you can have two different types of, you would have the apes, where Yoga Labs, who is the creators behind that artwork, has now said, yes, as an owner, you can take that picture that you own and you can use it as your logo, or, I don't know, on your restaurant, whatever you want to do with it, but that art will still belong to us. Or you have the Moonbirds, where the Proof Collective, which is the creators behind the birds, said, we'll make the artwork completely, we will license it under something called the CC0 license, which is a very open license. And then they said anyone who holds a Moonbird can really take that Moonbird and do something else creative with it. So if you own a Moonbird and I don't, I can just go and copy your Moonbird. The artwork but essentially your moonbird, and I can use that as my little avatar in a video game, or I can make a moonbird movie or whatever it is, because anyone has then the freedom of using whatever, or doing, more derivative works with that art. So that was a very long explanation to that, but I would say these are like currently the 3 use cases that we mostly see. So you have something that's completely open, something that is semi-open, I would say, and something that's very closed off.
That's amazing. That's very clear, actually. And maybe before even getting into the details of what kinds of licenses or what kinds of strategies, let's say, we can use as a creator, let me summarize a little bit that. Actually, I'm going to even translate just in case there's someone Spanish in the room, because I think this is very important, which is un NFT tiene 2 partes, ¿no? La parte de código, la parte de, bueno, más que de código, el token que queda que se codifica, pero es el token que queda en la blockchain, y el arte, que normalmente esto no se guarda en la blockchain, se guarda fuera, ya sea en un sistema más o menos descentralizado, distribuido como IPFS, que no es tenerlo en Google o en Amazon, es un sistema un poco descentralizado, sea donde esté, está fuera de la blockchain, y en la blockchain tienes el token. Tú como holder te pertenece el token, pero no la imagen. Entonces, le he preguntado a quién le pertenecen los derechos de la obra de arte, y Joana me decía, depende. ¿De qué depende? Depende de la naturaleza del NFT. En su caso, en OneFootball, es una especie de NBA Top Shots donde hacen NFTs de jugadas de fútbol. Entonces, yo no te puedo vender un NFT de una jugada de fútbol y darte los derechos de esa jugada, porque esos derechos van a pertenecer al club, al jugador o a lo que sea. Pero, por ejemplo, en una colección como Bored Apes, el token es del holder, pero los derechos, bueno, en principio son de Yuga Labs, y si no me equivoco, if I don't mistake, from Yuga Labs, the rights are from Yuga Labs and they license the rights to the holder. Is it like that?
Yes. I'm going to correct myself because I just realized it's not the apes, it's the punks that belong to Yuga.
Okay.
But sorry about that.
Okay.
But everything else that I said was correct. But Yuga Labs has the punks, not the apes.
We're going to go into that. So the punks los CryptoPunks son más o menos igual. Bueno, de hecho no son igual. Directamente los derechos son abiertos, ¿vale? No, tú cuando los derechos les pertenece a todo el mundo, right? Punks? No, sorry, yeah. Now Yuga Labs acquired Punks, so now they kind of open the rights, right? For the holders. But before...
But they still own the artwork.
They still own the artwork, exactly. So, así que sí, la propiedad la tiene Yuga Labs, ¿de acuerdo? Estos son los CryptoPunks. Y en cambio, por ejemplo, Moonverse, que es otra colección que acaba de pasar a ser lo que se llama CC0, todo el mundo o nadie tiene esos derechos. Por lo tanto, si yo soy holder del Moonverse 123, tú puedes usar el Moonverse 123 como tu imagen de perfil o incluso para hacerte una camiseta. ¿Por qué? Porque son derechos abiertos. ¿Vale? Entonces ahí está un poco la diferencia. I think we're on point now. Great. I think this is very at least for me was very confusing to understand at the beginning, because first of all I've never realized, like, yes, of course, like I'm an art buyer. I buy some art. I have the art. In a way, I cannot make a photo and make a T-shirt out of the art and sell it because I don't have the rights, right? So that's a very strange thing to think, that as a holder, depends on what the collection says, I can do one thing or another. I do own the token. I do own the token on the blockchain, but the art depends on what the owners allow me to do, right? And we just said that CC0 would mean that there is actually open rights, so I can do whatever I want, but me as a holder and you as a holder and everyone. But for example, maybe let's get into the example of the Bored Apes. In Bored Ape, the rights, Yuga Labs, the owners, have the rights, but they license me as a holder the rights to use it commercially. Is that right?
So, first of all, that is where I needed to correct myself, because Yuga Labs has the CryptoPunks and and not the bored apes, but it doesn't matter. The point being that they still hold the right to the artwork. So what I meant with the model in between is that what the creators between that artwork did is that so the artwork behind the CryptoPunks is that they say, we will allow any holder to use the artwork for their own benefit, creative purposes, create derivative works and so on. But we still hold the rights, the ownership to the artwork is the right term. So in comparison to the Moonbirds, where the owner of the NFT also holds the ownership rights to the artwork in itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of ownership, the difference is the collection Yuga has the ownership, or the founders have the ownership, or the holder also can have the ownership with CC0, which is, for example, Moonbirds.
And also under CC0, I think the most important maybe thing to point out under that is that it is not only the owner who can commercialize, it's whomever. So I can commercialize and use the art of a Moonbird even if I don't hold a Moonbird. So I can just go and copy whomever's Moonbird, and that's completely illegal.
That raises a very interesting question, because it's like, why would somebody do that, right? So actually, before like maybe getting into how to choose the right license for your project, why should a creator make sure to protect their collection with a license? Like, why should somebody think about that when they're creating an NFT, just to start?
To think about how you want to monetize your work. That's why I would always recommend to think about like under how you want to license it, under which type.
Important.
And what you believe in, I guess. So I guess both two things. Of course, in OneFootball's case, we don't really have a choice, because like a person, a player will always, we talk about personal rights, we talk about like media rights to the game and so on. Like, this is still such a limited space, or like that space is still governed by so many copyright rules that you don't really kind of want to go and put your spoon in that soup. But when it then comes to if you're an artist and you create your own collection, it then depends on what rights you want to give to your community, for example. Do you want to, are you the proof collective who believes that by giving, essentially by having a very open license like the CC0, that ultimately having a whole community, a little bit like the open source community believed that opening up the code will lead to more projects and products. That's kind of how the proof collective, or how, because of course you also have the nouns and more projects out there that are CC0, but anyone who CC0s, I guess, ultimately believes that the more people create derivative works, the more the value of the original is going to have. So a little bit like, even though you can buy Mona Lisa in a million different versions, the original will always be the original. So really think about it. And I want to also throw in here that in general, also for an artist, I don't know how much anyone here in the audience has followed now the recent discussions on the marketplaces, and the fact that you are starting to see marketplaces like SushiSwap and similar that are taking away the royalty fees to the artists.
Sorry, I think it's SudoSwap.
Yeah, sorry.
It's very similar.
sorry.
I was like, I'm losing one.
SudoSwap, exactly. That are taking away the royalties. The D-Goods, it's a Solana project. They also now did the same.
The Gods, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so, so also there, you of course then as an artist want to think about, even more so, like how do you think that your project is going to grow? As in, what type of license do you? And also, is it important to you to hold on to the rights to your artwork and not have people exploit it? Because of course, then when you give the community or a lot of people the right to, for example, copy your artwork freely, you might have problems such as, is it going to be used to advertise guns and hate speech and whatever? So there's a lot of components definitely to think about.
Yeah, it seems like a complex task, right? To choose what type of license would you choose for your project. And as you said, maybe the CC0 makes more sense for projects that are intended to grow a community, because you're basically allowing everyone to make the marketing for your own community, right? Yeah. Because they can use it for whatever. It's like, if I make some t-shirts and everybody's using them, yes, please use them, so that you just do publicity out there. And that seems to work quite well. Actually, Nxt is a case in itself, because they're very expensive, and actually they're doing a huge treasury, and it's like an experiment on how to do like a DAO. And the good thing about Nxt actually is that they're automatically done. There's a code, right, that it generates themselves every day, I think. And so, well, that's a full other topic, like who owns the right if it's a generative algorithm that make the art. I think that's a whole other topic.
That's a completely other topic, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, I guess the coder.
I think that's under discussion. Like, okay. Is it the AI? Is it the creator behind the AI?
That's
is
deep.
It?
Yeah, because it can be like the coder who uses the AI model or the creator of the AI model. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Let's not open that door because we can go deep. But yeah, I don't want to be an IP lawyer in that place.
It's really interesting.
Anyway, Joanna, where can I find licenses? Like, how can I get resources to know about where to find these? Do I have to go to a law firm on Web3? Do I have to call you? Where's the resources to find all these licenses?
So I think currently what's really nice to see is that there are some projects out there that are building basic templates that one can go and copy. They're supposed to be open source. A16 Set Zero. What's the shortening of? Everyone knows the venture capital behind all of these famous projects.
A16 Set.
Exactly.
Andersen Horowitz.
Exactly. I always forget which letters comes last. They have something called the Good Evil Project, and for example, but by Googling you will surely find it. But essentially, that's a collection of different types of templates for licensing. Now, one should, since we are in the EU, mention that they are under European, US copyright law. So. But they definitely give an indication of like the direction of, or what to think about if one wants to just use licenses that are out there. Dapper Labs also has one just called NFT license, which is a template that they are updating from time to time, meaning that there are companies out there with big NFT projects that put also in very much effort to the community to make sure that there are licenses in place. And I hope to see even more such projects because I do think that they're interesting and important.
These guys actually also have a very nice collection of education resources. They have this collection said NFT Canon or DAO Canon, or there's actually a lot of articles that are really interesting. They're doing a good job. So a little bit to wrap it up, like we've talked about how, if you're a creator, how do you get different kind of licenses, but if you're a collector, how can you make sure, because I don't want to, if I buy an NFT and I start a business out of it, I want to make sure that actually I'm going to have those rights for sure, and that's not going to change eventually. So how can I make sure that that license brings me the rights I want?
Yeah, I think as a collector, as also if you're an NFT creator, but think about what you actually want to achieve. Is it to hold it? Is it to flip it? Is it to commercialize on the NFT that you are buying? And read the licensing terms. And then, of course, currently, as we went, or going back to the discussion on SudoSwap, for example, then if you are somebody who is looking to buy, to hold them, and then to flip it, meaning that you then sell it for a higher price later on, you might then also, of course, want to keep in mind to now scout after secondary sales platforms that don't take any fees in between, so that you don't lose money when you actually sell them. Now, that, as a disclaimer, a little bit breaks my heart to just say it, but I'm gonna put it out there so that anyone who has that agenda also can think about that. But as a creator, I do hope that, going back to Anna, what she just said in the previous talk, when she said that the next generation is going to be the ones that kind of show us how we want to monetize on NFTs. I think that this whole now discussion around how the secondary, fees on secondary sales on different platforms and so on, that we will see how this all develops in the future. Is it going to be so that the creators simply now lost all secondary revenues, or can we then as a community rather make sure that we push for this not to be the case, and that all secondary sales platforms also in the future give back royalties to the original creator? But again, if you are a collector, you're looking to flip, you're looking to make money out of the NFTs that you hold, do read the licensing and think about maybe on which platforms you would then resell your NFTs.
That's nice advice, thank you. So anybody in the audience would like to make any questions to Joanna about IP, NFTs, art, rights? Yeah, there's a question there. There's another one, actually. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yes, a couple of bits. One was when you have a NFT with protection on it and you sell it and you're flipping it in the secondary market, does that protection still valid in the secondary marketplace, you know? Or are you starting to come under new terms as soon as you put it there? That's one thing. And then the other one I was going to ask you was, because I do music NFTs, whether that's another different type of protection you might need if there's art and music involved.
To your first question, and here I will highly encourage, if there is someone that has more technical skills than me, then please intervene in my answer. But my understanding is that there is no technical way currently to enforce licenses on NFTs, which would mean that essentially also, for example, going back to royalties, even if I would create an NFT collection and I would create terms and conditions that would say also for secondary markets, I as the creator get 5%. And then somebody buys my NFT and goes on and sells it on a secondary market platform that is compatible with the technology, with that blockchain technology underlying my NFT. It might be that would be SudoSwap that says, no, we don't give artists any royalties, so hence essentially we don't have to implement this, because it's not technically possible to code that into the metadata at the moment, and therefore also in that sense not enforceable. But with regards to, for example, personal rights and so on, those can't, let's say in the OneFootball example that I gave earlier, those can't be circumvented because that is a person's personal rights. So yeah, then that would always trouble with the NFT. And I forgot your second
The second
question.
one was about, and you've got NFT that includes music and art, whether you can do encompassing agreement, you know, protected under one, you know, in the smart contract, because a lot of it's getting written into the smart contract now, isn't it? So can they both be protected, the piece of art and the music, if they're separate?
Sorry, I'm going to have to repeat your question. So the music component can be protected, and which was the other component?
So like an art component, just like if you're listening, if you've got a track which got a cover, imagine there's a cover and there's artwork, but there's also music. So.
Yeah. I would say yes. They can probably be covered differently, depending on, again, just how you formulate the terms and conditions. But also there are different types of art forms, so they would be covered differently.
Are you putting yours into the smart contract, or is it doing it separately?
Yeah. We at OneFootball we have terms and conditions just out there for everyone to read, which of course nobody ever does, but should one want to read them, they are there available. We also have a licensing, like a shorter one, just outlining the ownership that is in the metadata of the NFT. But the problem is that, of course, nobody, like really, you have to be sort of knowing what you're doing if you want to go and have a look at that. I mean, you have to know how to sort of open the metadata points. But yeah, we do both.
Question here.
Hola, hola. Thank you, Joanna, for this presentation. I was actually waiting for it a lot. We were speaking in LinkedIn before. I'm Sasha, and for example, we work with Cointelegraph, making NFT from their content and tracking the usage, so nobody can use the same content, the original content of them. So I'm interested when you say that every CryptoPunk original owner can use it for making t-shirt or, I don't know, making something nice, how you can prevent that another people use the same CryptoPunk for their own t-shirts, their own avatars, or even making commercial, I don't know, parties of goods and selling it in like a counterfeit. So what we can do in this camp when it's not in digital space, like when people start to bring every CryptoPunk or, I don't know, a Bored Ape in t-shirts and sell somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's, we'll have to see, and there probably will be cases coming up around that, but ultimately I think it's like what we see with any type of counterfeiting goods. So essentially we would know, right? I mean, with the CryptoPunks, you, of course, or with any NFT, you know who the holder is. And then if I hold the punk and somebody has copied it and so on, then essentially somebody is infringing both my rights, but in the case of a CryptoPunk, also Yoga Labs' right to the artwork. So then that would be essentially two parties that can go out and chase, really for copyright infringement because he couldn't print his t-shirts.
It's very unbalanced because the single person, the physical person who owns this NFT can do a lot, like a big company whom the claim should be addressed to. So for the physical person, owner of an original NFT, it's even more, maybe 100 or 1,000 times difficult, like for a big corporation or something like this.
Yeah, exactly. I think we will only see like what happens, right? Because on the other hand, if you're somebody who holds a punk, you have somebody like Yoga Lamps behind, it's also in their interest to maybe support you and really try to go after the person. Yeah, whomever is infringing, the infringer. But of course, if you bought an NFT that somebody has copied and you don't have like a very huge multi-million company behind that creative work that has that cash flow to go after as well, the situation might be different. And then ultimately we also have what I said before in the case of CC0s or the Moonbirds, for example. Like, what are you then going to do when all of a sudden somebody used the Moonbird for hate speech or advertising guns or whatever? Like, we will surely see a lot of these cases where we just have to see how it plays out.
We're gonna make this the last one just to move on.
Yeah, okay.
Then we can reach Joanna afterwards.
Cool. Hi, babe. Is there a way that you can track your NFT? So like once you've put it up onto the blockchain, so you've sold it on one platform, someone's bought it off you, they're going to go flip it on another platform. Can you track it? Because you have obviously the original blockchain code. Is it possible to do that? Is there any sort of platform or company that can protect you? Yeah, I thought you said that. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
There was another question down there, but yeah, okay.
I'm really, really happy that we're also engaged.
It's a very interesting topic that no one knows about. So. Okay. Now we are going to make this the last question.
I just wanted to end on maybe kind of a fun note. I know this is a very groundbreaking space. Like you mentioned, there's no real enforcement mechanism, but is there kind of a case, a potential case, a project, a company that you're following that you're really interested in seeing what the outcome is?
That's a great question. I definitely want to see how the Moonbirds project is playing out, for sure. And then I am really, just in general, curious about how this whole we are not going to pay royalties on secondary market sales is going to play out as well. So we will see. But there is a lot happening in the space. And also, I am really really excited about bigger companies such as Coinbase now after the tornado crash. Tornado crash. I'm like, it's late. Can't remember the words. Like all of these cases and bigger companies really sort of challenging regulators, asking for more regulation, clear advice, and so on. I think this is all great development to see.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this space. Thank you very much, Joanna, for bringing your expertise. I really think we all learned a lot from you, and we can continue doing so during the conference. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Okay, 1 minute, and we continue with the next talk. Are you ready? Ryan?
I'll be needing that. I'm presenting this.
Oh, right.
Okay. I love coughing into microphones. It's one of my things. Right. So, hello everybody, and thank you for being here on a Friday afternoon and being so attentive. My name's Mike Borman. I'm from Bitwax. I'm a partner in Bitwax. I will be chairing this discussion on the usefulness of NFTs and the blockchain, specifically for creatives. We are here in Ibiza after all, right? The reason why I live here in Ibiza and the reason why our guest Ryan is here in Ibiza, it's for the music scene, it's for Clubland. There are so many reasons why the music industry should be revolutionized by the kind of technology we've been talking about at this conference, but we're not really seeing it. We're seeing glimpses of what's possible. There are some interesting things going on. But for the most part, the music industry, it's just carrying on in absolute ignorance. Why? Why should this be? But what can people like us on this panel here today do to make Web3, the blockchain, crypto, genuinely useful for creatives? That's why we're here today. But before we get into this debate, let's do the introductions. Ryan, you have the floor.
Hello. My name's Ryan O'Gorman. I'm the founder of Vitalik. We started off in 2006 doing events at Space. We did the mornings with We Love we kind of did different events with We Love for a couple of years. And then we established our record label in 2009. We're about 40 releases, I think, and we have like a broad range of artists, about 35 different artists across those releases. Then this year we founded Vitalik Studios, which is a multimedia complex just outside Ibiza town. It's a 7-unit multimedia complex consisting of audio suites, video editing suites, and broadcast suites. So under the Vitalik name, we have a large community of creatives between the label and the events and the studios. We have a big creative community. And I guess I'm here today in the role of a content creator and curator. So I wanted to kind of speak about an NFT project that we're working on in conjunction with Odyssey AVI, which is a audiovisual, it's entertainment, but it's kind of like light and sound therapy. And they're based off kind of like the Monroe Institute technology for binaural beats and stroboscopic light. They work with Roxiva, who create these stroboscopic lights. It's all based on kind of the frequency following FFR response. So you can use like light, sound, or vibration, and it mimics brainwave patterns basically. You create states of beta and theta and everything in between. Use hemisync basically to induce brainwave states. So there's that factor of it, and then there's my brother's company, POW NFT, who are the first proof of work NFT creators. They work with the ERC20 token, and they work with smart contracts to distribute mining fees to token holders. So we've kind of, between the three of us, we're working on an audiovisual NFT that, kind of is multidimensional in terms of its utility and kind of examining ways that we can use smart contracts for transparent publishing for our artists.
Excellent. Rory? Hello.
Hello there, I am Rory. I am the founder of Bitwax. And for anyone who's unfamiliar with what Bitwax is, Well, originally, Bitwax was founded in 2019 as a vinyl record distribution business, selling vinyl records for cryptocurrency, so Bit for Bitcoin, Wax for vinyl. And then slowly, as time's gone on, we've discovered NFTs. It blew our minds, and we've sort of integrated into now with a world of navigating people from the Web 2 world and bridging them into Web 3 through dance music and Metaverse events. Currently, we're working with projects and people such as Beatport, Roland, a few BBC Radio 1 DJs, and as of today, I've just launched MDMA, and MDMA is the Metaverse Dance Music Association. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So I founded it in 2019, like I say, and then Mike, you came on board at about January of this year, and since then it's just been absolute chaos. We've been working with some of the biggest names in the industry, and we're just trying to encourage people to utilize this technology and make a better industry for everyone involved. So that's me.
A little bit more about me. I'm a DJ and producer. I've been in Ibiza for 5 years. I'm a partner in Bitwax. I initially started working with Rory because I thought Bitwax would be a good vehicle for my own music. I wanted to make some plays with musical NFTs. But then I went right down the rabbit hole. I got suckered into all things Bitwax, all the chaos that he mentioned there, and now I help him run the business. But I became really motivated to spread the message about how NFTs and the blockchain can actually help people, especially in the music industry, help them innovate, help them do interesting things that they couldn't do previously. But there's also the more straightforward thing. It can help them get paid. It can pay the bills in a very straightforward, matter-of-fact way that you can't do with other mediums. Hence, we're here today. I think there is a very valuable discussion to be had about how technology can help people, this technology can help people, as opposed to it just being an investment or a gold rush, as we said in the title. So, let's start the discussion. Ryan, we've all seen the value of NFTs go through the floor recently. Although the market's been panicking and there's a lot of negativity, do you think this is a good opportunity for the marketplace to reset a bit and really focus on the usefulness of NFTs?
I think what we saw basically over the last couple of years was something akin to like the dot-com boom, where anything that was .com had a perceived value to it. And there was kind of a lot of hype and a lot of speculation, and eventually that that crashed, it bust, and the projects that came out subsequently to that were the ones that had real utility and use. So I think that's something that we're kind of seeing now, because it's I think the innovation happens when there's kind of a bear market and people aren't looking at NFTs purely from a speculative point of view. If you want to have something to offer, it needs to have some valid use case. So with that in mind, I'm kind of relatively new to the space, so I kind of started to get into it last year, really. And the market was there was an abundance of in my mind, quite gimmicky kind of NFTs that were devoid of real artistic content. But I saw the potential in the technology from my brother's project, and just what smart contracts in the blockchain offered in terms of protection of intellectual property and so on. So we kind of went about creating the idea of these NFTs to have something that had real inherent value within the NFT itself, without having kind of peripheral things to give it value, and that's when we came up with the audio-visual NFT concept. And it's something that the current technology allows us to be able to create an NFT that not only has value as a piece of art, but also has a therapeutical kind of value also, in terms of the audio content alone with the binaural technology, and I'll go into that a little bit more.
We can go into that. So in essence, you're using light therapy, binaural sound, which is something that one would normally do physically, right? We'd look underneath the light machine. I had one of these myself. I love it. It's an amazing trip, but it also has therapeutic benefits. How can you wrap that up in an NFT? I'm curious.
Yeah, so currently Gavin from Odyssey is creating a template in Ableton. And it's kind of interesting. I know you said you guys were working with Roland, and a lot of the technology that is iconic in dance music anyway are machines that weren't designed for the purpose that they ended up having in dance music, and the real creativity came from pushing the parameters and the envelopes of those machines, let's say. So, what we're doing with the template that we're creating in Ableton is kind of putting those constraints within a template. Now, the constraint is the template and the rack that Gavin's creating, but also the confines of the binaural frequencies and the frequencies that you need to use to create certain psychological responses. So, I think from the creator's point of view, it's it's kind of a fun project for them, because it gets you're putting these parameters in place, these kind of that you're enabling them to push and create something that's kind of maybe more than just music. And how that manifests itself for the consumer is, they receive an audio-visual NFT that you can listen to on headphones, and you can get all of the binaural effects from it. We use Ebo Suite, which translates this into visuals, which you can get the stroboscopic effect from the actual NFT itself, or for the select
through a monitor.
Through a monitor, you can get a milder. You can get a milder kind of version of it. It's when you use it with the Roxiva lamp, which the selected works will be dedicated to these sessions, then you get the maximum effect from it, because you're under a strobe. But it just adds different kind of dimensions to the capabilities of the NFT, basically.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible to me that these lamps that cost 15,000, 20,000 euros, that you can replicate some of that experience via a monitor, and that you can then get the user to customize that experience. Yes, that is a useful NFT, in my opinion. Lucky you're here, really. So, Rory, over to you.
Hello.
I'm assuming you also agree that this is a great opportunity when people are not chasing the dollars or the Ethereum or whatever to innovate.
Yeah, I've been around in cryptocurrency since 2017. I was around from NFTs from the end of 2020 going into 2021. And the industry to me with NFTs was built on hype. You could sell any SHIT, and people would buy it. And I don't like throwing people under the bus, but for a perfect example of this, everyone's aware of the DJ's disclosure. Now it was their first NFT, so we have to give them that. But they created a track live on Twitch in 2021, and at the end of that Twitch stream, they put it on Zora for sale, and it sold for $70,000. Imagine trying to do that today. It was just we had an industry of NFTs built on hype. So now the way that I look at the industry, you have to build, something that's useful, a useful product. The NFT has to do something or enable you to get something in return. So I've got a few examples here. So what one form is, I know I hate using the word, but there really isn't a better word, is utility. And there's two forms of utility that I think you can prescribe to an NFT. Digital utility, so in the form of dance music, issuing stems of a track. So if you release a track, you can release the stems of that track as the utility through an NFT token gate, only accessible to the people who have purchased your NFT. You can give them unreleased dance music, different edits of that track, And anything that's like digital media, so that's URL utility. And then there's IRL utility, so things such as, you know, meet and greets, guest list, backstage access, and just things that turn that piece of digital content from your screen into something that's tangible in the real world. So there's two forms of like URL and IRL utility. Another thing which people haven't been doing so much, and we have all the tools in front of us, is making these NFTs visually, I want to use the word complex, or visually pleasing, visually complex. A great example of someone doing such work is Joelle Snaith, who is Richie Hawtin's visual artist. She creates audio reactive NFTs for dance music. And they are absolutely stunning, some of the work she puts out there.
Don't they get minted live?
And yes, yeah. So she did she was DJing, sorry, she wasn't DJing, she's the visual artist. Richie Hawtin was DJing in Fabric in London a few months back. And as he was performing live, she was creating the NFTs live. And then those visual works that were also reacting to the audio of what was being DJ'd and created, they were then being minted as NFT live. So that's one example. Other examples are just people who create 3D works that can be used and explored in the Metaverse in a sort of interactive form. You know, again, that's another form of usefulness, is instead of it just being, and sorry to throw the Bored Apes under the bus, but they're a very easy target, but instead of it just being a photo of a monkey, you know, you can create things that are 3D, stunning, that work in virtual reality, and just visually look absolutely incredible. And one more thing, and this is more to do with the branding of like the usefulness, is the branding such as Pool Suite. It was talked about yesterday, and I strongly believe they are at the forefront of this. They have the most visually pleasing NFTs. They have a great, copyright, and the images they post online are all these 70s porno kind of Miami disco cocaine guys. And it's just everything about them. They're doing it right, the way they talk, the way it looks, and that's another form of usefulness people aren't really taking advantage of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does raise an interesting point where, you know, let's go with the word utility here. That part of the hype, I feel, that got us into this position was I think there's an argument that says there was too much utility. It was like, you're going to get this. What do you think about that, Ryan? You know, where do you stand on sort of how much add-ons there should be in an NFT?
I mean, I think a lot of that is marketing, I suppose. And I guess if the NFT itself doesn't have enough inherent value, then you have to create a lot of other peripheral things to kind of give it value. And so, I mean, I think the thing with all of this is you have different markets and you have different people who want different things from NFTs. But for me personally, I don't really. If the NFT itself doesn't have its own inherent value, then it's not really something that's interesting to me. You know, you're signing up for some kind of rewards program. So, from that perspective, I mean, coming from like somebody who essentially is like a curator, I think for me to bring utility or value from the blockchain to my artists, I need to kind of create a vehicle where they can access community with their artwork and come up with conceptual ideas where they don't need a big marketing team or a big budget behind it, that they can kind of exist under their own merit of what that artwork is.
Yeah, got you. So you being a curator as an independent label, what are the kind of challenges that you faced in more recent times with the music industry as we know it, and more importantly, how can we solve them with this technology?
Yeah, so I mean, when we started the label, streaming didn't really exist. It was the model was selling vinyl and downloads, and you could exist as quite a niche record label and make not a huge profit, but a comfortable product enough to profit to exist from having a in each community, a couple of thousand followers or whatever, because you're getting like €3 per vinyl, 50 cents per download or whatever. And with the advent of streaming, you could reach a bigger audience, but the revenue streams were much smaller, like massively smaller. So in order to kind of exist within that model, you have to reach a bigger audience. And as a kind of a niche label, we didn't necessarily want to broaden the appeal of what we were doing. So the biggest obstacles I think that faced us were streaming, publishing, and piracy, I suppose, as well. And I think the solutions that I see in the blockchain, like for these issues, are basically that you can retain that community on a smaller level, but get more value, like for the content that you're putting out through things like NFTs and through like publishing solutions, through smart contracts and so on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that excites me, well, partly about musical NFTs is actually the boring bit, right? The accounting, the fact that the technology can enable publishing royalties to be paid out. That must be a game changer for or it could become a game changer for someone in your position, right? That at the beginning, everyone's percentage is agreed, and then it gets paid, and it's automatic, and there's no argument. That must be a big thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I just want to jump in. So on that as well, it absolutely baffles me. So I do agree, smart contracts are going to revolutionize the music industry, but it surprises me why they haven't already. Wow. So I look at someone, yeah, exactly. I look at someone like Imogen Heap, who is a musical pioneer, who's leading the way with like musical technology, and she talked about this in early 2017 about the usefulness of smart contracts in the music industry, and actually released her song "Tiny Human" on the blockchain in 2018. But like, what have we done since then to actually adopt smart contracts within the music industry, and why haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that you're fairly close to adopting this model with your label. I mean, I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, I think you really have to kind of look at it from the consumer's point of view, because, I mean, even within the the options that are available at the moment, even with blockchain streaming services and things like that, they're kind of, the technology is there, but there isn't, the consumer experience of those products isn't really fantastic yet. Yeah. And I mean, like, for us, because my brother was already working with a kind of model of, they kind of created this smart contract functionality where they were distributing like ETH back up the chain through, through smart contracts into the tokens themselves. It kind of presented an opportunity where, like, that's something that could be adopted into audio NFTs, for example. So it's having the technology isn't enough, you know. I think you need to kind of create like a good user experience for it as well. So, I mean, for us, we wanted to kind of create the community first and bring out some slightly more conceptual, like, NFTs, and kind of like create a little bit of noise about what we're doing, and kind of then adopt the technology into those NFTs.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. Like you say, is the consumer. The technology's there, but why bother releasing this stuff if his consumers don't have crypto wallets and don't have any intention of getting them? So Rory, founder of Bitwax, expert in this field, how do we get more buy-in from the lay person, the kind of person who would not come to a conference like this but is interested in music? What do we do?
So this This is a weird way of doing it, and it's something that we've talked about. And I like to describe it as a wolf in a sheepskin. I know it's the saying. What's the actual saying for it? It's
a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh boy!
Yeah. I don't like that. I like a wolf in a sheep's skin. It's a bit more gruesome.
We've got our own metaphors in Bitwax.
Yeah. So the wolf in the sheepskin to me is we want to. Well, this isn't what we're only primarily doing, but it's an idea of a form of how we want to onboard people in, like unknowingly almost. And I know it sounds a bit weird saying that, but basically we want to embed vinyl records with NFC chips. These NFC chips can be redeemed for an NFT. So all you need is a mobile phone. But to backtrace a little bit, anyone can purchase a vinyl record. You know how to go to Bandcamp, you know how to go to Discogs or Shopify or whatever website and purchase a vinyl record. If we can embed an NFC chip inside of that with an NFT that's redeemable, then, you know, we can hide, you know, this dragon, this wolf inside of this vinyl record where people purchase it and, you know, they may get the vinyl record, they enjoy that, they can do what they want with that. And if they want to go further, they can, you know, pull off the sheepskin, and underneath that is this utility-ridden monster that is, you know, the smart contract world of blockchain, NFTs, Ethereum, and all this chaos. So the answer to the question is we have to hide it. You know, like you were feeding your dog pills if it had something wrong with it. You have to hide it in its food and unknowingly give it to them.
Yeah. It's like some sort of a warped crypto gateway drug, right? But seriously, to people purchasing this stuff in pounds, dollars, and euros, that's pretty important. But it's difficult. You know, and I can understand why, because one of the reasons for the blockchain is that it is its own ecosystem that isn't quite the same as capitalism. However, to really get the grand populace to get involved with this, it should be as simple as going on PayPal, really. You know, and you may, you know, you can have a wallet linked to that, and you can acquire, you know, you can pay 20 quid, but in the back end, it's actually acquired something in Ethereum for you, and you barely notice. And then now you've got this object, you start to interact with it, and then you start to maybe engage with the values of the blockchain a bit more and get the utility out of your NFT. Now, let's be honest. Even in the next phase, if this became a successful business model, half of the people who would buy this stuff, they probably wouldn't even engage with it anyway, but it's going to be a long process. And so the final question here, when do you think we're going to get to a point when record labels like Ryan's are going to be really relying on the blockchain as their bread and butter marketplace?
God, when? What a great question. And I could not possibly sit here and honestly hold my hand up and say I know the answer to that.
So arguably it's a very bad question, but there we go.
It's a good question because the answer could be, it could have been adopted back in 2017, you know, such as people as Imogen Heap, who were pushing this forward as early as that. Or it could be adopted in 10 years from now. You know, there's just so many different factors, from wallet security, ownership, understanding the blockchain, interacting, blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on and on. But it needs to be as simple as possible. And I'm not a developer. I'm not building that. So I don't know how long these systems take to be created and you know, published. So.
Well, if you don't know. But come on, Ryan. Any better guess?
I think the music industry is a good place to start with it, because I mean, the most kind of DJs, producers, etc., are quite tech savvy anyway, you know. So I think it's a good community to kind of introduce like blockchain technologies, because I think they're quite open to it, more so than, I don't know, the average person on the street. You know, they're generally kind of geeky. So, I mean, I think if you look at examples like Audius, which I've kind of had like a bit of a vested interest in over the last year or so, a lot of the things that they really offered that nobody else offered, I think they didn't massively highlight, like the fact that it was a kind of a free version of SoundCloud that you had unlimited uploads for and 320 streaming. Like, that doesn't exist on any other platform. But I think people can get too wrapped up in the fact that it's you know, like it's blockchain.
Yeah.
Because like, what does that mean to somebody beyond that? So yeah, I think really, again, utility. I think those are some of the things that people, you know, find useful.
Yeah, and maybe it's up to people like us to actually do it rather than complain about the fact it isn't there. So watch this space. Now that's the end of the talk, folks. Thank you for watching and listening. I'm sorry, I cannot open it out to questions from the floor out of respect to the next speakers. We're already running quite a bit over the time. However, if you want to ask us questions, we'll be outside having a beer and you can ask us unlimited questions.
You can ask Rory the questions.
Yeah.
And,
as long as you keep buying us beer, right?
And unlimited beer as well. I'd like a drink.
All right. Thank you again, folks.
Thank you.
See you.
Muy buenos días. Good afternoon. Let's continue to the last round. Vamos a continuar con la última ronda de speeches del día. Ya iba a decir casi de la conferencia, pero no, porque mañana continuamos en The Hub con workshops. Pero por hoy sí que vamos a hacer las 3 últimas. Y para mí creo que son de las más importantes. ¿Por qué? Porque realmente tocamos un punto muy creativo y además tocamos un punto legendario. Y vamos a empezar con el legendario. We're going to start with the legendary. Let's double check with the ones who are in the room right now. Who here understands Spanish? Raise your hand up if you speak Spanish. Okay. I assume that the ones who speak Spanish also speak English. Levanta la mano si hablas castellano o español. Okay. Who doesn't speak Spanish? Let's start like that. Who does not speak Spanish at all? Great. So the next talk is going to be in Spanish, but for a very reasonable reason. It's because we're going to talk about one of the most important heritage brands in Ibiza. And I'm going to be translating to English, so no problem. The next talk for a while is going to be called actually Heritage Brands and Web3. Las Dalias Ibiza, NFTs as Membership Cards. Y para eso vamos a traer a, bueno, pues a Peras aquí, que es de management de las Dalias Ibiza. Por favor, si puedes subir al escenario, vamos a recibirle con un cálido aplauso, aunque seamos pocos. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, Pera. Ya es el segundo año que nos vemos en el escenario, ¿no?, de Ibiza Token.
Pues sí, buenas tardes a todos. Solo te digo una cosa, el año pasado compartía espacio con 2 o 3 personas más. Este año estoy solo. El año que viene, quién sabe, ¿no? A lo mejor...
¿Y presentas tú la conferencia?
Sí, digo que a lo mejor la presento yo. Bueno.
Creo que nunca se sabe. El mundo de Web3 va muy rápido. Entonces, bueno, eso es que habréis hecho algo bien en las Dalias este año, ¿no? Para mereceros el sitio solos.
Sí, bueno, bien o mal lo intentamos. La verdad que es un mundo nuevo para nosotros, aunque haya pasado un año ya, pues seguimos descubriendo y bueno, agradecido un año más de que Ibiza Token cuente con nosotros para un evento así, agradecido de que durante el año pues sigamos pues eso, trabajando el mundo de los NFTs, todo esto que hablaremos luego. Entonces, sí, bueno, muy contento de estar aquí contigo un año más, la verdad.
Gracias, nosotros estamos contentos porque realmente implica mucho, es ese paso del pasado al presente al futuro, ¿no? Lo une todo y una institución, no sé cómo llamarle, mercadillo, institución, leyenda como las Dalias, que esté ahí representando es algo increíble. I'm going to translate Pero Seguís from the management team, basically manages Las Dalias Ibiza, that for those of you who don't know, it's probably one of the most iconic places in the island. And I'm not just saying, it's really one of the most iconic places where artists of all types have been. Correct me if I'm wrong, but anyone from Bob Marley or Jimi Hendrix, maybe?
I don't think so, but
maybe.
Un montón de eventos homenajes, sí.
Exacto.
Homenaje a Bob Marley, sí, seguro.
Exacto. So we have done like a lot of homages, but it's really a place where many people have been there, and we all know about them. And it's a very interesting place to actually explore what are the options that Web3 give for heritage places, heritage institutions, heritage brands, such as, in this case, in Ibiza, Las Dalias. So, Pera, vamos a empezar de una manera muy distendida y vamos a hacer una pequeña charla corta. Yo creo que es muy interesante saber cómo empieza esta curiosidad, este viaje, esta prueba, este viaje de las Dalias dentro de Web3, NFTs y toda esta parafernalia, ¿no?, que parece que llega, que está aquí y que estáis ahí. Entonces, cuéntame un poco la historia.
Pues empieza pues, literalmente con un embarque. Yo me acuerdo que esto, no sé si era finales del 2020, yo creo que sí, finales del 2020. Bueno, estábamos un día normal de oficina y Juanito, que por cierto no ha podido estar aquí, pero bueno, os manda un saludo, de repente me llama y me dice, mira, Pere, vente para acá, tengo a 2 personas, estoy reunido con dos personas que me están contando algo que es que no estoy entendiendo nada, a ver si tú eres capaz de pillar algo. Y claro, fue cuando bajé, me reuní con ellos, me junté con ellos, que estaban Remo y Dani de Madavi. Y claro, cuando Remo empezó a soltar palabras de estas técnicas. Sí. Cuando Remo empezó a soltar palabras de estas técnicas y burradas que en aquel momento yo no entendía nada, pues yo lo que iba haciendo, pues mientras ellos iban hablando, yo iba con el móvil por debajo de la mesa buscando en Google pues NFT, smart contract. Entonces, a la vez que iban hablando, yo iba un poquito pues entendiendo que nos estaban contando, y luego sí que es verdad que te informas un poco, vamos aprendiendo. Me atrevería a decir que hemos aprendido un poco juntos, tanto ellos como nosotros, porque es un mundo muy nuevo para todo el mundo, ¿no? Y bueno, y ahora ya pues no sabemos mucho, pero algo sí que sabemos. Sí.
Gracias por compartir. Actually, I asked Pera how was their first encounter as a brand, as a traditional, well, not traditional, established brand with Web3 and NFTs. How's that first contact? And he was telling me that he received a call from Juanito, which is like the creator, founder of Las Dalias, and come here, there's these two guys that are telling me things that I don't understand, right? And so he arrived there and he started listening to all these terms, NFTs, Web3s, and he was like looking at them, and with the phone below the table, he was looking for in Google NFT, like Web3. What are these guys talking, like Remo and other guys from the Ibiza Token, right? So it's a very funny situation, and he's describing how they have grown from this and they have learned together, and they're still on that journey of learning, but it's been very interesting and funny, ¿no? And definitely fulfilling. Así que, Pera, ¿qué te parece si vamos a hablar un poquito como de pasado, presente y futuro? Entonces, ¿cómo me lo explicarías tú? ¿Cómo me introducirías el rol que ha tenido las Dalias para la historia de Ibiza?
Fíjate que ahora si tú hablas de las Dalias, lo primero que nos viene a la mente es el mercadillo, ¿no? Porque al final es la cabeza visible, es el buque insignia de las Dalias, sin duda alguna es el mercadillo. Pero si vamos un pelín hacia atrás, vemos que forma parte de la historia reciente de las Dalias. Las Dalias se fundan en el 54 como bar de carretera, que luego pues ampliaron a un restaurante, también una sala de fiestas, y no es hasta el 85 que se funda el primer mercadillo con 5 puestos. Fíjate que ahora tenemos casi 300. Entonces, quiero decir que las Dalias va más allá de lo que es el mercadillo, aunque sabemos que obviamente pues, es nuestro buque insignia. Y con esto quiero decir que realmente lo que sí que ha estado vinculado a las Dalias desde el primer momento es sobre todo la música. La música empezó a sonar el primer día, y desde el primer día no ha parado de sonar. Vamos, en las Dalias pues han pasado, bueno, no ha pasado ni Jimi Hendrix ni Bob Marley, pero sí. Pero sí que han pasado pues, muy buenos grupos y buenos artistas. Bueno, en la página web de las Dalias hay toda esta información para quien quiera ampliarla. Sí.
Un dardo al aire. No sé por qué, en mis sueños ha estado.
No, porque hay una foto de Bob Marley en la fachada haciendo referencia a los años en los que, bueno, no recuerdo en qué año vino, 85 puede ser, o algo así, vino Bob Marley a tocar a Ibiza, pero fue en la Plaza de Toros, no en las Dalias. Se rumorea que tocó, que pasó por las Dalias, pero bueno, esos son rumores que yo no me atrevo a...
Okay.
No
se lo diremos a nadie.
Entonces, eso en cuanto al pasado, ¿no? Pues ya las Dalias ya tenemos casi 70 años de historia. Y en cuanto al presente y al futuro, que ahora mismo pues viene a ser lo mismo, yo siempre digo que los que trabajamos en entidades como las Dalias, ¿no? Pues que tenemos una cierta historia, pues tenemos una obligación muy, o sea, es jodida hablando claro, pues es muy bonita, ¿no? Que es mantener la esencia de ese lugar, no perder esa esencia, porque al final es lo que lo llevamos en nuestro ADN, pero también te tienes que adaptar al presente y, ¿por qué no, al futuro? Es decir, el que venga al mercadillo y pregunte, oye, ¿pero puedo pagar con tarjeta? Pues claro que puedes pagar con tarjeta. Y si llegas a casa y un anillo que se te ha roto y lo compraste ayer, pues nos llamas y tenemos un shop online que te lo cambiamos. Es decir, vamos a ver, seríamos muy burros si no pasáramos por ahí. Y el futuro, pues a eso venimos hoy, ¿no?
A eso venimos, por eso estamos aquí.
Sí, sí.
Muchas gracias por este recorrido. De hecho, si me das la oportunidad voy a traducir porque creo que es importante. Básicamente, I asked Pera what is Las Dalias for the history of the island Ibiza. By the way, if you haven't been to Las Dalias, I highly recommend to go. Many people know it because of the hippie market, right? It's the most famous hippie market in the island. It's a very iconic point, but in reality, Las Dalias was opened in 1954, and the first hippie market that had 5 shops. How many? ¿Cuántas hay ahora? ¿300 has dicho? Now it has 300. It's only from, ¿has dicho desde 65 o 75?
85, 85.
85.
Sí. Yeah.
Cuando empecé el mercadillo.
El primer mercadillo es del 85.
Wow. So from 1954 till 1985, there was no hippie market. So it started in the 85. So it's not only a hippie market. And one of the things that has been in Las Dalias forever is the music. From day one, Las Dalias had music, and that's true. And amazing groups and amazing bands have gone through that place. And in a way, it has 70 years of history. And I asked him about the present. And he said that the challenge that people who work in such a place, such a heritage brand as Las Dalias in this case, is to maintain the essence. Because you want to keep that essence. You want to keep those 80, 70 years of history. You cannot just like, okay, now we're something else. And in terms of innovating, that's a thing that heritage brands really take care of. So it's about maintaining the essence, but also adapting into the future, because you're not going to say, no, we don't accept card. Come on, you cannot do that. No, we cannot, you don't make refunds. So the future looks like we're going into Web3, we're going to NFTs, we're going into all these technologies, and that's why they're here. And that's why they don't say no. That's why they want to be in the forefront of innovation, but at the same time maintaining their spirit, their heritage, and their brand. And that's like something that's really interesting in my opinion, like how to keep that. So, Pera, un poco ya lo has comentado, ¿no? Al final un heritage brand para mantener su estado tiene que también abrazar el futuro, tiene que hacer innovación. Y no sé si nos podrías hablar de algún tipo de experiencia que habéis tenido, o propuesta, o idea que habéis tenido de, pues eso, de implementar NFTs en la marca.
Pues sí, con los chicos de Ibiza Token, ya te digo, desde el primer momento pues, que empezamos a aprender juntos, íbamos pensando en de qué forma, pues, qué podemos sacar, cómo lo podemos hacer. Y al final había ideas muy complejas y lo que hicimos fue pues, intentar sacar algo que fuera relativamente sencillo para ver cómo respondía la gente, para ver cómo nos veíamos nosotros y a partir de ahí pues avanzar. Entonces, el año pasado presentamos nuestra primera colección NFT, que se llama The Trip, el viaje, que está basada son 20 portadas, son, digamos, portada de la revista que sacamos el año pasado, que es esta que tengo aquí, solo hay una, digamos, esta es la portada de la revista, el diseñador es Marcos Torres. Entonces surgió la idea de que conjuntamente con Marcos pues de hacer una colección basada en esta portada. Entonces Marcos hizo 20 versiones diferentes de esta portada, la misma portada pues con diferentes colores y un poco pues su intención era que cualquiera de esas portadas podría haber sido la portada de la revista. No es que una forma pues fueran más cutres, hablando claro, sino que cualquiera de las 20 tenían el mismo nivel. Y bueno, la primera experiencia que tenemos es esa, una colección de portadas NFTs. Vamos a ver, seguimos viendo a ver de qué forma la podemos relanzar, porque esto, claro, por mucho que tú saques un producto tan novedoso, pues luego la gente pues también tiene que entender, tiene que saber hacia dónde va.
Y cuéntame un poco sobre esta colección. Lo que poníais fuera era las 20 portadas y era a nivel como si fuera un coleccionable, ¿verdad? ¿Tenía algún tipo de utilidad o...?
Sí.
Bueno, ya es una utilidad en sí, o sea, el memorándum en coleccionismo, ¿no? Pero...
Sí, pero bueno, yo ya entiendo lo que quieres decir. Aparte del propio coleccionista de NFTs, pues que a lo mejor pues que tenga algún otro aliciente, ¿no? Pues, por ejemplo, pues eso es algo que ahora estamos acabando de detallar, pero sí el que adquiere un NFT de las Dalias, pues al final tiene... No recuerdo, la verdad que no lo recuerdo, pero bueno, nosotros, la marca Dalias, digamos, es un paraguas que luego tiene varias marcas, que tenemos pues la boutique Las Dalias, tenemos Piratas de Ibiza, tenemos de Potín, que es una marca de cosmética. Entonces sí que pensamos en su momento pues que el que adquiere un NFT pues tiene una serie de descuentos pues cuando adquiere pues uno de los productos de Las Dalias. Incluso yo qué sé, se viene a cenar a Las Dalias, pues tiene un descuento. Lo que pasa es que esto, claro, lo estuvimos pensando y es muy complejo, porque, por ejemplo, yo adquiero un NFT, lanzo la duda ahí al aire, ¿no? Yo adquiero un NFT de Las Dalias, me voy a Las Dalias, ceno, aprovecho mi descuento, por ejemplo, y luego alguien me compra ese NFT, esa persona tiene descuento, no tiene descuento, entonces estamos acabando claro, son muchas cosas y como te he dicho, somos todos nuevos en esto, pero sí.
De hecho, sí, estas situaciones que se ponen, cuando empiezas a pensar estas situaciones, son como muy creativas, ¿no? Porque, vale, ¿y qué pasaría si este hace esto, si este hace lo otro?
Claro, nos tenemos que poner bueno, la peor de las situaciones no, pero tenemos que pensar más allá. Vale, pues sacamos un NFT, te da derecho a un descuento y cada vez que se venda ese NFT va a venir una persona diferente a disfrutar de ese descuento. Pues bueno, tenemos que valorarlo. Quizás sí, quizás no, pero que son situaciones que somos conscientes de que pueden pasar, claro.
Totalmente, gracias por compartir. Vamos a traducirlo. Actually, I asked Pera to tell me about their experiences with NFTs, because they have been through that. And I really appreciated his answer, because he said that yes, they have worked with NFTs and they put on the table some ideas. Some of them were more complex, some of them more simple, and they went into basically seeing how can they make it simple so that their customers, their people, and them themselves as a brand can feel comfortable with it. Because that's important, right? You're a brand and people say, let's do NFTs for this. But you actually need to understand it and feel comfortable about it being a brand. So at the end of the day, they released and launched a collection called The Trip, which was this portrait. Yeah, this portrait of they have this magazine, which is an iconic magazine that has been for long, and the artist of this edition, the cover, made 20 versions with different colors, different, let's say, variations, and they put them out as a NFT collection, as a sign of, as a collectible that actually, represented the cover of Las Dalias by the same artist in 20 different ways, right? And yes, asking about utilities that NFT may have, he was telling me that even if you put out something, you need to know that it's not just putting it out and it's just going to be sold or whatever. People, your customers, also need to understand what's happening, especially if you're not a native Web3 brand. Because otherwise your customers are only Web3, but they are a hippie market, a restaurant, they have a club, it's a place, okay? Most of the people are not Web3 native. So they thought about some utilities, for example, because Las Dalias also have brands, they have, dijiste que eran jabones, ¿verdad?
Sí, digamos que Las Dalias es una marca paraguas que luego tiene varias marcas, que no, pues, hay una marca que es de Monk, que es de ropa y complementos, otra que es de cosmética, de botingues. Exacto. Sí.
Well, Las Dalias is an umbrella brand and has some cosmetics, some other products, okay? So they thought, okay, he or she who has an NFT of ours can have a discount on our other products, okay? And our idea was also, okay, he or she who has an NFT can have a discount on coming to have dinner with us. But then also he told that there's some things to think about that, right? Because okay, that's good, but what happens if the guy who comes to have dinner has the discount and then sells it to another one and has dinner again? So there's all sorts of things or situations that you have to think about to make your utility or your NFT actually make sense. So I think it's a very interesting example of a brand that really wants to implement it, and really thinks about how to do it in his or her, in its own market. And it's a very interesting thing.
Y imagínate, no solo a nivel de cliente, sino a nivel de entidad, tienes que... O sea, tienen que estar todos los agentes implicados, ¿no? Porque de repente va alguien de nosotros al restaurante con un NFT y le dice al metre o al chef o a quien sea, le dice, mira, yo tengo esto, tengo derecho a un 15%.
¿Y esto qué es lo que es?
El otro día, pero a mí ¿qué me estás contando?
Oye.
Entonces, claro, implica también que a nivel de entidad, pues que ir todos a una. Es un cambio, digamos que hay que enseñar y que todo el mundo tiene que tener claro, imagínate. Entonces, no es nada fácil, pero bueno, somos conscientes de que... yo creo que esto al final, y hablo a nivel usuario raso, yo creo que esto al final se va a simplificar. Ya no hablo de nuestra colección, hablo de todo lo que hemos hablado en general, porque si no se simplifica y no es más accesible, ¿no? Más accesible a nivel usuario, el futuro es más complejo, ¿no? Que si de repente pues están las cosas más acotadas y las cosas más fáciles, pues seguramente esto es, bueno, al final va a acabar simplificándose seguro, espero.
Gracias. He's saying that not only in terms of the customer, but also in terms of the team, because it's not only about having an NFT, because someone comes and, look, I have this NFT, I have 15% discount, but if the waiter does not know what an NFT is, so you really have to align the whole business into that change of project, and it's interesting. And he's saying that he's really hopeful, and not hopeful, he really thinks that this is going to be massively adopted, but there's still some work to actually make it simplified, to make it not only simple, but that we all talk about with it, we all know it, and it's just something in our everydays. And actually, I think that the trip is still available in the marketplace, right? People can get it. Great. Where can they find it? ¿Dónde lo pueden encontrar?
En la página de Ibiza Token,
en el marketplace de Ibiza Token.
Están ahí. Sí te entiendo en inglés, lo que pasa es que no sé... Estoy viendo aquí algo de esto y no te oigo muy bien.
Sí, es complicado, lo sé. Cuando te vienes doble y los Zoom calls, ya no te imaginas. Así que the NFT is available. I don't know if anybody has any question for Pera as a representative of Las Dalias or his own experience with the NFTs. Okay.
Hi. How did it work out? How long is the experiment going? And how did it work out? So you put down 20 NFTs with the discount, and how much of the customers came back? What do you think about the retention?
We're still on progress. We're still working.
Okay, and your first feeling about it?
I hope it will work, but it will take a long time. For sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Because Le iba a decir, la semana pasada vendimos uno por 1 millón de euros, pero creo que no hubiera colado, ¿eh? ¿Sí o no? ¿Te imaginas? Nada.
Hola. That's how NFT collections actually make what we call FOMO, fear of missing out. No, they say, no, he said that he was about to tell you, yeah, last week we sold one for 1 million. But you wouldn't have believed it. But actually, that's how many collections do it. Like, oh, we've sold half, and they have bought them themselves. That's many NFT collections do that. Muchas colecciones hacen cosas de este estilo. Pero bueno, yo creo que esto es una colección diferente, no es una colección masiva, son piezas de coleccionista y hay una relación directa con esa marca, que también creo que poco a poco. Al final también es abrir un poco la puerta y a medida que la gente va entendiendo más, wow, tengo aquí una opción, wow, tengo aquí una opción.
Sí, tuvo aceptación, hicimos una presentación, tuvo aceptación, a la gente le gustó la idea, pero al final es lo que dices tú, pues hay que acabar de entender un poco, si nosotros mismos no tenemos muy claro la aplicación 100%, pues está claro que el comprador o el que la vaya, pues...
Te pones en la piel, o sea, estás en la piel.
Sí.
Pues muchas gracias. Espera, no sé si quieres añadir algo más.
Bueno, quería añadir que también nos hemos tirado a la piscina después de este primer round con la colección de NFTs. Ahora estamos trabajando con los chicos de Ibiza Token en una nueva colección, pero esta vez le queremos dar un sentido, un toque de membresía, ¿vale? Una membresía NFT, es decir, que de alguna forma pues, el que adquiera ese NFT pues, forma parte pues, de lo que nosotros le llamamos... Mira.
De hecho, lo tenemos aquí, ¿no?
Exacto.
This is the new NFT, the new project that you're
soon.
doing it with Ibiza Token, and it's more of a membership, ¿no? Una membresía.
It's like a membership, yeah. Entonces, estamos dándole forma. Y ya te digo, aprendiendo un poco de nuestra primera experiencia. Entonces la idea es, pues, lo hemos planteado en tres tipos de membresía. Una más elitista, digamos, en la que pues, el que quiera adquirir ese NFT pues, tiene un precio un poco más no tan económico como las siguientes que ahora explicaremos. Y lo mismo, pues aparte de que pues, formas parte de esa membresía de las Dalias Ibiza, pues tienes derecho, pues en este caso, ya te digo, pues, por ejemplo, a entradas a conciertos. Últimamente pues se cuelga el sold out, pues si tú tienes ese NFT, pues tienes derecho a adquirir tu entrada o tus entradas. El ejemplo que hemos comentado antes del restaurante, que es complejo, ¿no? Porque es al final, pues también tendrías de hecho cositas así. Teníamos pensado, pues ese le llamaríamos las Dalias 1954, pues haciendo referencia al año de fundación de las Dalias. Luego un segundo nivel de membresía, que sería las Dalias, serían las Dalias Tribe.
Tribe, yeah.
Que hace referencia un poco pues, a la convergencia de culturas y de nacionalidades y al final de personas que pasan por las Dalias, que el concepto de tribu la verdad que nos gusta mucho. Entonces, pues sigue un poquito la línea de la primera, no tan, es decir, un poco más económica, pues a lo mejor las ventajas que tengas o el cashback o los descuentos, pues un poco más reducidos, pero también te dan derecho a. Y luego un tercer nivel de NFTs, pues que de alguna forma sea ya pues que tenga mucho más volumen, es decir, pues el que nos visita, el que compra en el shop online, el que hace una compra en las Dalias, el que adquiere un ticket del parking, pues con una acción, por ejemplo, como compartir un post, como hacerte una foto y etiquetarnos, todo esto, pues dar la opción de que pueda adquirir su NFT de las Dalias y hacer ruido. Yo creo que al final lo que nos interesa es hacer ruido y mira, cuanta más gente se suba al carro, pues yo creo que mejor.
Me parece súper buena idea lo de dividirlo entre tres tiers, ¿no? Que se dice en inglés, porque también se añade cierta gamificación. Yo inmediatamente cuando me lo has contado ya hay una especie de mundo paralelo que para mí ya es empezar a entrar en el metaverso, donde ya hay una serie de opciones digitales que la gente puede relacionarse con las Dalias a diferentes niveles, ¿no? Y a mí me parece bastante excitante, quizás también es porque estoy en el espacio, me parece que esto es guay, pero creo que da muchas oportunidades. Así que they're saying that they have a new NFT collection ongoing that is like a kind of a membership with 3 tiers. You have like a high tier, which is called 1954 in tribute to the year of opening of Las Dalias, which is like, this is the one that the price is higher. And for example, if the events are sold out, there's still if you hold this NFT, you still can buy your entrance. You can have like discounts in all the products or restaurant, as we said, and it's a little bit like a high commitment to the brand. Then they have the second one, which is the Thrive, with the price a little bit more less expensive in a way, and it's actually like a way to interact with the community. What else? ¿Qué más tenía el de Thrive? Vale, es formar parte de las Dalias.
Correcto, sí.
And with some discounts and some cashback and something like that. It's like being of the club.
Digamos que es más económico que el otro, que también, pues, de alguna manera es un poco más accesible. Fíjate que esto que estamos hablando de la membresía, me comentaba Marco, que me parece que es Starbucks, que ha lanzado, no sé si alguien de aquí conoce el ejemplo de Starbucks, que ha lanzado su propia colección de membresía y dentro de la complejidad de todo lo que estamos hablando y el ejemplo tan simple como el descuento, pues si lo vendo, quien me compra el NFT tiene derecho a ese descuento, que es un ejemplo muy... Imagínate, yo creo que no hay ninguna otra compañía o ninguna otra empresa así de tochas, hablando claro, como Starbucks. No ha salido ningún otro... me extraña, digamos que dentro de mi ignorancia, me extraña que aún no haya, ¿no? Que no haya salido más, solo el ejemplo de Starbucks.
Bueno, sí, es verdad, como retailer, Starbucks acaba de sacar un lanzamiento chulo, pero sí que es verdad, por ejemplo, que Disney también, bueno, está planteándolos, no sé si los ha sacado del todo, pero FIFA, por ejemplo, tiene los sobres que acaba de empezar para el Mundial y marcas más que ahora me vienen a la cabeza. LG ha anunciado también que dentro de los televisores vendrá un marketplace propio. Van saliendo cada vez más cosas, pero yo creo que como tú dices, sobre todo las marcas grandes, Coca-Cola sí que sacó alguna cosa, de hecho, ¿cómo se llama esta marca también de hamburguesas? Muchas han sacado como coleccionables, pero realmente
el concepto de membresía
es poco a poco. Membresías, exacto, pocos he visto.
Concepto de membresía y que tengas un retorno ya o en Web3, perfecto, pero luego en un retorno real, pues de cashback o descuentos.
No, estáis innovando, estáis a la vanguardia y es una realidad. Es que
estamos tirando a la piscina y yo creo que está vacía la piscina. Vamos,
está vacía la piscina. Bueno, pero el primero que se tira es el primero que disfruta, luego lo otro ya es, ¿no? Así que yo de verdad, desde mi punto de vista, os felicito por tirarse a la piscina y por realmente hacer las cosas que yo creo que es bien, porque no estás haciendo ninguna colección que está engañando a nadie ni que está buscando aquí sacarle los cuartos a la gente, sino que queréis que vuestra marca vaya más allá y pueda relacionarse con la gente de una manera diferente, y creo que a mí personalmente me motiva y me inspira mucho.
Muchas gracias.
So basically just saying that he's being seeing that there's not many other brands that are doing some kind of membership like that, only Starbucks with the loyalty program, and that he's really don't know exactly why, but we're just discussing that they are being innovators in this space in a way that they're not trying to deceive people, they're not trying to take money out of people. They want actually their customers, the users, their fans to engage with their brand, with his brand, with their brand in a different way, in a digital way, but in a way that's actually creating community. And I celebrate it for that, and I just thank you very much for being in this space.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Pera seguir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So 1 minute, 30 seconds to reset the stuff. Se espera. Quiero uno. Déjalo por aquí. Esto de aquí. Ah, pues sí. No te preocupes. Pensaba que lo habéis cogido. Perfecto. Muy bien. Okay. No time to rest too much because we have an amazing talk tonight. Yes, we have two amazing talks. I mean, I don't know if you're as excited as me, but this is getting to an end, and not on the good side, okay? Don't think bad. On the bad side, of the sad side of things, but in the exciting side of things. We have two talks left that are really creative talks, okay? First of all, I mean, I love it because we're going to have the creative side of things and the music side of things, and everything's creative, so I'm just gonna feel like home. Let's make a round of applause for the guys from Canasta Store, please. Well, I think we need some more chairs. Let's do the applause, please. Let's do the applause. And let's get some chairs prepared because there's gonna be a creative takeover of the stage. So,
license and mint your music, videos, or images as an NFT. Prove ownership of your digital assets stored securely and reliably using the latest in blockchain technology. Social media meets Web3. Create your account, like, comment, and share your creativity with the world. The future is here. The future is Canasta Store. Create, license, play. For more information, please visit canastastore.io. How do you protect your digital intellectual property? Do you depend on the lifespan of your computer or hard drive to store your music? Do you currently risk storing your images on a cloud or centralized server you don't own? Protect your intellectual property. Protect your content with Canasta Store's licensing protocol. Upload, license, and mint your music, videos, or images as an NFT. Prove ownership of your digital assets stored securely and reliably using the latest in blockchain technology. Social media meets Web3. Create your account, like, comment, and share your creativity with the world. The future is here. The future is Canasta Store. Create, license, play. For more information, please visit canastastore.io.
amazing. Do we have enough mics for these guys? Let's bring some mics to the stage. Okay, I feel the stage is warm. You know, I feel the stage. There's color in stage.
Definitely, definitely.
Yes. Guys, welcome. I'm really happy to have this talk, and let's keep it easy, flowy, and simple. Like we're gonna have a talk about the creative future of Web3, right? And I know you guys are doing amazing things. Let's start just by saying, how do you see the future of creatives in Web3?
Right, I see ecosystems on the Web3 being developed to empower creatives from the creative realm, as in creating these digital assets like music, you know, photography, video, all the way to licensing, something that we specialize in, then to not only distribution, but also marketing. Mm-hmm. I believe that a fundamental aspect in the future of Web3 is decentralization. And the only way we're going to achieve decentralization is by handing our services over to DAOs. All right? Decentralized autonomous organizations. Creatives, we have a problem with trust. All right? If you check the music industry, for example, for decades, trust has been the issue. Mm-hmm. With the blockchain and the Web3 realm, we actually have trustless services where I don't need to trust you, you don't need to trust me, we're just here for a transaction. And that's the core of business, is a transaction. So I believe that for the future of creatives within this Web3, it's going to be community-based, it's going to be autonomous, and it's going to be trustless.
It's amazing. That's amazing and clear, actually, because I hear you saying that, in business we don't need trust. Maybe in other things, in other human side of things, we do need trust, and trust is amazing. But when we're transacting, let's take the trust out of the equation and let's be creative. Let's use that energy for creativity, right? I feel you there, guys. I love it. So, how do you think creatives can get on board? And what's the mindset that a creative, whether that's musician, dancer, whatever, have to adopt to actually go into Web3?
Do you know what? I believe that it's not the actual creatives. As developers, we have to create these ecosystems for the creators to be able to use them. So it starts from the creators. It starts from the integrity and the character of creators, of developers. In order to build these decentralized systems, we have to remove ego. We have to remove the fact that we want to be the one owner of the application or the one owner of the service, you know? With decentralization and, you know, Web3, it's about community-owned services, not just services owned by centralized systems. So I believe that if we get that right, create that atmosphere, that, you know, that good working atmosphere for creators, that then gives creators the freedom to start being creative, start, you know, thinking of revolutionary ways to release their music. But as developers, we need to provide that environment first.
Actually, you have a very nice point. As an artist or having in artistic communities myself, I think that's the nature of artists, right? Like that's how they operate. They don't need any mindset shift. It's just like the structure that's there. They don't allow themselves to be like that, right? And to make a launch that's creative, or maybe yes, they can do that, but you need to be really loaded to just do whatever you want. You know, we've all seen, I don't know, Kanye West do whatever he wants, right? Very creatively, but maybe the structures that are right now don't allow for that creativity. You agree?
That's exactly what you just said is the most important point. So we have a lot of artists and we have that experience. So some of us, all of us actually, most of us have been in the music industry, 20 years, 25 years experience, about 100 years worth of experience between us as a team, right? And as artists, we know the struggle, and the main struggle is actually having the route to market, right? And artists having to, you know, navigate that themselves. But what Barry, the CEO, was just saying is that if we can develop the mechanisms to make that easy, then the creatives can just focus on creating, right? And everything else can be made easy by the developers if we develop that mechanism. At the moment, those mechanisms that we have, whether it be Spotify or Instagram or YouTube, they have a lot of control and they dictate a lot to the artist. They dictate when you release, they dictate how much you make. They dictate all of these things that realistically, if you're the creator, you should dictate when it's best for you to put the song out. You should dictate how much you're selling your product for. You should dictate how much a stream generates, not these conduits or platforms that provide the service. So what Canasta Store want to do is we want to make it easier for those creatives to actually reach to market, but we also want to have them maintain control over their art, maintain control over their future, maintain control over their revenues as well. And that starts with the licensing protocol, but goes further into the application as well.
And just to add on that, so we regularly have these conversations amongst ourselves. And we asked ourselves, should an artist be a business person? Very often they're not. They don't want to think about business. But they surround themselves with people who they feel they can trust, and very often it lets them down. So what we want to do is we want to build an application where an artist can come and just be an artist. And the community, the fans who have good intention, will decide whether their art is worth what they say it's worth. Nobody else. And that's very important for us. And as someone who has sat behind the scenes in music for a number of years, I can tell you some of the best music I've ever heard has never been released because of systems and mechanisms, A&Rs, managers, record labels deciding this is not going to be a hit, so let's shelve it for now. But sitting behind the scenes and hearing that process, I couldn't wait to hear that music. Now, what we're doing for the artists is to say, you have the power. If you love that music, put it out there. Let the community tell you what they think about that music, how much they love it. Do they appreciate it? Do they want a piece of it? Could you convert it into an NFT and distribute it like that, and they can have true ownership of art that they believe is worth more than 0.0037 cents, right? So that is what we're trying to challenge here, and I think the perspectives we all have as artists, creatives, business people. I work in partnerships for Canasta Store, so it's also going to be important that we work with other applications. We look at how we can come together, give the best possible platform, and not let it be dictated so much about algorithms or who's spending the most money.
Just to add to, they covered everything. So, the beauty of Canasta Store, as Barry and Ricardo and Nathan have mentioned, is to accent what Barry said, the decentralization of the application is just wonderful. Being in the industry for over 20 years, I have seen the industry change from the system being where the majors controlled everything to now you have independent artists having control of their masters and their copyrights, but the only issue is having control is great, but not understanding what the value of that control is the problem. And one of the things that we're going to do, what we will do, and what we're working on, is providing within the resources and the information so that those creators do understand their value and understand their rights. Because it's one thing to own something, but not to know what that value of what you own is an issue. So I can own 100% of a master, but not know what the value of it is, and that's an issue. So those rights are important. The legality is important as well. There's smart contracts that will be involved as well. And also there's going to be a cloud aspect which will protect your work within the Canasta Store app as well. So there's technical aspects of it, but for songwriters and producers and artists, it's a place where there's conversation and there's community and there's a place of discord where you can converse about your art and what you're doing and how you're marketing, how you're promoting, what you feel about it, but also some of the challenges that you have in marketing and what you want to do and some of the issues you may have in the business, and there'll be someone there to interact with you and discuss and suggest and give you feedback, and that's really important. And artists do not have that as we speak. You cannot upload your song to TuneCore or DistroKid and get feedback. You just upload it and hope for the best, and that's it. A major label, if you sign to a major label, you hope for the best too. Maybe you hope you'll get marketed well. There's no guarantee, but at least with the community, as Barry mentioned earlier, there will be a support system to say, okay, hey, we support you, we love what you're doing, or if you have any questions, the Canasta Store team could be there to say, hey, we will support you here, or we'll suggest this. There's just so many layers to it. So that's the beauty of this particular platform. And as Ricardo said, we look to work with other platforms as well.
Sweet, guys. I really feel this is good. I wanna get a little bit more what you started about into Canasta Store, what you're creating, guys, and tell me about this ecosystem and how does it look like? First of all, at what stage is it, and then how does it look like? Like could I use it? How could an artist use it?
Yeah, sure. So Canasta Store, we're building on the Internet Computer, which is a blockchain built by the Definity Foundation. Now, the reason we chose the Internet Computer is because it provides everything we need for true Web3. So we're building applications 100% on-chain. Yeah, we don't rely on Amazon services, AWS, any middleman. Because at the end of the day, how can we ensure that we're going to get the trust from artists, for example, to use the platform, to use the service, to store their data 100% on-chain if there's any middlemen in between? Because, for example, a lot of the platforms that you might find on the blockchain, they are using AWS. What happens if Amazon goes down? What can you provide the artist? What security can you provide the artist? So this is why we use the internet computer. So everything is 100% on-chain. So saying that, we started with the licensing protocol. Now, what is the alternative to the licensing protocol is that creators are storing their content on hard drives, on their computers, on mobile phones, which is all a risk. You know, this is your copyrights, this is your intellectual property. If you lose your original file, which is stated April the 2nd, etc., if you lose that file, you can no longer prove ownership April the 2nd, etc., etc. And that's because, you know, of the systems in place. If you go into the textbook and it asks you how to protect your copyrights, it will tell you to, you know, store your data in a bank, for example, or safety deposit, and the receipt is the timestamp, you know, or the old myth of sending your music via post to yourself and never opening the letter. It's a myth. Now we are saying, look, when you create your digital assets, store it via Canasta Store 100% on chain. What that means is you own that storage space. Canasta Store does not own that storage space. You operate that storage space. We cannot access it or delete it. At the moment, we are releasing the alpha, which is coming out in 4 weeks' time. God willing, that is the date. And from that stage, you'll be able to upload your content and license it. Now, we went in partnership to create the license with Russell's law firm. They're one of the major law firms in London regarding music and, you know, record labels, etc. So we created a license that allows our creators to use that template to then create a license so that our creators can prove ownership without lawyer fees. Now, we all know that when we go to a lawyer for a contract, they're using templates. Yeah, they're using templates and they're adjusting it to your scenario of a management agreement, etc.
We just talked about it actually, yeah.
You know, we've put in the investment to create them templates for you, so you no longer need even a lawyer for a middleman to prove your ownership. One of the reasons why we allow this license to be created with the content is because when I personally entered the blockchain space, I was told by developers that once you create an NFT, that's your proof of ownership. But I said to myself, but what if I'm in the court of law? Am I going to say to the judge, look at this blockchain timestamp? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, where does it, you know, do I have to get a middleman developer to prove to the judge? So I said to myself, why not add a real-world license within the NFT that is connected to the content to prove that ownership? And that's where we are with the alpha. In 4 weeks, you'll be able to upload, store, and license your content.
Wow, so you actually upload the song to the blockchain? Isn't that very expensive?
Using your smartphone, yeah, you can upload your MP3 or WAV directly 100% on-chain. No middleman, no IPFS, no Filecoin, no AWS. It's directly on-chain within your own space that you control.
Oh, wow. Isn't that very expensive? Like,
no, literally, the price is going down. It's going down. On the internet computer, there's no gas fees.
Okay.
We have a model called the reverse gas fees model. It means that us as developers, we hold the computational costs that are pretty low. That means that we can charge low transaction fees to our users and to our communities. Like if you go on OpenSea, for example, you would never see an NFT for like $10 because, you know, the gas fee may be $30. But, you know, within the internet computer, with Canasta Store, if you're an up-and-coming artist, you can create an NFT and have it distributed for $5 a piece because the transaction fee may be less than a cent.
You're the first person I know in ICP, so it's nice to hear the reasons. Yeah. So exactly, it's because of that, right? Because of the low transaction fees, and because you can store that data on the chain. That's amazing. Yeah.
I wanted to add on to what you were talking about in terms of the journey of Canasta Store and what you can do and the journey of how we got here. So I've been an artist myself. Barry was an artist as well. We've been in music for a really long time. And one of the things that has dictated where we see the future is what we've gone through as artists. The hardships of releasing music, the hardships of connecting with your fan base. For a really long time, the position that I was in, I wanted to monetize my content. I didn't want to have to sign a publishing deal, right, to be able to fund my project. I didn't want to have to give over the rights and no longer own my music in order to be able to release it. I wanted to maintain ownership, but still make money from it or raise money for it, right? And that's part of the ethos of why Canasta Store even exists and even has been created, because what we want to do is give power to the user, power to the creator, and also make sure that we're in a position, or you're in a position as a creator, to actually fund your own music. And it's not just music, because it's all digital content as well. So the future is not just that. So when Barry's talking about uploading and licensing, that's with a picture, that can be with a video, a music video, or an MP3, your own song, or a sound effect if you're a Foley artist. So there's loads of different mechanisms, and the scope of what Canasta Store will do in the future is revolutionary. But it all starts from being power to the user.
And can I just say something on the monetization side of things? So I was speaking to an artist today. There was two separate conversations I had. One with the team where we did a calculation on a very well-known artist that had streaming numbers on Spotify celebrated at 50 billion. Now, Spotify sends me adverts every time this artist releases material, encourages me to listen. So, that's a relationship that means that artist is probably going to generate a lot of streams and downloads. The artist I had a conversation here was an attendee, and he was saying the frustrations he had was his music's had 40,000 listeners. And to Spotify, that means nothing. If you do the calculations, you're probably going to get paid less than what you've put into promotion for that. But 40,000 listeners is no small feat. If you were to say every single listener coming to this venue now, we would have a problem, right? So what we're saying is, with Canasta Store, you dictate how your audience perceives your music and how you can reach out and how you can choose to monetize. Those 40,000 could be fanatics that want to hear that music wherever. They would support that artist to keep creating music. If you can imagine that the artist you love so much is unable to release new music because they don't have a machine behind them, what would you do to support that process? We could come together as 40,000 and say, hey, look, let's buy this artist's NFT. And a part of that process of supporting that artist is that artist might say, well, how about I give you something back via fractionalization, where you could receive a portion of my royalties that we make from this music. Now all of a sudden there's an incentive to play that music all day, all night, because not only do you enjoy it, but that music actually gives you a revenue stream that comes back to you for supporting that artist in development. So there's so much power in what we're trying to create, and it just means that every single individual artist doesn't necessarily have to take one route, which is get signed by a major, be put on these platforms and have the algorithm do everything for you, because you're literally getting dropped into everybody's stories, feeds, real feeds, and going behind big campaigns. You dictate what you do with your fans, and you give them exactly what they want and what they appreciate from you.
It's true. I mean, to add on to what they all said, artists have full control, and we're moving into a space in Web3 and also Web2 where artists have to have to basically ascertain control of their rights, their masters, their copyright, and blockchain is the currency. And when it comes to protection, what Canasta Store has with the cloud and time stamping your work is so important, because as it stands now in protecting your work, it's kind of archaic, and it doesn't necessarily always hold up in court all the time. And also with the current deals that are now in TAO, a lot of those deals are in perpetuity, meaning if you sign a publishing deal, you sign a record deal, well, more publishing deals are in perpetuity, and record deals can be cumbersome as well, meaning they tie up your rights for quite some time, and you have options where you're tied up. The beauty of this situation is you own your rights, and you dictate what you do with your master, with your work. So when you upload your work into the system, you dictate what you're charging and what you're going to be releasing your work for, and that kind of power is important. But what's more important is the education on how that blockchain works, how that currency works, how you set up your wallet, all these things. There's so much more that happens in the process, because most of our community does not understand this process, does not understand Web3. They do not understand this world at all. They don't. And I've talked to a lot of creatives. They were like, well, who's going to collect my royalties? Who's going to pay me? They're looking, it's always like more of a codependent relationship of who's going to pay me and send me my money. And this is so disruptive. It just pushes all those old modules out the way and say, okay, no, you have to now interface with your own business, you own it. And then it also brings up the conversation, who owns what you created? And I know I say that to say, what do you mean? Well, I've spoke to a few creators and say, do you own your master? Do you own your copyright? Yeah, sure I do. I signed to this person. A lot of people don't own their own master, they don't own their own copyright. So it's a matter of you finding a space where you have to go, well, I own my own master, I own my own copyright. Like Ricardo said, for the unreleased material, because it's more unreleased material than it is released, you have the room, you have the space for Canasta Store to release that unreleased material and monetize it. And that's beautiful for me and for Nathan, because we have a lot of unreleased material that we can now monetize. I have 85% of my catalog is unreleased. Wouldn't you say? 85%. And that's a lot of creatives. So even signed artists, major writers, producers, a lot of their catalog is unreleased. So there's so much content that the public is not getting. So this is a space where they can get this art, they can get this creation through Canasta Store, you know, through the art, through the NFT, through, you know, the music. It's just so important. So this is why the future of music lies in this platform.
I really appreciate this project, because it really is by artists for artists, rather than being by someone who thinks about some hypothetical persona that may have that problem and make that solution. It's like what you're actually really like feeling and lived, and you're giving that to younger or the same age generation. You're just giving like what you feel, and okay, there is this thing called the blockchain that's actually just a fertile soil for many things, and yeah, music too, and yeah, arts too, and let's put this middleman who move the threads out. And I think that will open a whole other lot of questions inside, because the first thing that comes to my mind, what are people going to do with so much music? You know, how are they going to find the gems and stuff? But I do agree that it shouldn't be on the hands of a few to choose which are gems. I think it should be community to actually remove that. So yeah, before farewelling, I would really like to ask if anyone of the audience have any questions for for the guys at Canasta Store. We have a question here. I think we have both mics, so we should.
Yeah, thanks. I have multiple questions, but I will pick the best one. Did you receive any news from the industry?
News from?
The music industry, or you are disrupting it?
They won't be happy. No?
Yeah, they won't be happy.
Do you know what?
Yeah. Did you hear anything from them?
You know what? I get that question quite a lot, and the thing is that it's not about wiping people out. It's about creating an alternative avenue. All right. The current system doesn't work for everybody, but it does work for some people. So it's not about knocking the current situation, but it is about creating an alternative avenue that, you know, people can use. I had an interesting conversation the other day where someone asked me, what about record labels, you know? And we're not against record labels. Some record labels own rights, you know? You do have a lot of artists that prefer to have that engine behind them in that sense. But then we've got storage, and what we are encouraging hedge funds and record labels that do own catalogs is store it with us 100% on chain. You know, where are you storing these catalogs? You do have quite a lot of artists, legendary artists at the moment, selling their entire catalogs to hedge funds for hundreds of millions. These hedge funds are maybe storing it in their offices. Do you know what I mean? Or storing it, where are they storing it? This is $100 million worth of content here, you know, so store it on chain. So we're very collaborative. I was speaking to an old friend once that actually told me about blue ocean, red ocean, you know, and Web 2, the corporate world is pretty much red ocean, a lot of competition, you know, a lot of stepping on each other's toes. With the blockchain, it's more of a blue ocean sort of motive where we're collaborative, we work together, we create alternative avenues instead of stepping on people's toes.
Okay, thanks. One other, and then I will give it to... I was wondering, how does the media get from the app? So I store my music file in the app, it goes to the blockchain. How does it go from there to like traditional media? So the radio, the guy who's doing the show, he hears my song, he wants to play it on his show. How does it go from there?
Right, so it's all about creating that ecosystem direct to consumer. Yeah, it's all about removing the unnecessary middleman. So these DJs, you know, these people that want to use the content, you go directly to the creator now, you know. Our NFTs are built in a way we can do anything. We can put entire computer games within NFTs. One of our NFTs that we released recently while we were testing the app does have a download button. So you can go to the NFT, press download, you can download the WAV, you can download the MP3, you can download the music video. It's so flexible, and you know, the world is going to be opened up. Right now, when we speak about NFTs, people are quite put off because they think about imagery and these silly pictures, but there is quite a lot of technological stuff and advantages that we're going to show the world, you know, how to use NFTs properly.
Thanks. I don't know.
We have a question down there too.
Hey guys, you're building on Definity Foundation, right? I didn't hear you talk much about secondary sales or secondary market. Can you give me a bit of information on that? You know, where does the liquidity come from? I'm guessing you won't be in part of the Ethereum ecosystem?
Oh yeah, that's very interesting. So one thing is that it's a very new blockchain. So we're literally building as they build. DeFi hasn't quite come to the internet computer yet, because what's happening is there's the release of what we call the SNS. So what they've created is a beast that creates DAOs. So once we create a DAO via the SNS, that allows us to mint a token, and it allows us to then hand the power over to the DAO, which means that then the community and the token holders then control the platform and they vote on the future, etc. During that creation of the SNS and the creation of your DAO, there is a token swap situation where you grow the liquidity during that round of token swap.
Okay, there's a question there. We're going to have the last one.
Hi guys. At the start of the discussion and throughout this, you've talked a lot about DAOs, and I guess in the terms of this, we're talking about music DAOs. How can a music DAO utilize Canasta Store?
Right, so Canasta Store will eventually be a DAO. Right? At the moment, it can't be a DAO because we have to create it using our knowledge and our experiences. So call it being centralized right now. But it's about getting Canasta Store to that stage where we can then hand the power over to the DAO and over to the community. Yeah, I may be the CEO, maybe the head of partnerships, head of relationships, head of education, but realistically, we are just part of the community, just like anybody else. And that's pretty much how it works. One thing as well about the blockchain, and you spoke about other DAOs, is that it is collaborative. There is a lot of open code, and with that open code comes collaboration. With a DAO, for example, how the community will run the app is by voting, creating proposals. And through these proposals, you're going to see code. You're going to see a team of devs from Siberia come up with some code that they believe will advance Canasta Store and empower the community. If the community vote and say, yes, we like that code from Siberia, guess what? The DAO is going to then create that code, and that will be a new service, a new arm built onto Canasta Store. DAOs are very much services built by people for the people, and that's how it should be. For example, we've got a lot of YouTuber friends, right? They make their income via YouTube. That's how they put their money in the fridge. That's how they look after their family. What if YouTube changed the algorithm that affects their viewings, which happens all the time? They can't set a vote and say, hey, change the algorithm. That's not how Web 2 works. But guess what? If it was Canasta Store, if it was a Web3 application, you can say, you know what? This is hurting us. Let's send a proposal for the community to vote. If enough people agree, it changes. And it's almost like technological democracy in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you guys. For today, we don't have more time, but I was really grateful to have you and hear your project and that we can all share about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh yes, also, we have the after party today.
Okay.
It's at Asal. Make sure you come today. We're going to have, we've flown in a lot of acts from the UK, including our team. You're going to find Nathan perform his latest single as well, as long as DJs. We've got, partnered with Decentralized, so we have Ibiza's own Sarah Main on the decks as well tonight. This is happening from 9 p.m. at Asal, which is opposite Pasha. So I'd like to see all of you there. Free entry for everyone. Also, free Bellini for the first 100 people that enter Asal tonight.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure. And see you later. Oh. Yeah, we can ask for that. Can you put the screen? ¿Puedes poner la foto de ellos? They're gonna put it. No, the other way. Thank you. Will.
Okay,
Well, nice to meet you. Okay. Same, likewise. So, we're reaching the end of the night of the venue, and we're going to close the venue, we're going to close the day, this journey of talks and speeches about blockchain and Web3 with more music, and some of the music that really characterizes the island, that's really, really, really close to the spirit of the island, which is electronic music. So I would like to just welcome on board and on stage our last speakers of the night. There's going to be 3 of them, and if I find their names, it's going to be, well, actually I should remember. It's going to be Stefan, Tim, and Ivor, that's true. So let me do that better. Do we have another mic? Exactly. Please make a round of applause for them. So basically, we're going to do our last talk, and it's going to be a very interesting talk called, you've all heard about these things like play to earn, walk to earn, I don't know, learn to earn. So we've got like a new concept that we call party to, which sounds good, right? So it's called party to earn with, well, basically we're here in representation of Amnesia, Ibiza, Club Coin, Degenerates, and the list, okay? Stefan Sweat, well, I cannot read that. I just can't. How? Schweitzer. Ivor Viskovic, yeah. Viskovic, all right. And, okay, that's a long day. Oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna find your name afterwards. Tim Meyer, no? Meyer. Okay, that's amazing. So guys, welcome all. Let's chat about this concept of party to earn, of NFTs. We've just had the Canasta Store guys, which are actually working towards developing Web3 music. And I have this question for you to start. Like, NFTs, we all think about pictures of monkeys, of bears, of whatever, but how do music NFTs look like? What is that, and what sense does it have? What's the start?
I guess there's 2 facets to a music NFT. There's the content that it's created with, which could be a waveform, an MP3. That could be accompanied with a thumbnail. Could be an MP4, so it could be video or animation with music. So it could be a number of things. So there's one side of an NFT, right? What is it? What's the media that creates it? The other side, I guess, of a music NFT is the utility that it provides. And that can be embedded in, I guess, a number of ways. So is that utility access to something? Is it, part of a virtual land? That's the great thing about NFTs, right? Is that we're making it up as we go. Literally, we've got all the tools to be as creative as we want. So if we create a music NFT, then you've also got a smart contract and metadata that can then be used in a whole bunch of creative ways to add more, sophistication to it. So really, at the end of the day, music NFT can be anything, providing it's got some music in it.
Mm. Anyone else? That's good. That's pretty well covered, exactly. Yeah, right. I really think that there's this technology again that allows to create, mint, register this kind of tokens, whatever that's it, and yeah, they can actually tokenize, represent pieces of art in whatever format, right? And
yeah, I think the other thing too, in terms of music and audio NFTs, is probably one of the most interesting things now would be the generative music, AI music. That's another whole avenue that's probably going to explode, and we're probably not ready for as well.
And I think music has this thing of ownership, I think it's one of the arts, at least for me, that you really engage with those pieces of art. You really engage with music. You really engage with sets, with DJs, and you really feel part of something by liking a genre. Like, whether that's rock, whether that's electronic music, whether that's folk, or whether that's all of them, you really feel part of a tribe. And I think that only helps to actually create that bonding between both, right? So how do you see these guys, NFTs in music, empowering DJs, empowering artists, clubs, and clubbers?
So I think, just as you said, music is not just another industry, because people are listening to music because they are passionate about it. Mm-hmm. They are into it, either they are artists or they just listen to it. They are really passionate about it. And with the NFTs, with the tokenized communities, we can find a way how to connect creators and communities. So basically, let's say I'm a Pink Floyd fan, and I would like to know them, maybe I would like to co-create with them, and how I'm going to do that. So basically, if the Pink Floyd decides to issue an NFT collection with so basically if I purchase their NFT, I'm going to maybe get the access to co-participate into their creation of a new CD album, or just being with them into the studio, just giving my own opinion, or things like that, you can become like a co-creator. And I think it's really important to people to get the sense of, okay, how does it really look like behind the curtains, Because it's not only about the final product, okay, here is the song. Mm-hmm. I would like to get more involved in it, Maybe I would like to get, okay, do you want to get my opinion? I'm not like an expert in music, but maybe I can get you some kind of advice. And I think it could be really something that could like co-involve in that kind of direction, that basically community is becoming like a co-creators in the whole process. So that's my take.
Nice, thank you.
I think as a creator, for me, it's part of the process, right? Like creating art or creating music, you get off on the process of it. When you get to that final result, you've got a product, and there's plenty of avenues for that product today. Like we complain a lot about streaming and download sites and want to change the world, and but at the end of the day, everyone uses it, and it's great for discovery. It's great. We're in pretty much a golden age of music. We had a golden age of television with Netflix, and now we've got a golden age of music where you can access whatever you want, and that's been brought to us by the streaming engines. So I think it's kind of, I don't think we're ever going to replace that. But what to me is interesting is that we've now got new tools to create a whole new format of music, with NFTs. NFTs have got metadata, right? So there's this whole new layer of artistic expression that you can add into your music. You've got collaboration with artists, because not all musicians can create graphics or videos. So now you've suddenly got a new format. So I'm not so much interested in getting the back catalogue of NFTs, of MP3s or music, and reselling them as NFTs. I'm more interested in seeing a new format emerge. And that format, is about co-creation and exploring things that are a little bit different. So that's what I think could be really cool.
Yeah, I agree with the guys, and actually the guys in the previous panel as well said similarities about this in the DAO, the communities, the possibility to gather people together, to co-create, to co-own, maybe to co-license, at some point even to share some of the profits or the royalties on the song. Or this is some things that weren't really easy to do, or this not very allowed by a traditional system or Web2 or actual record companies or the music industry as we know it for years. But blockchain, NFTs, and tokenization of this industry could lead to do new things like this quite easily. So it's also, I think, an important part of the future.
I love the approach that you are, the three of you are saying, actually, whether that's through community or through technology, how this technology itself enables different. No? You mentioned metadata. Now you have a piece of technology that has like options, drawers, and you can creatively express in different ways. Could you expand a little bit more on that? How can a creator use the technology behind NFTs to express creatively? A musician, actually, or electronic music.
So I think you can tell a story, right? I mean, that's the interesting thing. I'll give you an example. I did a drop a few months ago called DMT Gods, and in that I've got a collection of 99 NFTs. But I've connected each one of those characters through the metadata, through a family relationship. And so when you start to use the metadata in a way like that, you're actually setting the foundations for things that you can do in the future with that metadata. So currently, we're still, and we all say this in the space, that we're still early, right? And we are, we're really early, because a lot of the UI, a lot of the sophisticated interfaces haven't been built yet. So what we should do now as artists, as we're building or creating our NFTs and creating our artwork and our music, is think about, well, what could this be in the future? And add sort of like, interesting attributes to it. I mean, the properties and the attributes are there for us to add. And in the future, we'll be able to use them. So as an example, you might have a particular property in your NFT, and then in a year, 12 months down the track, you might say, okay, everyone with that attribute that bought this a year ago from me gets my next single airdrop to them, right? And so they're the things that we can, how we can start to be creative. And that's why I always talk about creating a different format. We're not just recreating MP3s or music. We've got an opportunity here to do something that it stands in its own right, rather than try to challenge, the existing framework that we have. Because the existing framework does provide a lot. But I think NFTs obviously provide, something that's could be quite lucrative. I mean, everyone expected music NFTs to have the same kind of trajectory as art NFTs, right? But the difference was that before we had NFTs, digital artists didn't have an outlet to sell their digital art, right? They'd sell it on maybe canvas or a t-shirt, but they weren't selling the physical, the digital file. Music digital files have been sold for a long time, right? So we've got that barrier to get over, because it's a mindset from the consumer. But if you say to the consumer, well, it's not just an MP3, it's something different, right? I've collaborated with an artist, it's got this metadata in it, the smart contract's got, some kind of unique feature to it, then we start to really position ourselves as something new.
Yeah, and I would say, to add up with Tim, right? The beauty of it is you don't even need to know it first, or you don't need to say it first to the owners of the NFT. I will take an example to illustrate. Like 18 months ago, when we did the NFT collection for Amnesia, one of the big clubs in Ibiza, where we did 100 medallions on Makerspace, and these medallions, we gave them a physical medallion. So it was like made of silver with a black crystal onyx, and every owner of the NFT was receiving the physical item. We gave them a big utility, which was a VIP lifetime access to the club.
Oh, wow.
So they were knowing what they were purchasing with this NFT. But a year later, we told them that the medallion was including an RFID chip, and the chip would be connected to the wallet of Clubcoin, the cryptocurrency that we decided to launch for the electronic music industry. They had no idea. They had absolutely no idea that the medallion was including the chip, giving them a wallet which was already filled with some tokens. So it's really like a big creativity that you can unleash towards the powers of NFTs, of metadata that are included, and all the future roadmap that you can slowly unveil to your owners.
Oh, that's amazing. I really love that idea of releasing value. Like there's that concept of under-promise and over-deliver, right? This is exactly what you did
it's
there.
over-delivering.
Over-delivering. You're not even saying what you're going to give, and you're giving a lot more. And actually, what I love from that thing that you may have done, NFTs, for example, for Amnesia, that granted VIP, is that it's a really easy to understand, even if you're not in Web3, like, I'm getting something that's going to give me something. And even if I'm not in Web3, I'm seeing the value of it. And then from there you grow. you're not asking the people to have like a huge leap of faith. It's like, yes, believe in it, but you're receiving value, that's very understandable, and then, bam, I give you like all the things, which is, it is quite amazing. And going back to what you were saying, Tim, about music NFTs, I really like what you said about, yeah, maybe because let's like, who here maybe has an, let's do it again. Who has like an image NFT here? Who has an NFT? Okay, great, quite a lot, considering we're in a blockchain conference. I would like to do that somewhere else. Who has a music NFT? Exactly, not that many, right? So, in a way, what you said is very interesting, because music has already gone through like analog, digital physical, digital non-physical, and even like the rebirth or whatever of vinyl, so even back. So it's been like going, it already has done this, it already has done this trip, and maybe there's this, okay. And I think there's going to be like a new renaissance there. But I wanted to say, before we get maybe into this concept of party to earn or the possibilities to engage the community into like a bigger schema or game, how does it look like to actually engage into music NFTs? Like, I want to buy music NFTs. Is it like for people who are used to image NFTs, for example, the same experience, or marketplaces that are different? You need to know different things. What's the experience? The question, exactly.
What does it look like?
Yeah, how is it to buy like a music NFT? Is it different marketplaces? Do you get different perks? Do you get the song when you download the NFT? Do you get royalties?
Yeah. So there's a few interesting things there. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Yeah, so one of the things that people are talking about recently is royalties off purchasing an NFT. So you buy someone's NFT, and then you get royalties. Now, I did that about a year and a half ago. I sold a music NFT on Foundation, and I said, if whoever owns this, I'll go 50-50 or something like that with the royalties from Spotify. And I thought it was a really good idea, until someone asked me if that's a security, right? And then the second thing that I started to think about as I got sour on the idea was, it's really hard to build fans. So you build up a fan base, and then you talk your fan base into investing in you as an artist. And then their investment doesn't get realized. And so then you potentially lose a fan, right? And that's very valuable for an artist, right? Or to keep a fan. So I think we've got to be careful that we don't start trying to solve problems that don't exist with NFTs. A lot of people talk about saving the world with NFTs, but there's still wars and world hunger. So, digressing a bit, so that is one thing that's how an NFT can look. It can look like, okay, I buy it, the locked content is an MP3, I get the MP3, and the actual NFT is kind of like a souvenir version of that, which might be an animation and a shortcut of that music. We've still got boundaries, right, with a lot of the platforms, because we can only upload a limit on a lot of them, maybe at the most 100 meg. So artists that are doing, WAVs and, really, high resolution videos and MP4s can't really upload them. So there's still some boundaries there. But again, that's why I think it's important that we establish the NFT not as the actual track itself, but something as a collectible. Similar to like buying a vinyl back in the day, like a white label or something, and you knew there was only a limited amount of them. And if anyone's holding them today, you could probably go and sell it somewhere. It's just that now we have a digital consciousness. A lot of us that are older, like me, my sort of peers, they don't understand that mindset that something digital can be as valuable as something physical. But it's a very valid thing. There's people, who have grown up that don't have bank accounts, that just use cryptocurrencies, that trade in NFTs. It's a new world that's emerging. So once we understand that, then we see a lot more value in, these basically financial instruments that we've blended with music and creative.
Great, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, amazing. Actually, that's a very round up definition and actually analysis. So, what's the nameplate party to earn? Where does that come from?
That's for Ivor. He loves to do that one.
So basically, a lot of the people are acquainted with the term play to earn. So basically, you have to play the game to earn the tokens. Party to earn, I would say it's like similar concept. You have to become the part of the ecosystem. You have to, let's say, we have the ecosystem of 10 clubs and festivals. You go there, you buy the art tokens, you start partying, you start spending the money into the ecosystem, and you get the cashbacks, you get rewards in your wallet. So basically, you just change your fiat money to the coins, club coins, and then you just go out, you spend the money in clubs, or you purchase one of the services from one of the partners in the ecosystem, and you get some percentage of the cash back in your wallet. So basically, with your club coin application, you get the overview, how many tickets do you have, how many coins do you have, so you basically have the whole overview of the whole club coin ecosystem.
I would add up to mix, because I know like not everyone owns NFTs and maybe not familiar with crypto yet. So I would say that it's very similar to the miles of your airlines. Basically, you buy a flight, you get miles. When you have enough miles, you buy a new flight. But the only difference is you're stuck within the same airline. You have to buy a flight with the miles using exactly the same airline. In our case, with the Party to Earn, what we do is we develop a big ecosystem of clubs and festivals and electronic music brands, artists, medias that are all using the same currencies, which is Club Coin. So it doesn't matter if you go to a party in Ibiza, if you go to London, if you go to Green Valley in Brazil, you will earn always cash back in Club Coins, and you will be able to use them anywhere inside the ecosystem. So it's like using your miles on any kind of airline for any kind of ticket.
I have mine.
Nice.
2 is too much. 3 would be nice. I really like the ecosystem. It's a little bit like, okay, let's put that energy into the party scene and let's make it circle, right? Is that intended to be any specific blockchain, the token?
Yeah. So the Club Coin is born on Ethereum, but as some of you may know, we cannot use Ethereum for the day-to-day usage for obvious reasons: ecology, gas fees, transaction time. Like if you go to the bar and ask 2 drinks and then you want to pay with a token that's on Ethereum, most probably the transaction will take like a few minutes, the ice will be melted, the barman will be mad at you, and you might pay in gas fees 4 times more than the drinks.
And you miss your favorite song.
Yeah, so it wasn't very a possibility for us. So what we did is we used a very green, ecologic, very low / inexistent gas fees blockchain, which is called Liquid Chain. And we've been building all the usage level of Club Coin on this chain with a specific app. So what happens? It's instant, like 2 seconds, the transaction is verified. No gas fees, like 10 or more, 20 times less than Solana, which is already nothing. And very ecologic. It's a proof of peers. So it's not usage, a lot of CPU power. And it's very convenient for us to build all the usage level of Clipcoin on that chain.
Thank you for the specifics. Technical stuff. Yeah, for the technical stuff.
The technical chat.
It's nice. We shouldn't be afraid of technical stuff, guys. Technically sexy. I mean, what are the things that you could buy? Because I heard you saying go to the bar and get some drinks, but is the ticket in, or is there anything thought for the ticketing? Because I know NFTs are we hear a lot of NFT tickets lately. Is there something thought for the entrance? Is this club coin also can provide you can pay for the entrance of the club? Are there any NFT ticketing thought in the ecosystem? How does it work?
Well, the idea is not to do NFT ticketing directly, because we're not a ticketing platform or not getting into the ticketing business, which is, by the way, banking these days. But you will be able to purchase festival and club tickets using club coins. So the clubs or the festival will be accepting the token as a currency, and then you will get delivered the normal ticket.
Okay, makes sense. So, but what's your point of view though about NFT tickets or in a way tickets are also electronic, so there's a lot of ticketing through NFTs. What do you think about that industry, even though it's not used in the ecosystem of club coin?
Well, the reason why we're not really projecting ourselves in NFT ticketing is because we have a big knowledge of how the ticketing industry works. Basically, nowadays, it's basic banking, meaning you have a festival, you will come to me because I have a ticketing platform. You will say, I'm going to sell 10,000, so I want an advance for 4,000 because I have expenses and I need money up front. So I'm going to become your exclusive ticketing partner. I'm going to pay you 4,000 tickets up front, and you will use my ticketing system. So that's just banking and risk management. There's no real music passion anymore in all the ticketing industry. So we're not really willing to go towards this road. But we will be offering what we call money cannot buy experiences, like meet and greet with famous DJs, backstage accesses, other stuff like that, thanks to club coin NFT tickets, but not general admission tickets.
Okay, I see, like a membership a little bit, or like
exactly.
Special perks, or you're a special. I kind of don't like the word VIP, but it's so ingrained in club culture that kind of we understand what's that, right? Like a little bit of VIP or something like that. It's amazing. I really like the ecosystem. All these two things, okay? Before opening for audience questions that maybe you have or ideas in your I don't know, your party knowledge and experience and NFTs, like. Yeah, first of all, is there something you want to say now, apart from what we talked?
Guys, you?
Maybe not.
About the list, yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing that you mentioned about the tickets and everything, maybe we are doing something similar, but we are not going into ticketing business, but basically we are providing the NFT collection with the true utility in real life world, and basically we are launching the list NFT collection, and with the list you are getting the possibility to buy lifetime access to some of the clubs and festivals from our ecosystem, and also we are planning to host like 2 festivals per year. So basically when you buy the list NFT, you are getting the entry ticket to all these festivals and shows we are going to organize, and also you are maybe going to get the lifetime access to some of the festivals and clubs from our network. So basically these NFTs are going to serve as an access card. So
nice. And what's the range of pricing? Because that sounds like a lot. A lifetime something sounds like a lot. Lifetime access to festivals, and even you said like giving VIPs to Amnesia. That sounds like something that would be expensive in the fiat world. So what's the range of these prices of NFTs that you're thinking?
Yeah, so we are looking about setting the price around $200 for each NFT. And the thing is, the whole collection is not going to get lifetime access to all of the festivals and clubs. So basically you are going to have to be lucky to meet some of the NFTs that are going to be. But on the other hand, you are going to have for sure access to the list and club coin festivals we are going to organize. So you have that like 100% for sure that you are going to get access for all of these festivals and shows.
I love it. I just love lottery things.
So actually the little green wristband, like Hotelverse, which you get in the bag. So as you probably saw, this is a free pass to Amnesia tonight if you want to join the club. But we've also hidden something inside. So there's a little QR code that is giving you a whitelist to the collection that Ivor just mentioned. So if you scan the code, and then you get to a page where you can get whitelisted for the drop. That's amazing. Is there any launch date on horizon?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
It's good to have whitelist. I also love to just collect whitelist. Makes me feel good. I love it. Is there any secret thing there also, NFC, that I don't have to throw for 1 year?
Listen, it's not going to be a secret if we reveal it right now. So.
Okay. I will try not to break the secret, but knowing from you guys, I'm not just not gonna clean my clothes after the party. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience to the guys on stage. We have 2 questions down there. I have 2 mics. Maybe take mine.
Hello. I want to direct this one to Hipworth. So you've had an amazing summer, and well, you've had an amazing project with the Degenerates, an amazing summer at Amnesia with your like VIP area at the club with the DJs. But my question is, what's the biggest issue you faced bridging the NFT that's in Web 3 to Web 2, introducing the IRL utility? What's some of the biggest issues you've faced in doing so, like doing that?
Probably the geographic issue. It's like you've got holders that are all around the world, and you're trying to run in real life events, and you can't do them all over the world. We kind of compensate by doing a lot of Metaverse events. But the reality of people going to the Metaverse and watching a DJ for 2 hours is, not the dream we thought it was. So what we found is a better way to do, to offer value for our community is by targeting our niche, or serving our niche, which is DJs, right? And so for a lot of the DJs that, are joining the project, we give them an opportunity to perform in the Metaverse. And for a lot of guys, or for a lot of DJs, guys and girls, that's a really cool opportunity because they don't get to perform in front of anyone. And then it gives them a bit of confidence. And then, for instance, I did Crypto Gibraltar 2 weeks ago. We did an event there, and we hired 5 of our NFT holders to DJ through the Metaverse at the event. So, our focus is to kind of do what we can in real life when it makes sense, because obviously, there's budgets that's associated with it, and we don't want to be one of those projects that just says, oh, we're doing this massive party here, blowing a ton of funds, and, only 5% of the project holders, benefit from that. That's, why we did the container at Amnesia. We've got a shipping container that's been decked out as a little green room. It's got our branding on it, so it serves a few purposes. It gives really good exposure for the project over the whole period that it's there. I think, 200, 300,000 people that go past it? 600,000. So that's really good for the project. But if you've got one of our VIP NFTs, you can go to the venue and then go and hang out in there. And then we've done, probably a handful of parties throughout the year in different locations. So, that's probably our biggest challenge, is a geographic problem.
I would say that there is another challenge, which is the access control. We've been fighting a little bit with this to crack it with team, because when you have like a collection of 10,000 NFTs and only maybe 36 of them were giving access to that specific backstage container in Amnesia. So how do you identify those 36 owners? Like, who do you brief from the whole security team to explain them that only these 36 guys in the world can go to the container? So that's also a challenge, which is quite hard to crack. That's why we've come up with the RFID chip idea, because we can scan it basically and then we can let them in.
Something more? Yep.
Hi. Concept's great, and I love it. And one really simple question. How are everyday people, I mean, I've been in crypto since 2009, so a very long time, and I still stumble over every day, and I'm in this space on a regular basis. So many people have huge hurdles. How are they able to purchase the NFTs using fiat? I mean, what is the process? And then, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we've been facing that issue with our first collections, like the Degenerates, the 10,000. It was only Ethereum, so you had to connect your wallet, MetaMask, and then spend your Ethereum to mint. We've came up with a solution for the next collection, which is the one Ivor explained, the list. So we still have this MetaMask Connect and mint with your Ethereum, but we also have a different way to purchase the NFT, which is a direct credit card purchase. So there will be in the next drop like 2 buttons. One is the usual way, minting with Ethereum MetaMask, and the other one is just purchasing with credit card. And what we've done is the credit card purchase is directly transforming the US dollars, pounds, fiat money into some Ethereums plus gas to trigger the transaction on the blockchain. And then you own it with a proper transaction.
You know, I think it's just a matter of time, really, because there's a lot of solutions coming out. Transact, MoonPay, you know, it's just a timing thing. And obviously, you know, projects getting their developers to do the integration. And that kind of, you know, comes down to what kind of project you're dealing with. Some are going to be more, you know, professional about it and want to not miss out on an opportunity. And some anons just want to get fast to market. So I think, you know, in a year or 2 years' time, we probably won't even be thinking about it. I mean, there's solutions now that you can mint with email. So I think that won't exist forever.
How much costs that token already in the market?
The Clubcoin token, 0.015, so per token. Very quick answer.
Sorry, I guess a question for all of you guys. Why are you doing this?
The passion for music and disruptive technologies, I would say.
That's a good question. I think for me it was just organic. You know, I was fascinated by Bitcoin in 2013 and just followed it for until 2017 when I started working professionally at a mining farm in Australia and ended up in Hong Kong with payments. It's just like, you know what it's like. You go down the rabbit hole and it's one of those things when you've got an inquisitive mind, NFTs and crypto is probably the best thing you could stumble across. Because, you know, you can just stay up all night and learn as much as you can. And in 6 months, you think you're an expert.
And for myself, it was like some kind of logical way, being in music all my life and also being in Web3. And it just unlocks everything. You can see the possibilities every day. What can you implement? Because you can do really a lot of stuff. So basically it's just a matter, okay, let's do it. Why not? Because somebody else is going to do it, so let it be us.
Awesome.
Probably because I've talked enough for these 2 last days. But anyway, I mean, we talked before, I've been into the Web3 space and also into the art space for many more years. And for me, seeing initiatives into music, into art, and related to spaces that I have lived like amazing nights and days in my life, it's really nice. So I really thank you a lot for being here, for showing the project, for sharing with all of us, and for actually closing these 2 days of conferences in Hotel Twins in the Ibiza Nxt conference. So thank you you three. Thank you everyone for attending this Ibiza Nxt conference, the Web3 and Blockchain conference. Tomorrow we have some workshops at the Hub, which is a co-working space in Ibiza. It's in the road between Santa Eulalia and Ibiza, very nice place. We welcome you all. We're gonna have a lot of things. The Canasta Store guys, we're gonna have Alexa, we're gonna have myself. We're gonna have a lot of workshops actually. And you're very welcome. I'm really happy that this happened, that we all learned together and that we actually got united in this island called Ibiza, which is magical as F. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you around in the after parties. Let's connect, let's share, and let's do what Web3 people do, which is share online. No, I mean in real life. Thank you.